Patrick's Day to you guys, and we're coming at you guys live from the birthplace of the National Football League, the home of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and the settlement of our 25th president, Canton. Well, at this particular location, we have the ability to on-the-fly monitor all of the karts on the track. And when we mean monitor, we mean the battery capacity left in each of the cells, the amount of volts left in each of the cells, the temperature, the electronics, and the teams will be able to communicate all of this information to the drivers on the fly on the track. So, do you drive the karts as fast as you can, putting in heater lap after heater lap, risking to drain the batteries and put more fatigue in the drivers? Or do you drive the karts easier to let the drivers relax a little bit and keep some more energy left in the tank? Well, we'll find out soon enough as the green flag is set to fly in about 10 minutes at 12:30 here today. I do have Jason here. He is the owner and the presenter of the 12 Hours of Canton. I'm going to bring him on screen. And Jason, what made you want to put an event together such as this?
We've been thinking about doing this for a while, and honestly, it's huge thanks to everyone that helped us out. We have BMS monitors, Ability Business helped us build that. Being able to do this in the first place is a really technical challenge on the back end. So James, K1 Speed, Canton, everyone really helped us out and brought this all together. But really, it's a brainchild of bringing really good competitive racing to electric karting.
Right on, man. Well, you are a racer yourself, so are you going to be a little bit disappointed that you're not going to be out there on the racetrack?
Yeah, a little bit, but it'll be all right calling it. So, it's one of those things got to make safety calls and stuff like that. But yeah, rooting for every team. I want the best team to win. That's why, calling it like that is going to be a good thing. But yeah, it's kind of a bummer. I wanted to race it.
Well, I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad to be here for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life and FLBR Racing. Now, I would like to introduce today's teams and drivers for the event. Qualifying in that number 7 position with the band of Misfits, the team of the Misfit Motorsports, qualifying with a time of 26 seconds, .246. They qualified in the number 7 position, and they are consisting of Chris Locke, Tristan Wilhoit, Andy Cook, Sean Linky, Cam Vanderhorst, Derek Jones, Andrew Rinninger, Rachel Rinninger, Jeremy Briner, Matt Skeens, and kicking things off for Misfit Motorsports will be Will Goss. Qualifying in the number 6 position, we have the team Salem, qualifying with a time of 26.172 seconds, and they are consisting of Will Nonamaker and Wayne Nonamaker, and it will be Will kicking things off for Team Salem. Qualifying in the number 5 position, Team Full Focus, breaking the 26-second barrier with 25.921, and Team Full Focus will be consisting of Kyle Weber and Savannah Weber, as well as Mason and Victor Weber. So we got pretty much the whole Weber clan joining us in Team Full Focus, as well as Mitch Shannon, and kicking things off will be Zach Harmon for Team Full Focus. Qualifying in the number 4 position, we've got Team Talladega, qualifying with a time of 25.910 seconds, and Team Talladega will be consisting of Tristan Hartong, Corey Ricker, Katie Wise, Patrick Dittmar, David Ponce, and kicking things off for Team Talladega will be PJ Manny Penny. Excuse me just a second. Qualifying in the number 3 position, we have Team High Voltage, a competitor to K1 Speed, and they have a 3-man team consisting of Steve Madden and DJ Allison Draney, and kicking things off for Team High Voltage will be Jacob Andrew. Qualifying in the number 2 position, we have Team Supersonic, qualifying with a time of 25.710 seconds, and Team Supersonic will be consisting of Rachel Hart, Corey Salerno, Marshall Miller, and Armand Deligny. And the number 1 qualifying team for the 12 Hours of Canton will be Team Low Current, qualifying with a time of 25.698 seconds. And Team Low Current is consisting of Dylan Lees, Nate Groh, Zach Sudam, John Hammett, and kicking things off for Team Low Current will be Jordan Johnson. So those are all 7 teams for the first ever running of the 12 Hours of Canton right here at K1 Speed Canton. I want to thank you guys all for joining us, not only here in person, but online as well. And before we get that green flag flying, if you would please all remove your hats, direct your attention to that beautiful American flag for the playing of our national anthem. We are getting the drivers in their karts right now. They're going to put in a couple of practice laps before the official green flag is set to fly. And for that team of misfits qualifying in the number 7 position, it is going to be Will Goss kicking things off for that team. And he's from right here in Canton, Ohio, and he's been sim racing since 2011 and indoor karting as a hobby since 2015. So he's been doing this for 5 or so years or so. So he's got some experience behind the wheel, and he'll be showing it to you guys today, trying to work his way from the back of the pack towards the front. So like I said before in the pre-race show, a lot of things are going to be a factor in an event such as this. It's going to be, do you drive the karts as hard as you can, as fast as you can, risking many, many pit stops and the delays in those pit stops, or do you drive them easier, trying to save the battery capacity and the stamina in these drivers? Because 12 hours for 2-member teams, 3-member teams, that's going to be a lot of work to be put in for these drivers. So working his way from the back of the pack, Team Misfits qualifying in the number 7 position. Let's see if Will Goss can pick off a couple of drivers on the first couple of laps or in the first hour of racing, or see how long it takes them to click off some positions. And they will be with the white hoods out there on the race course. Again, Team Misfits qualifying in that number 7 position. Qualifying in the number 6 position, we've got Team Salin. They've been racing for a long time. The Team Naughtymakers coming from right here out of North Canton, Ohio. They started out racing big wheels. Yeah, 3 wheels, big wheels. They started progressing into SCCAs, Grand American, IMSAs, Champ Cars, and American Endurance Racing, and now they're here racing go-karts. So coming full circle from the small things to the big things, back to the small things for the Naughtymakers on Team Salin, and they qualified in the number 6 position. Let's see if the experience and the lacking of team members, so the longer durations, they're going to run those things pretty much till they expire with their batteries for the Naughtymakers and Team Salin. They're qualifying in the number 6 position. Let's see how long it takes them to click off a couple of laps and work their way towards the front of the pack. There they do have the brown hoods out there on the race course, so let's see how long it'll take them to work their way towards the front. Qualifying in the number 5 position with the purple hoods, Team Full Focus. My mistake entirely. Team Full Focus will be on the green hoods. And kicking things off for Team Full Focus will be Zach Harmon. Zach Harmon, he's been racing since he was 5 years old, and he won the 2022 Team GP right here at K1 Speed Canton and races the Boost Kart League as well. So he has a lot of laps turned inside the arena, and we'll see him with his experience coming up through the first bit of this event. as he is the first driver with the green hoods for Team Full Focus. Qualifying in the number 4 position, Team Talladega. There we go. They're the purple hooded team, and kicking things off for Team Talladega will be PJ Mannypenny. And PJ, he's 58 years old. He's one of the older drivers racing with us today. He graduated from Canton Timken Senior High School in 83. He raced Canton Minicar Grand Prix Series in 88, and he's been racing here at K1 Speed Canton since 2022. So he doesn't have as many laps here as the rest of the competition, but, you know, he races the Endurance Leagues here at K1, and he is defending Endurance League champion and current points leader. So, yeah, let's see how PJ Mannypenny can do as he is kicking things off for Team Talladega. They have completed their pace laps, their opening laps. They are ready to get that green flag flying here for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life, offering you organic, chemical-free hair care and skincare and supplements, proudly made right here in the USA. You can check them out at PrimalLifeOrganics.com. Your mouth is our mission. You smile, we smile. Primal Life. FLBR Racing, Formula 4 race team from Cleveland, Ohio, helping us out here for the first ever running of the 12 Hours of Canton, and the green flag is set to fly just moments away. Qualifying in the number 3 position, we've got Team High Voltage. Team High Voltage consisting of 3 members, and kicking things off for Team High Voltage will be Jacob Andrew. He is a pilot for X30 Senior and low 206 karts and works with electric karts all day at High Voltage. So he does have a lot of experience behind the wheel, and the green flag is up, and we are set to go racing. The green flag flies, and we are off for the first ever 12 Hours of Canton. Qualifying in the number 2 position, Team Supersonics, and Team Supersonics is going to be led off by Armand Deligny. Armand, he's got a lot of experience. He comes from Le Mans, France. He's the defending GP champion and Boost League champion here at K1 Canton. He has the smoothest line around the race course. So Armand, he is going to be a favorite to put in a couple of hot laps early with the blue hoods to work their way towards the front and stay there for the duration of the race. But Team Low Current, they got to be your favorites, being the fastest lap time setters for this event, qualifying with a time of 25.698, and they're kicking things off with Team Low Current with Jordan Johnson. Team Low Current, Jordan Johnson, he's the Pure Sims Esport driver 61 coach, so he does have a lot of experience being behind the wheel, and he is going to put that forward with the Red Hoods. He's got the 2020 MTech Majors GT4 champion, 2021 iRacing Daytona 24-hour winner. Yeah, so he's got a lot of time being behind the wheel at one point in time, Jordan does, and he's going to put that red hood at the front and keep it there for a long time. And so far, lap times just in the mid-26s, and Team Low Current, they are still holding on to the advantage. They have opened it up to about a half a second now over the High Voltage team running in the number 2 position. Already picking off Team Supersonic, so Team Supersonic has lost a position already. The Green Hoods falling a spot back to the number 3 ride early. The Blue Hoods, Team Talladega, the purplish Blue Hoods, Team Talladega working in the number 4 position currently with Full Focus back in 5th, Salem in the number 6 position, and Misfit Motorsports still back there in the number 7 position. They have not been able to work their way by any drivers, but the white team, Misfits, making their way by the green team, Full Focus, picking off a driver. So Misfit Motors working their way towards the front of the pack. They have got their eyes set on the hood of the purple team, the blue Talladega drivers. So Misfit Motors already picking off 2 drivers, making their way up to the number 5 spot. So great driving for Team Misfit Motors. And once again, Misfit Motors piloting that machine is Will Goss, and he's still working his way towards the front. He has reeled in the Team Talladega driver, being PJ Mannypenny, currently sitting in 4th. So Misfit Motors trying to work their way towards the front. High Voltage still sitting in the number 2 spot after making the move on Team Supersonic. High Voltage being driven currently by Jacob Andrew. But the race on the track has got to be for that number 4 position between Team Talladega and Team Misfit Motorsports. Misfit Motorsports all over the rear wheel. And, oh, no, they get side by side right near the pit lane. It continues to be Talladega hanging on to the number 4 spot over Misfit Motors back there in the number 5 spot, but back towards the front of the pack, Team High Voltage has reeled in the race leaders, Team Low Current, and they have started putting on a show for you guys up towards the front. And there they are coming across screen. High Voltage has now taken over the number 1 spot, making the move on Team Low Current, falling back to the number 2 spot for leading a couple of laps, leading 8 laps. They have fallen back to the number 2 spot. So now with High Voltage, they've got some clear real estate ahead of them. Let's see if they can put in a couple of heater laps to try to stretch out their advantage over the rest of the field. And we see drivers in the paddock getting ready to do an exchange already. Wow, nearly 10 laps in, and we're looking at exchanging drivers. So team exchanges already a potential for Team High Voltage. Looks like that's DJ Alessandrini making his way into the paddock. He wants to take over the helm for Team High Voltage. See what he can do with the current race lead. Low Current, once again, is falling back to the number 2 spot with Supersonic still sitting in 3rd. Misfit Motors making the move on Talladega to put them up in the number 4 spot with Talladega falling back to 5th. Full Focus still in the number 6 spot. And Salem, they have lost a position, falling back to the number 7 spot from their qualifying 6th position, completing 10 laps so far. They're 8 seconds off the pace, Team Salem is. So let's see if they can do some work and work their way towards the front of the pack. And I just seen a good battle developing out there on the race course for about the number 4 position as the White Hoods is back over Talladega, still battling over that number 3 position. And there they are, the Green Hoods, Full Focus, right in this battle as well. 3-way battle. You can throw a blanket over the battle for the number 4 position as Salem is sitting back there at the back of this battle. If anything happens between any of these 3 drivers, I do make apologies. I am a motocross announcer at heart, so I may call these drivers riders frequently throughout this program, and I make that apology early as it probably will slip multiple times for me throughout this duration. But these drivers still putting in a great show with Talladega running in the number 4 position with the advantage over Misfit Motors. Full Focus with the Green Hoods in the number 6 spot, and Salem still back there in 7th. But the race lead is still pretty much single file with High Voltage over Low Current and Supersonics sitting in 3rd. Supersonics starting to reel in Team Low Current. That is the battle for the number 2 spot starting to develop, but there continues to be the battle for 4th as Misfit Motors has made the move on Talladega to take the number 4 position. Team Full Focus sitting back in 6th, trying to make the move on Talladega as well. And Team Salem, they are used to being behind the wheel for prolonged periods of time. Do not count out the experienced drivers that have a lot of endurance racing experience. Sitting back there in the number 7 spot. They have a lot of work to do, but anything can happen. There they are. Looking at one of our other cameras, more drivers are entering the paddock for potential exchanges. Lap times, they are in the upper 25, so comparing them to the qualifying times, we are still above qualifying times from the best lap of the race so far. 16 laps completed with Team High Voltage still holding on to the overall race lead, with Supersonic still sitting back there in 3rd, trying to make the move on the Red Hoods of Team Low Current. Misfit Motors, the 4th place team, coming from the very tail end of the pack, has made a handful of passes to put them in the number 4 spot overall, and they are trying to reel in these top 3. They do have some clear real estate, but they have about 5 seconds to try to make up. That is a lot of ground to try to overcome. And we are getting into 17 laps completed so far with Misfit Motorsport starting to put a good bit of gap between the number 4 and 5 position out there on the track, with Talladega still hitting in the number 5 position, but Salem making the move on Full Focus. So Full Focus, your number 5 qualifier, going the wrong way, and the wrong way fast, as we are less than 20 laps in, and they have lost 2 positions, falling to the tail end of the pack. And there they are, 3 wide, 3 abreast in the infield section, just past the start-finish line. Wow, great racing action as Talladega holds off the green team. The Full Focus team sitting in the number 6 spot. There they are, single file, 1, 2, and 3, making their way through the chicane. Misfit Motors, you can see them there in the distance, sitting in 4th all by themselves, but here is the two-way battle for 2nd. All right, there is your battle for the number 4 position between Team Talladega Full Focus, 5th position between Talladega Full Focus and Salem. Oh, we got a driver coming into the pits. The white team, Team Misfit Motors, already coming in for an exchange. So there they come into the pits, looking like a little bit of confusion down in the pits. So not knowing what's going on, Team Misfit Motors, hands in the air, losing a couple of positions, miscommunications with their team members as to what is supposed to be going on in the pits. So Team Misfit Motorsports losing a couple of positions after gaining them, going from 7th up to 4th, back to the tail end of the pack. So way tough break for Misfit Motors. Went down the wrong lane, got word from track official. That was the official word for Misfit Motors. That's a terrible situation. Oh, got some crazy battles going on as Team Salem getting really aggressive with it, getting up the inside of Team Talladega. Talladega saying, what is going on? As Salem working their way up into 5th. Talladega's not going to be very appreciative of that aggressive pass, as it is a 3-way battle for the number 5 position with Full Focus sitting in the number 6 position. That is the battle over 4th now, as Team Misfit Motors is at the tail end of the pack now. So the 3-way battle over the number 4 position between Team Salem, Team Talladega, and Team Full Focus continues, with Will Nonamaker, one of the veteran drivers on the field, holding on to that 4 spot. Once again, I want to thank you guys all joining us here, the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. We'll get back with you in just a moment. We are back and the action continues, and we do have an official lead change as Team Low Current has taken over the number 1 spot. As I did catch during that commercial break, High Voltage, Team High Voltage has came in for an exchange. So we do have Team High Voltage making an official pit stop. I did see that was a successful pit stop, and now we've got 39 laps completed by Team Low Current and Team Supersonic, as they have opened up about a lap advantage. 13 seconds now is what separates about your race leader from 3rd place, Team Salem. Those experienced endurance racers, starting from the back of the field, have worked their way up to the number 3 spot. Let's talk about Team Salem for just a second. They started out racing big wheels, like I mentioned early, and they have held SCCNE Northeast Ohio SSA class champions in 1997, 1999. They're the IMSA Michelin Challenge ST class champion. 2002, they're the IMSA Michelin Challenge ST class champion again in 2004, but this time in the GS class for the IMSA Michelin Challenge. In 2011, they came back for IMSA at WeatherTech GT class Bob Aitken Sportsman Champion, and the 2013 IMSA WeatherTech Prototype class Jim Truman Sportsman Champion, coming for Team Salem, the Nonamakers, sitting in that number 4 spot now. They have just gotten overtaken by Team High Voltage, working their way up into the number 3 spot now. Team High Voltage making that successful pit stop. Still hanging on to the number 3 spot, but there is a 3-driver battle out there on the race course between the green Full Focus, the red Low Current and the Science Supersonics. The Science Supersonics sitting in the number 2 spot, completing 43 laps now. Still with their initial driver's team, Supersonics is, with Armando Ligny still out there. Let's talk about Armand. He is a super smooth driver from Le Mans, France, and he is all over your current race leader, the driver in that red hooded Team Low Current. Still got Jordan Johnson, the 2021 Daytona 24-hour iRacing champion, is holding on to the number 1 spot out there on the race course. He continues to hold off Armand, and that is the battle. But you got to think that this has got to be, they're getting held up a little bit by the Full Focus team sitting in the number 5 spot. The team Full Focus sitting in 5th. Finding out who that driver, Zach Harmon, still the driver number 1, and we do now have Team Supersonics coming in for an official pit stop, and that is going to be Marshall Miller making his way into the driver's seat. He's the 2023 National Qualifier K1 Speed. He's the 4th fastest indoor lap holder in February, so he's got some pretty good laps in this facility, and he races in the Boost League and the K1 GP, and his car, he named his car Tonto, and he is an aspiring race car driver. So he's looking for some sponsors to get him behind a professional wheel. So if anybody likes the way that Marshall drives, check him out. He will be having the Cyan hoods for Team Supersonics. They have lost a couple of positions due to that pit stop, but that is the nature of the beast with pit stops. You got to come in, exchange drivers, lose a couple of spots, lose about a lap is what it accounts to. And now we have Team Low Current holding on to the overall race lead. They have opened up about 13 seconds over High Voltage. High Voltage, wow, they have stayed really consistent after that pit stop, back up into the number 2 spot. They are going to be super fast. The Team Salem, they have not pitted, and they are 1 second behind Team High Voltage. So take that into account. Team Salem, sitting in 3rd, has not pitted, and Team High Voltage has pitted, and they are nearly neck and neck out there on the race course. So that's something to be paying attention to later in this race. But there is the battle continues. Team Low Current with the red hood still trying to get past the Full Focus driver. Got to think he's getting held up a little bit. The Cyan hoods back out there on the race course, losing about a lap as a result of that pit stop. So Jordan Johnson, the 24-hour Daytona 24-hour iRacing champion, still putting in some good laps. So far, the fastest lap of the event is a 25.729, turned by Team Low Current. Thank you very much for that information. I got some information off screen. We have about 36% battery capacity remaining in the race leader's cart. So Team Low Current has expired about 65% of their battery capacity. So they are looking to have a pit stop probably in the next 15 minutes or so. We've elapsed about 30 minutes of racing, and we have used about 65% of batteries. So that's giving some viewers at home an idea of the longevity of these batteries. As Team Low Current, you know they haven't been very light on the right pedal. They've been pretty aggressive with it as they've been putting in some heater lap after heater lap. But you also have to think that Team Salem, sitting in the number 3 position, they have not pitted as well. Their battery capacity has to be a little bit higher than Team Low Current as they have not driven their machine as hard. So they're going to get an extra couple of laps. And in the end, that will be something that will be a factor. Not only is it going to be heater laps, it's going to be how long can you stay out there. So it's going to be a strategy all the way to the bitter end of this 12-hour endurance race. And we are nearly a 24th of it completed. We're about 30 minutes in. Only about 11 and a half hours left to go. And Team Low Current still trying to get by Team Full Focus. Full Focus is still being driven by Zach Harmon. So here we got a driver exchange coming for Team Salem. I wasn't seeing this coming so soon. I was expecting Team Salem to run that thing until it had 0 left in the capacity. But here we have a driver exchange already, and there they are in the pit lane. Team Salem getting ready for their pit stop. So you got to think Team Low Current, they've got 30%. The red is showing for Team Low Current, and they are communicating that they're communicating that back with their driver. There goes the hood for Team Salem. Driver gets in, buckles getting applied. Very, very interesting. May have had a penalty for Team Salem as they did not completely stop within the stop box. That is an unofficial announcement by my part. We'll find out whenever the next lap is completed. I'm sure they will come in at some point in time if the penalty is going to be assessed. So back to the standings. It continues to be Team Low Current holding on to the highest number of laps, but then Team High Voltage with the pit stop only 12 seconds off, and with about a 26-second lap, Team High Voltage, they're looking to have the nod in this one. The band of Misfit Motorsports still sitting in the number 4 spot after working their way up from the tail end of the pack. I believe they have completed a successful pit stop for Team Misfit Motors. And here we have the green team, Team Full Focus, coming in for a driver exchange. And now we have Savannah Weber coming into the hot seat. Savannah's been racing since she's been 14 years old, and I've been coming here to K1 Speed a couple of times over the past couple of weeks, and I've been scoping out some of the drivers. I did see on the back of Savannah Weber's hoodie yesterday, class of 2023, so she is going to be a fresh graduate in the next couple of months. So Savannah having the day off of school today, racing with us. So you got to think she's about 18 years old. She's been racing for about 4 or 5 years or so. After finishing second overall in the K1 Teen League last year, she has won every race in Teen League this year and is looking forward to the overall Teen League win. Savannah races also in the Adult Boost Kart League and is proud to be one of the fastest girls here at K1 Speed Canton, and we'll see what she can do with the hot seat as Team Full Focus seem to be holding up Team Low Current out there on the race course. And we are now having Team Low Current still running up front. They have only 22% of their capacity remaining. Team White, Team Misfit Motorsports getting some miscommunications as they are sitting in the pits ready for their exchange. Team Yellow. I've just seen that. I believe that was another potential exchange for Team High Voltage coming up in the very near future. Misfit Motors looks to be a little bit disappointed after some miscommunications. We have a spin out for the green team. Savannah Weber, after just taking the hot seat, has already come to a screeching halt at the side of the racecourse, trying to get that e-kart fired back up. So we are going to bring the pace car out on the track. The yellow caution flags, the caution lights are being thrown out there on the race course for the first time. So Savannah Weber having some issues with her kart. Not sure exactly what is going on with Team Full Focus, as anything can happen in these endurance races and accidents can happen. And here we got our yellow pace cart coming out on the race course. They have to jump. Pace cart has to jump out in front of Team Low Current, which is the current leader. And there they jump out. still trying to assess Savannah Weber's machine as she is to a screeching halt. You got to think that thing's got plenty of power, plenty of juice in the green hooded machine, but she is not able to navigate that machine. So pace kart is out there. Yellow is showing on course. And looking down at the standings, it looks like Team High Voltage, they have completed 65 laps. So they're one lap off Team Low Current after making that pit stop and 7 seconds off of that. So that is some corrected timing and scoring, I believe. Team Supersonic still sitting in the number 3 position after their exchange, completing 65 laps after about 35 minutes of racing. About 30 minutes of racing now, looking at the time up here in the corner of one of my screens. I got 11 hours, 30 minutes, and 23 seconds of racing continues. Savannah Weber, team full focus. The green hoods still no power going to that machine. Trying to get some assistance from our track staff. Getting that thing picked up and put back down. Let's see if we can get that thing figured out so she can get back out there on the track. As we have slowed all of the karts. The red has come out. Yellow's still out, excuse me. But the karts have slowed, and there Savannah Weber is back up and rolling once again. Pace kart is in front of Team Low Current. There we go. I found out what was going on. She lost her radio and lost communication with the rest of her team. So Savannah Weber did not have communication. So she is going to be working her way back to the tail end of the pack after losing a bunch of laps after that huge mistake coming from Team Full Focus. Got to have all of your equipment secured properly. That has got to be something that you have to be mindful of before even entering and buckling into your kart. So that is a huge blow to Team Full Focus. They're going to have to put their head down and try to work their way back towards the front of the pack. They have now lost about 6 or 7 laps to the rest of their competition. Team Low Current has not pitted yet. They have not yet pitted. And Jordan Johnson, the Pure Sims esports driver and Driver 61 coach, is still out there on the track with the original driver. So let's see how long Jordan can last. Running in the number 2 position, Team High Voltage, completing 69 laps. And now with the yellow flag, that brings everybody together, bunching everybody together. And Team High Voltage making the pit. They have a fresher kart than Team Low Current, and they are right there with them. So we will see what's going to happen for Team High Voltage, as they have a pretty good kart, and they are going to be trying to make some early moves on Team Low Current. Team Supersonics, they are 1 lap off of the overall, 1 lap off of Team High Voltage as well. But like I said, anything can happen in e-kart racing here at K1 Speed Canton, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life, offering you organic, chemical-free mouth, hair, and skin care and supplements, proudly made right here in USA. You can check them out at PrimalLifeOrganics.com. Your mouth is our mission. You smile, we smile with Primal Life. Pace kart still out there on the race course, holding up the rest of our drivers. Looks like we are going to bring the pace kart in just a moment. They're going to be out there another lap. Team Salem has made the exchange. They still sit in the number 4 position. They are 1 lap off of the overall. Team Talladega, they are 2 laps off of Team Low Current, but they have also made an exchange. But Team Low Current, you have to think that they're going to be making a pit very, very soon, as they are still running with their original driver, original kart. And last I seen, it was in the 20s of percentage range remaining. You can run them things all the way down, and they are communicating that with Jordan Johnson. He is currently sitting in 8th position overall in the 2023 Skip Barber Formula I Racing Series. So overall, nationwide, Jordan Johnson is a very talented driver behind the wheel, and he is showing it here e-kart racing for the first ever running of the 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed. Endurance kart racing, something new in this world. Never have brought this kind of event anywhere in the country, worldwide for a matter of the fact, as we have never been able to monitor the telemetry of these karts and see how they are doing in real time. Off camera, I do believe I see another driver in the paddock getting ready for his exchange. That is Zach Sudam in the paddock getting ready for Team Low Current's exchange. He's got to make sure that he's got his red hood. I do see him off camera. He is sitting off camera ready to go. We still have the yellow flag out there, so lucky dog penalties have been assessed. Looking back down here at the current lap counts, Team Low Current still leads Team High Voltage with Team Supersonics in 3rd, Team Salem in 4th, Team Talladega in 5th, Misfit Motors in 6th, with Team Full Focus back in 7th. Once again, well, thank you guys for all joining us here for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by FLBR Racing, Formula 4 race team from Cleveland, Ohio. We are back here for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, the endurance kart race, and looking down at the leaderboard, it continues to be Team High Voltage holding on to the overall race lead. And after the pits and everything has been assessed, Team Supersonic has worked their way into the overall number 2 position, as Team Low Current has taken their pit and they have fallen back to 5th on the race course. So they are a lap behind Team High Voltage and Team Supersonic, with Team Salem hanging on to 3rd, staying consistent. That is what experience can do for you. And looking back out there on the race course, there is a great battle shaping up between the orange Team High Voltage and the teams Misfit Motors battling side by side out there on the race course. The overall race leaders with Team Supersonics right there as well. Marshall Miller overtakes the orange kart. The orange kart team High Voltage is now nearly at a standstill, so I'm not sure what is going on with the orange kart. Team High Voltage is not quite with it now, as they are at a snail's pace, and that is going to be DJ Alessandrini behind the wheel. I'm not sure why that kart is in limp mode, but he is absolutely at a snail's pace right now, allowing Team Supersonic to take over the number 1 spot. And yeah, 25%, he has reached the threshold of capacity. So once you reach 25%, it puts you in limp mode. So that is why Team High Voltage has slowed their pace to a snail's crawl, and Alessandrini has suffered that extreme penalty of a slow kart. And there they come in, and it's going to be Steve Madden taking over the helm of the Team High Voltage. There you can see him applying his seat restraint, and he is back out there on the course. He's a go-kart enthusiast, and he's ready to spend a lot of time on the track during the 12-hour race, and we're going to see how long he can last, as we are about 47 minutes in, and we have seen 2 kart exchanges for Team High Voltage. So that is giving you about 22 minutes, 23 minutes per kart, and we have seen the second kart expire altogether. Allison Journey was the pilot during the expiring of Team High Voltage, so that is going to cause them to fall back to the number 5 position with Supersonics hanging on to the overall top spot as they're running consistent 25.7 second laps right there below the 26-second mark. Looking through the leaderboard once again, 100 laps completed. We have now broken the 100-lap barrier at 47 minutes and 10 seconds of competition. Team Salem in the number 2 spot. We now have Team Salem Wayne Nonamaker behind the helm. And we have another exchange coming in. There it is. Marshall Miller coming in, and we have next driver in the paddock. Is that Armand coming back in? Armand is coming back into the hot seat. So yeah, Armand was your initial driver for Team Supersonics. He takes a quick 20-minute breather, and he is back out there on the racetrack. So Armand is getting a lot of seat time early in the 12 Hours of Canton. We'll see how Armand can shape up as Supersonics going to give up that race lead to Team Salem. Team Salem now going to be in the number 1 spot. Coming from the 6th qualifying position, here we have the white team, Team Misfit Motors, coming into the pits. They're coming into the pit box, and they come to a complete stop. The hand goes up, and we do have a successful exchange for Team Misfit Motors. And it looks like, is that David Ponce coming into the hot seat? I believe that may be David Ponce coming into the hot seat for Team Misfit Motors. Might be Patrick Dittmar as well. Might be Patrick out there on the race course. We will find out if I get a better shot. But here we do have the brown team, Team Supersonics. Excuse me, Team Salem. They are just ahead of the dark blue team, Team Talladega. That is a battle for position on the track right now between brown and dark blue. And let's see if the experience of Wayne Nonamaker can hold off Team Talladega. Team Talladega behind the wheel. That's Tristan Hartong. Hartong battling with Wayne Nonamaker, and Hartong on the outside of Nonamaker. Nonamaker up the inside, going to hold the inside line, but there goes Tristan Hartong making the move with Team Talladega improving up to the number 2 position. So even after the exchange by Team Supersonic, the Cyan team, they still continue to be your overall race leaders, completing 106 laps now after 50 minutes of competition, with Team Talladega, the blue team, in second, with Team Salem, the brown team, in third. Looking down in the pits, does not look like we have anybody ready for an exchange yet. There we have Team Supersonics on screen. And it's Armand Deligny leading the way for Team Supersonics. Running those 26-second laps. That's pretty good lap times coming from Team Supersonics. And he now has a whole lot of clear real estate, does Armand. And he is going to try to put his head down and put a whole lot of time between him and Team Talladega, as Armand, he is going to be feeling the burn at this point in time. He's got the number 8 kart right now. Blue hood is what you're going to be looking for Armand. You can see him at the top part of your screen, and he is working his way into the center portion, leading the way over the blue Team Talladega. They are both on the same lap, about 5 seconds separate light blue from dark blue, with Team Talladega in the number 2 position, with Tristan Hartong making the move on Wayne Nonamaker. Nonamaker falling back to third for the 2-man Team Salem. That's going to be a tough team to balance. It's not going to be a tough team. It's going to be a tough team to balance. It's pretty much just going to be that, a balancing act for Team Salem, your third place runners currently. Right there on screen is Team Supersonic, Armand Deligny. Now there on screen, you got Wayne Nonamaker holding off the white Misfit Motors machines. Misfit Motors trying to go outside, inside on Wayne Nonamaker with Team Salem, as Misfit Motors trying to go side by side with the veteran, really putting the pressure on. Team Misfit Motors trying to decipher that driver. It's Andy Cook out there for Team Misfit Motors making the move on Wayne Nonamaker. That's just for track position. That is not for race position. They are not battling for overall race position, as Team Supersonics, Team Talladega, and Team Salem and Team Low Current now are on the same lap. Huge mishap for Team Full Focus and Misfit Motors, having some early race miscommunications and mishaps, as they are about 5 laps off of the pace. And now we do see Team Salem and Wayne Nonamaker coming into the paddock, and we have Will Nonamaker getting into the hot seat for Brown Team. Team Salem in the pits, and they are making their way out of the pits. So there goes Team Salem back out there on the race course. They have most definitely lost the number 3 position to Team Low Current. Supersonics with the light blue, the cyan-colored hoods out there all by themselves, but there on screen we have the dark blue Team Talladega driver. I believe that's Patrick Dittmar. Or to decipher, that was Tristan Hartong. Yeah, that's Hartong. Yeah, Tristan Hartong, excuse me, for Team Talladega. It is really hard to decipher small helmets on these individual drivers in their kart. So I'm doing the best I can. I can definitely I can definitely find out which team they're on. It's finding out which driver of which team it is. And that is Tristan Hartong for Team Talladega, running in the number 2 position ahead of Team Low Current. Look for the red hood at the top right-hand corner of your screen. Team Low Current running in the number 3 position at this time. Kicking things off for Team Low Current was Jordan Johnson. They have made a pit stop, and I believe they are running on their 2nd driver right now. So you got to be thinking that Team Low Current is going to be making a pit stop in the very near future. And I believe it's Zach Sudam still piloting Team Low Current, and they are back there in the number 3 position. Now on the lead lap, as is Supersonics and Talladega. So look for the Cyan team, Team Supersonics, all by themselves up at the top right-hand corner of your screen, working their way through the S-turns, holding off Team Talladega, the blue team, and Team Low Current. A little bit of a gap back to 3rd. About 10 seconds separate 2nd from 3rd out there on the race course. But if you toss in a lap rider, or excuse me, a lap driver there, I am calling these drivers riders once again. If you toss in a lap driver in the middle of some of these other drivers, that can bottleneck up some traffic, and all sorts of chaos can happen. Team High Voltage, the early hot runners in the field, had some not really mid-race, but early race mishaps, as they are 1 or 2 laps off of the competition, about 50 seconds off the pace, so they are about 2 laps off of Team Supersonic. Supersonic still hanging on to the overall race lead. About 5 seconds separates the light blue from the dark blue, with Team Talladega running in the number 2 spot currently, and Tristan Hartong still piloting Team Talladega's machine, with Armand Deligny piloting Team Supersonic. Team Low Current. Bunch of stickers on the side of the helmet. That's Zach Sudam. Driver number 2, kart number 2 for Team Low Current, running in the number 3 position. Right there you see him front and center on screen. He is going to be right behind the Team Misfit Motorsports machine, and he is behind some lap traffic Oh, we got a spin out for Tristan Hartong. Team Talladega spins out. He seems to be in limp mode, so Tristan Hartong is going to have to come in for a pit stop. Most definitely getting a look over his shoulder to see if he's got some clear real estate, and he's going to dive to the inside and come into the pit stop. Team Talladega going to be having an exchange, and there we have Team Talladega coming in camera. 4.25%, so yeah, he has totally expired the battery for Team Talladega, and now we have David Ponce. Yeah. No, Corey Ricker. One of the drivers for Team Talladega coming into the hot seat. I believe that's going to be Corey Ricker. Corey's karting experience only began last year, so he's only got less than 365 days behind the hot seat in one of these little e-karts, and he has been very competitive his whole life, not only racing, but in anything he does. And he finds himself pushing to beat other experienced top drivers on the track. Corey took third place in overall 2022 K1 Speed Canton GP League and second place overall in the 2022 K1 Speed Canton Inaugural Endurance League. So Corey Ricker for Team Talladega after that quick exchange loses a position, falls back to fourth. Nope, loses another one, falls back to fifth as Team High Voltage, the early hot runners, has picked up another spot, moving up to fourth. So Team High Voltage, the Orange Hoods, working themselves inside the top five. Team Supersonic, still the overall race leaders, working their way, trying to work their way past Team Talladega after that pit stop. So Armand Deligny, driver for Team Supersonic, trying to work his way past Corey Ricker for Team Talladega, just for track position. Deligny trying to maintain some clear real estate ahead of him so he can keep the distance equal between him and Team Low Current. Team Low Current working their way up into the number 2 spot. Here we have an all-white helmet coming into the pits. I believe that might be Jacob Andrew for Team High Voltage. Yeah, Team High Voltage getting ready for another pit stop. So your fourth place team on track, Team High Voltage getting ready for a pit stop, as we still have the battle on track between Team Talladega and Team Supersonic. Armand Deligny trying to make the move still on Corey Ricker for that track position. You can see that Armand is setting up Corey outside, sets him up on the inside, has the line down through the S-turns, and tries to set up once again. Armand all over Corey Ricker out there on the track for track position. That is a battle between your overall race leader and the driver in fifth, holding up your overall race leader. So you got to know that Team Talladega is holding up Armand, and there he is. Talladega letting by the overall race leader. Let's see if Team Talladega, let's see if Corey Ricker can learn the lines of the smooth man east of the Mississippi. Armand Deligny, the driver from Le Mans, France, running up front, and now has the overall race lead, as I believe we are on kart number 3 for Team Supersonics, and they continue to hold on to the overall number 1 spot. Armand just hitting all of the apexes. There we got a battle on the track between Team Low Current, second place, and Team Misfit Motors, seventh place. Green team in the pits. Team Full Focus in the pits for a pit stop. We have one of the drivers for Team Full Focus getting buckled in, and there we've got Team High Voltage in and out of the pits as well. So Team Full Focus coming in for an exchange. Savannah Weber coming out of the hot seat, and I did not catch the driver entering for Team Full Focus, but it was actually Mitch Shannon coming out of the driver's seat from Team Full Focus. So Savannah Weber just had a quick stint behind the wheel before she has been taken out. So Mitch Shannon just coming out of the hot seat for Team Full Focus, and looking for the green hood out there on the race course. They are back towards the tail end of the pack, 7th place, still putting in a great effort for Team Full Focus. There he is, the driver for Team Full Focus. That is going to be Kyle Weber. in the hot seat. He's been racing at K1 Speed Canton since January of 2021, so he's got about 2 years inside the building, and he's won several Boost Night races and is a regular here at Boost League races. He most enjoys racing with his family and his friends, and today Kyle is racing on the team with his family and his friends, and he hopes to take home the win with Team Full Focus. They're going to do some work. A team of Webbers with the green hood sitting back there in the number 7 spot. They are about 183 seconds off, and if I'm doing some quick math, that is about 6 laps off of the pace of Team Supersonics. And Team Supersonics, if we can get a readout on that battery, Armand has got to be pushing that thing to the limit, as Armand is running up front. He's only got about 16 seconds between Team Low Current and Team Low Current now coming in the pits for a pit stop. So the gap is going to increase as Zach Sudam is going to be coming out of the hot seat. And we've got Dylan Lees coming into the hot seat for Team Low Current. Lees from East Lansing, Michigan, making the trip down here to North Canton, Ohio today to race the 12 Hours of Canton. Not an event like this in the world. Dylan started racing karts by accident, really, on a rainy vacation day. Didn't have anything else to do on vacation, so they came to an indoor karting facility and immediately got the itch. And he's been racing league races ever since. He's here at his home track 3 times. Excuse me. He's the league champion at his home track 3 times. He's finished 12th out of 43 finalists at the 2022 AEKC, the American E-Karting Championship. So Dylan Lees has got some pretty good seat time behind the wheel, and he's going to be putting it forward here today. Team Low Current, the driver from East Lansing, Michigan, Dylan Lees, orange helmet, red hood. 4th place currently for Team Low Current. They're going to try to work their way back towards the front of the pack. They're about 3 laps off the pace as Team Supersonic continues to have the overall top spot over Team Salem. They have opened it up to about two laps now over Team Salem. As Armand Deligny, he's putting all his time in now. He's the defending GP Challenge champion and Boost League champion here at K1 Canton, Armand is, so he knows how to get around the track and get around it fast. He's got one of the smoothest lines, and you can see right there in the background, 25:08 is the fastest lap indoors. I don't know if we're going to get to that here today. Hot batteries, hot tires, hot track, all sorts of conditions. I'm not sure if we're going to get down to that 25:08 here today. Looking down at my timing and scoring, I've got about 25.8. It's about the fastest I see on my screen right now. It continues to be Supersonics over Salem with Talladega in 3rd. Team Talladega with the dark blue hoods. Right there he is, Team Talladega, right ahead of Team Low Current. Team Salem right there in front and center, sitting in 2nd place on the track. But you got to think that Team Salem, 3rd driver, we are back to Will Nonamaker in the hot seat for Team Salem. He's got to be feeling the burn, as we are about an hour and 5 minutes completed out of 12 hours of competition. So we are just over 1/12 of the way completed with today's event, as it continues to be Team Supersonics leading the way with Team Salem, the brown hoods, in 2nd. The dark blue hoods, Team Talladega, in 3rd. Team Low Current with the red hoods in 4th. The orange team, high voltage, in 5th. The white hoods with Team Misfit Motorsports in 6th. And Team Full Focus with the green hoods back there in the number 7 position. A lot of single file action out there on the track right now. dark blue and red is the only thing I see on the track battling, and that is a battle for position for the top three. A battle continues between Team Talladega and Team Low Current. Right there they are. They are passing by screen as Low Current all over the rear bumper of Team Talladega, trying to break into the top three. Team Low Current all over Team Talladega, trying to break their way back inside the top three. Is your number one qualifier, Team Low Current. We have Dylan Lees sitting in fourth place with Team Low Current, trying to make the move on Team Talladega. Corey Ricker out there on the race course for Team Talladega, still hanging on to the number 3 spot. There's about 10 seconds separating second from third, mind you. So if this battle for the number 3 spot can push, they can reel in Team Salem and make it a 3-way battle for second. And right there on screen is the battle for the number 3 spot on track currently. They both have 144 laps completed for Team Talladega and Team Low Current. And Talladega in third with Corey Ricker behind the wheel, just ahead of Team Low Current with Dylan Lees behind the wheel. Lees all over the rear fender of Ricker into the pit lane turn. Both drivers still deciding to stay on track, completing another lap. Looking back down at timing and scoring, it is still about 10, 11 seconds from second to third. So the gap continues between Team Talladega and Team Salem. The gap between first and second is about 2 laps. So Team Supersonics, oh, we got a bump. Team Low Current gets in the rear of Team Talladega. So Team Low Current getting a little bit aggressive to try to break inside the top 3 as they're making their way over the start-finish line once again, battling for the number 3 spot. Dylan Lees trying to make the move on Corey Ricker. Now I can't answer this question. How fresh is each one of those karts? I do not know. The battle continues for the number 3 spot as Dylan Lees for Team Low Current all over Team Talladega with Corey Ricker behind the wheel, sitting in the number 3 spot. Kart number the battle for third continues. We're going to take a moment. I want to thank you guys. Primal Life, offering you organic, chemical-free mouth, hair, and skincare supplements proudly made right here in the USA. Your mouth is our mission, Primal Life. All right, we are back, and an hour and a half completed, and we still have Team Supersonics, the Cyan team, holding on to the overall race lead. They have about 3 laps over Team Salem, sitting in the number 2 spot, neck and neck with Team High Voltage with the orange hoods on the same lap, as well as Team Talladega back there in 4th with 198 laps completed with Team Low Current also neck and neck for that number 2 spot. So it is a 5-team battle over the number 2 position. These drivers all separated within 15 seconds or so out there on the race course. So that is a great battle between Team Salem with brown, Team High Voltage with orange, Team Talladega with blue, Team Low Current with red, all battling out there on the race course for the number 2 position. Now we have Team Cyan coming in, Team Supersonic. I believe that is Marshall Miller coming in from his second stint out there on the race course. And yeah, Marshall coming in. He was in the number 4 kart. Now we have Armand going back out for his second stint. So we have Armand and Marshall both going back out for 2 stints for Team Supersonic. And looking at the timing and scoring, looks like with that advantage, Team Supersonic really efficient with their exchanges. as Armand getting back in the hot seat and back underway. He has lost nearly no time to the rest of his competition as Team Salem still hangs on to second with about 8 seconds over Team High Voltage back in third. Look for Team High Voltage to put in a couple of hot laps as they were one of the hot runners early in this race. Led a few laps, fell back a little bit, and now they sit in the number 3 position. But you got to wonder about Team Low Current back there in 5th currently. They were your number 1 qualifiers coming into this event, and they now sit in the number 5 spot on the track. They have completed 202 laps versus Team Supersonics 205, but not only have they completed 202 laps, so has 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on the track. So Team Low Current, they can make a 3-pass swing in a hurry. Team Low Current right there on screen. I believe that is Zach Sudam back out there for the red team. There is a battle between Team High Voltage and Team Talladega developing on the track. Team High Voltage has DJ Alessandrini holding on to the number 3 position over Team Talladega. Team Talladega with the all-black helmet. I believe that may be David Ponce. Yeah, David Ponce battling with DJ Alessandrini over the number 3 position on the track. These two drivers are separated by nothing. Plastic is what separates these two drivers, as that is all that you can see coming across the start-finish line is bumper to bumper between the orange High Voltage and the blue Team Talladega team sitting in 3rd and 4th on the race course. They are a little bit behind Team Salem sitting in 2nd and a little bit ahead of Team Low Current in 5th. And there is the battle still for the number 3 position, and David Ponce has made DJ Alessandrini crack and has taken over the number 3 spot for Team Talladega on the number 12 kart. Pretty fresh kart for Team Talladega. Team Salem still running in the number 2 spot. Team Salem on the number 22 kart has about 54% left in their battery pack, and it currently is Wayne Nonamaker with the helm for Team Salem sitting in 2nd. So he's got a pretty good ride in the number 2 spot. Team Talladega on the number 12 kart sits with about 58% battery capacity remaining, so he is still sitting with a pretty good kart. And Team High Voltage with the number 13 machine has about 81%. So a hot kart coming for Team High Voltage in the number 4 spot. He's going to look to pick off Team Talladega and Team Salem from them making pit stops. And we have Jeremy Briner out there on the track, I believe, for Misfit Motorsports. The band of Misfits coming together, maybe never have met each other before today, and they are all coming together to race for Team Misfit Motorsports, and they sit in the number 6 position with a slight advantage over Team Full Focus, and that is the battle on the track between Team Full Focus. And with the helm for Team Full Focus is the young driver, Mason Tucker. He's been racing since 2012, and you may have seen it off camera, or excuse me, during commercial break, the little thing sitting next to the fence. That's a booster seat, as Mason Tucker, he's a little bit shorter of stature. He's a young guy, and he is the indoor track junior kart time holder. Fastest time holder for the junior karts around the K1 Speed Canton circuit, and he has a couple of hot lines, and he is on the rear fender of Jeremy Briner for the number 6 position. They're a couple of laps off the pace, but that is still a great battle as they are holding up Nonamaker, and they are just behind Team High Voltage with the orange hood. Team High Voltage out there on the track with the number 7 kart. And Mason Tucker's done it. Mason Tucker, the young driver for Team Full Focus, has made the move on Team Misfit Motorsports to take over the number 6 position. So great drive for the young driver with the green hood. Mason Tucker right there, he is. Booster seat and all. He is full leg extension to reach the gas, the E, to reach the power all the way down. And now we've got Team Misfit Motorsports coming in. The number 21 kart going to make a quick exchange as Jeremy Briner coming out of the kart. And now we have another driver entering for Team Misfit Motorsports. And I believe that might be Derek Jones coming into the hot seat. And oh no, just getting the announcer's curse. Mason Tucker spins out and he gets that kart right to the right direction just ahead of the red kart, Team Low Current, sitting in the number 4 spot. And back down here for timing and scoring, it is still Supersonics with a 2-lap edge over Team Salem in second with the brown hoods. Team Talladega with the blue, dark blue, purple hoods sitting in third over Team Low Current back in fourth. Team High Voltage has lost a lap to the rest of their competition. They're a little bit off the pace of the top 4, with Team Full Focus and Misfit Motorsports still running in 6th and 7th respectively. But Supersonics with Armand still out there. Second stint on the track for Armand. Team Salem, the number 22 kart. Let's check its health. As last time I checked, it was in the mid-50s, and now they're driving it pretty easy. Now they're down to 42% remaining for Team Salem, your second place driver. Team Talladega on the number 12 kart has 47% remaining. Team Supersonic with the number 35 kart has approximately 80% remaining, so a hot kart for your race leader, Team Supersonic. They're looking to stay out there for a very long time. They have a smooth line around the circuit, and they're putting some of their best feet forward with Armand and Marshall running the first couple of stints for Team Supersonic, putting them with a huge lead over the rest of the field, about a 2-3 lap gap over Team Talladega, making the move on Team Salem. I did not catch that on screen. I just caught that via timing and scoring. Team Talladega has made the move on Team Salem to take over second. Now Team Talladega trying to pull away from the rest of the field as the battle continues between Team Full Focus and Misfit Motorsports. A lap separates Full Focus and Misfit Motorsports now. They may be next to each other on the track, but they are a lap separated. White driver having some serious difficulties. Derek Jones, I believe, with Team Misfit Motorsports, is not driving that kart to its fullest potential. It seems to be very, very slow compared to the rest of the competition. So the driver for Misfit Motorsports with the number 5 kart not having a very good run of it. He's got a pretty fresh machine, so it should not be a technical difficulty. Not really sure what's going on for for the white team, Team Misfit Motorsports, as they are now at the tail end of the pack and losing a lot of ground, and a lot of ground fast, as they have just let a lot of drivers by, and they have resumed at the tail end of that pack, trying to regain momentum. Team Supersonics still with 3 laps over Talladega. Salem in third, Low Current in fourth. So there they are. That's the battle on screen I'm looking for. The brown team and the red team. Team Salem and Team Low Current, both with 222 laps completed after an hour and 42 minutes of racing. Team Salem leaves the door open wide, allowing the Team Low Current driver to sneak up the inside and make the move. I believe that's Zach Sudam taking the helm once again for Team Low Current, as he has made the move on the driver for Team Salem, Wayne Nonamaker, falling back to the number 4 spot on track. Wow. Zach Sudam putting in a couple of heaters as he has already put a lot of kart lengths between him and the rest of the drivers that he was once battling with a moment ago. As Zach Sudam has got some clear real estate ahead of him and behind him, running in the number 4 position. Running in the number 4 position for Team Low Current. And now we've got Team Salem coming into the paddock, coming into the pit stalls. Team Salem, Wayne Nonamaker entering the pits, and Will Nonamaker making his way onto the race course in just a moment. He is fastening his seat belts, and he is away. Will Nonamaker making his way back on the race course. So Team Salem going to lose a position as a result of that pit stop. It continues to be Talladega, though, in the number 2 spot. Dark blue hoods. David Ponce still piloting Team Talladega with the dark blue hoods in the number 2 position. There he is, just coming in screen. The battle on track, though, that is a great battle between the Misfit Motorsports driver, the Team Supersonics driver. Team Supersonics got Armand behind the wheel, so Armand is going to be driving consistent, clean laps to maintain charge and keep that thing with as many volts as possible. He's got about a 3-lap gap over the rest of the field. So let's see if he can maintain that. Team Low Current moving up to the number 3 spot after Team Salem comes into the pits. They lose a couple of spots as Team High Voltage has now taken over the number 4 spot with the number 7 kart. So Team High Voltage making their way back up towards the front of the field with their machine now holding 77% left in the battery for Team High Voltage. So they've got a pretty fresh machine in the number 4 spot, trying to work their way back towards the front of the pack. 227 laps completed, 228 laps completed now, so they're a little bit behind Low Current and Talladega, sitting in 3rd and 2nd. With Talladega, the number 12 machine, as of just a moment ago, they only have 33% remaining, so Team Talladega is going to have to come in for a pit stop in just a moment. They are communicating that back with their driver on track, and you have to know that David Ponce is going to be coming in for a pit in just a moment. Who is going to be coming into the hot seat for Team Talladega? I believe that is Katie Wise getting all strapped up. And yes, it is Katie Wise down in the pits, getting ready to come on track for Team Talladega. As you can see, the blue hood making their way around the track, holding off the green hooded Mason Tucker, still navigating in the number 6 position, a couple of laps off the pace. But again, as of just a couple of moments ago, the blue team, Team Talladega, they only had about 33% left in their battery pack, and it is going down and going down fast, as now it has dropped to 30% remaining for Team Talladega. They are communicating that back with him in the driver's seat. As you can see, Katie Wise down here in the pits getting prepared to head out there on the race course. Got another pit getting ready, a pit stop getting ready to happen as well. Still driving that blue machine for Team Talladega is David Ponce. Still clicking off another lap. As of last time around, Team Talladega holds off Team Low Current for 2nd and 3rd. And as of a moment ago, 27% remains for Team Talladega, and Team Low Current has about 50% remaining. So Low Current has a lot more time out there on the track, and there he comes in. Katie Wise putting the hood on the machine for Team Talladega. She is getting all strapped up behind the wheel, and Katie Wise, a mother of 3 kids, 29 years of age, got kids of 11, 8, and 1. She's a 2012 graduate of Timken High School, and she is a server at Lucia's Steakhouse. And she picked up karting as a hobby with her dad. and she is really, really enjoying it. And she is representing Team Talladega here today, and you can see her making her way out there on the track, completing a couple of laps as David Ponce coming off the track, getting some high fives from the rest of his teammates. Great run for Team Talladega for David Ponce. So now they have lost a position as Team Low Current has taken over the number 2 spot, and there you see your Low Current driver out there on the track. That is going to be Nate Groh. Nate Groh started karting in 2018 with High Voltage, and he's a 2-time league champion at High Voltage and has won many of their special events as well as a few league nights here at K1 in Canton. Nate runs track days in a prepped Porsche 944, so he's not only good behind karts wheels, he's good behind the full-size car wheels as well, and is looking forward to get into vintage Formula V Series with a 1965 Bob C. Vanguard. So Nate Groh now piloting Team Low Current, and he is clicking off laps in the number 2 spot, only 2 laps off the pace of Team Supersonic, and I just seen another green hooded driver down in the pits getting ready to come on the track. We got Victor down in the pits getting ready to come on the track. He races often here at K1 Speed Canton, enjoys being competitive with races and races with his family and friends. So Victor in the pits getting ready to come on the track for Team Full Focus. We will see Mason Tucker make his way into the pits momentarily. And as far as out there on the track, it continues to be Team Supersonic with the number 35 kart holding on to the overall race lead in the number 35 kart, checking the telemetry, has about 53% left in the cells for the number 53 machine, and they are discharging at a pretty significant rate for the number 35 machine as they are running pretty good laps. They're running that kart pretty hot, is Team Supersonics, as they have a 3-lap advantage over Low Current in second, Talladega in third, High Voltage in fourth. Salem has fallen back to fifth as a result of that exchange. They are about 7 seconds off of High Voltage. Separating Talladega from High Voltage is about 10 seconds, and separating Low Current from Talladega, second from third, is about a lap. So the battle on the track now is for third place on the track, as Team Low Current has kind of separated themselves from the rest of the field as they've opened up a pretty sizable advantage over Team Talladega back there in third with High Voltage in fourth. You can see Victor down in the pits. He's ready to go. He's ready to go. He's just waiting to see when Mason Tucker will enter the pits. And now you can see on screen Team Low Current, Nate Groh, all over the rear bumper of Team Talladega's Katie Wise. Katie Wise seems to be holding up Team Low Current. Current running in the number 2 spot on the track. Talladega running in the number 3 spot on the track. So as long as Katie Wise can stay ahead of Nate Groh, she will hang on to that spot. And Katie Wise back up the inside and shuts the door, and they come side by side. And whoa, really aggressive driving. And Team Low Current, Nate Groh, he's going to take the big mishap from Katie Wise right there on screen. And Katie Wise not going to be very happy as a result. She was driving very aggressive and very defensive, not wanting to give up that position, as that was not for position as far as the race is concerned, as there's a lap separating Low Current from Talladega. But if Talladega could have stayed ahead of Low Current, it would have been down to a pit stop, and that would have been an exchange right there. So now we've got Supersonics running behind that battle, and we've got an exchange down in the pits as Team Misfit Motorsports coming into the pits. We've got Chris Locke coming into the hot seat for Team Misfit Motorsports Racing. He's a North Canton, Ohio native, and he races here at K1 as often as he can. He's an avid motorsports enthusiast from a young age. Chris started his racing career on 2 wheels, racing motocross. I thought that name was familiar, racing motocross. And there you can see a big old gash from Chris Locke's left humerus probably a motocross-related injury for the driver getting ready to head out there on the race course. He raced motocross regionally in various championships, and after starting a family, Chris hung up one helmet for another and started karting. I'm not far off you there, Chris, as I just had a couple of children of my own, and I have slowed down my two-wheel escapades. So Chris Locke now joining the race course for Team Misfit Motorsports. He's going to try to put some heat in those tires and work some time off of the rest of the competition. He is now about 5 laps off of Team Full Focus, which is in 6th. So Team Misfit Motors, they're just out here for the fun of it at this point in time, sitting in the number 7 spot. Red is slowed down. Team Low Current, Nate Groh behind the wheel for Team Low Current. That is the number 20 kart. And as of just a couple of moments ago, the number 20 kart had 35% remaining. He has pushed a lot of volts out of that kart fast. So that is why the number 20 machine is coming into the pits. He ran that thing hard, and he ran it hard fast, and that pretty much overheated the number 20 kart. So that is why he has to come into the pits. So we are monitoring everything, not only how much battery capacity is left in these karts, but how hard they are running them. How hard they are running them is how hot the batteries get. The hotter the batteries get, the more they will discharge, and they will go into limp mode. And that we just seen that happen for Team Low Current. They were sitting in the number 2 position. So just like that, going into limp mode puts you from 2nd all the way back to 5th. It's 4 laps now for Supersonics as Armand. He's got this thing. Armand is just clicking off laps, but there we've got our red kart driver back out there on the track running for Team Low Current. Trying to decipher which driver that is. We've already had Dylan out there. We've had Nate out there. We've had Zach out there. I wonder if we've got John Hammett on the track for Team Low Current. And it is John Hammett joining us on the track for the first time for Team Low Current. So we have gone through the full exchange of drivers for the red team. And he started racing OTL karts in 2016 and is all the time on the leaderboard of the races at a high voltage. Over 1,000 number of races at high voltage. And he's on a 3-time league championship and 2-time endurance race champion at high voltage. So he's got a lot of time behind the wheel at high voltage. We'll see how much time that means here at K1 Speed in Canton. Coming into the pits, we got the green team, Team Full Focus. We've got Victor coming on to the track now for Team Full Focus. So he is making his premier debut on the circuit for the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life. And FLBR Racing helping us out. Looks like we have got another exchange getting ready down in the pits. Looks like Rachel Hart getting ready to come on track for Team Supersonics. She mounts the hood for Team Supersonics. She jumps in the cart. She grabs her seatbelt. So Team Supersonics with about a 4-lap advantage now coming in and out of the pits. Rachel Hart. Thank you, Mason Tucker, coming off the track, giving our camera a nice wave right there. Rachel Hart now making her premier debut for Team Supersonics. It has been pretty much Armand and Marshall up to this point. So we'll see how well Rachel can hold the candle for the light blue, the Cyan team. Rachel's been racing electric karts for over 3 years and has been racing some form of motorsports or another since she was 8 years old. And like I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, I've been announcing motocross for 12 years or so, and Rachel Hart is a familiar name in the motocross community. So she's got many accomplishments to her accolades, including the outdoor lap record holder. She is a K1 Speed National qualifier for the 2023 season. She is 3rd K1 Speed Endurance League in 2022 and third league in high voltage karting in 2022. So she's got some experience behind the wheel of an E-machine, and she is going to be showing it now in the Team Supersonics machine. Still holding on to the overall race lead over Team Talladega. Looking for some battles out there on the track, and it's pretty well single file now, as there's not a lot of action between teams on tracks, as 6 seconds separate Salem from high voltage. Now we've got a battle between Team Low Current and Team Talladega battling. Team Low Current trying to make the move on Team Talladega to try to work their way back towards the front of the pack after Low Current had some earlier race mistakes. And we are nearing the 2-hour mark for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton endurance race here at K1 Speed. And it continues to be Cyan Team Supersonics, completing 263 laps over Team Talladega's 259 laps in second. They have the Blue Hoods. Brown Hoods Team Salem running in third place with 259 laps completed over Team High Voltage, completing 259 laps as well. They are separated by about 6 seconds. And yeah, we have just had an exchange. Team Salem coming in the pits, and Team High Voltage has taken over the number 3 spot. So that has been an exchange now, as Team High Voltage with the orange hoods coming in the pits. No, they're drive-through penalty for Team High Voltage. I just got that off camera, so Team High Voltage has just been assessed a penalty, so they have lost some position. So huge mistake for Team High Voltage, allowing some more breathing room for Team Salem. And we'll be back in just a few moments with the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life and FLBR Racing. And we are back, and we are under a planned caution, as we did have some technical difficulties on the karting end of things. So we are under a planned caution. We have assessed all of the penalties up to this point, and we are allowing a couple of lucky dog penalties to recover a couple of lost laps, and they are being led out there by the pace car, the official pace car of the first ever 12 Hours of Canton. And I am joined up here in the box with James.
Hey.
What's going on?
Well, we're finally a couple hours into this and trying to get all the bugs worked out, but we're making some progress finally, so happy to have some karts on track even after 2 hours.
And it's been a great event up to this point. I mean, we've had some technical difficulties up in the broadcasting portion of it, but as far as the karting aspect of it, it's been great racing up to this point.
Boy, these drivers, I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but they are definitely taking it very seriously, and we certainly appreciate that, because that's one of our goals here at K1 Speed Canton, is we love racers. We love the challenge. Obviously, we're a Rive and Drive facility, so people can come and drive these karts any day, but to see the racers out there in such a competitive environment is just brings pleasure to me.
So what is your background in racing personally then?
So I've just been involved as a spectator. I haven't driven a lot. I've done some driver training courses. I've done some BMW schools, that kind of stuff, but just been an avid racer fan myself, really.
That's awesome.
I got involved in karting, actually at high voltage karting. So the guys that are here are guys that I used to race against, and kind of wet my feet there. And then the opportunity came to open this facility, took advantage of it.
And they are currently being led out there on the race course by a high voltage member. They're getting the lucky dog penalty, so they are getting a lap back, I believe. The current leader on the race course is Team Supersonic, the Cyan team out there, and I believe it is still Rachel Hart. And yes, it is still Rachel Hart, the representative for Team Supersonic, and they have the overall race lead by a couple of lap margin at this point in time.
Yeah, we like to refer to them as the Excel team. They are very analytical in their driving and their skill set, and we certainly appreciate their A-brain mentality. So, even though they're called Supersonic, we like to refer to them as Team Excel.
And Team High Voltage, like you mentioned, you have a good bit of competition yourself against a lot of those drivers, and they have a lot of seat time at their own facility, so they've got some seat time.
Absolutely. Yeah, guys like Nate and Jordan and John are all guys that I used to compete with, so it's good to have them here and good to see them competitive in the series.
And sitting currently in third place in the standings with 318 laps completed after about 2.5 hours of competition, we've got Team Talladega, and yeah, they sit in the number 3 spot. So do you have any... Oh!
Whoa.
I'm not sure what just happened there. Some chaos out there on the race course, so...
Yeah, something happened with the passing, apparently.
Not real sure. But we are currently under caution, so it should not be any serious penalties assessed due to that. But Team Talladega sitting in number 3 spot in the standings. They are on the same lap as Team High Voltage, so there is a passing opportunity available in the future.
Yeah, just trying to get these guys unlapped so we can get them back to where they belong. We had some kart issues, and we'd like to make this particular race about keeping the equipment out as much as possible. And in these particular instances, because of the failures, we'd like to get them back on the laps. So,
totally understandable. Team Sailing is consisting of only a 2-man team, and they are a team of veterans. So
I have no idea how these guys are going to do it for 12 hours, but we know that they are veterans. They've been on the racetrack for a lot of hours. In fact, they made the comment to me that they like being here just to train for the future endeavors. Keep the mindset fresh.
That's great. And with just a team of 2 members, they are sitting very competitive in the number 4 spot overall on the track. They are 1 lap off the 2 teams just ahead and 4 laps overall off of Team Supersonic. Team Low Current, the hot team coming into this event with the number 1 qualifying time, has slipped up quite a bit and fallen back to the number 5 spot on the track. The Red Hooded team, Team Low Current, they are consisting of quite a few fast drivers.
Yeah, for sure. As we try to make sure that these guys get back on the lead, we're waiting for the signal for the pace car to roll off as soon as possible. But while we're under caution, it is worth mentioning that overall it's not bad for these karts to run their caution, because one of the things that we're going to be dealing with in 12 hours is just going to be heat, like you've already mentioned. So temperatures are a concern with batteries and battery packs, and we are definitely stressing them to their limit. So while the teams may not like yellows, as far as the equipment standpoint, they kind of are important in a 12-hour race.
So for the 12 Hours of Canton, like this type of an event, does this put any more of an overall battery fatigue versus being open for a standard day of business?
It does a little bit. So obviously, when we're running normal business operations, the cars are always under charge or discharge conditions, and that's what we've used to gauge whether this event can be successful or not. But keep in mind that the stresses on them are just a little higher because it's not public drivers. It's just professional drivers that are pushing the limits all the time. So that's the additional added load there.
So we are still under caution, trying to assess all of the penalties and make sure all of the drivers are on the correct laps. Team Supersonic with the cyan hoods leading the pack, with Team High Voltage with the orange hoods still in second. Team Talladega with the blue, dark blue, purplish hoods in the number 3 spot overall in the standings. Team Sailing with the brown hoods still in 4th place in the standings, with Team Low Current back in 5th. Team Full Focus, a team pretty much fully comprised of family members, sitting inside or just outside of the top 5 and just ahead of Team Misfit Motors, the comprised Misfits.
And this is not an easy task for race control to do. They're sorting all the cars out right now. It's hard to, control the speeds that we need to keep under pace car conditions, but it's also difficult to get the cars to respond to full speed so that you can get them a lap up. So race control is doing the best they can right now to communicate with the drivers. We're really thankful they implemented a radio strategy, because without those, the teams would have absolutely no idea what's going on, versus having a little bit of inclination of what's going on right now.
So all teams are equipped with 1 handheld radio and 2 headset radios, 1 for the driver on the track currently and 1 for the driver entering the track in just a few moments. So
right, yeah, the team communication was kind of up to them and what solution they want to use, but as far as the race control radio, that is mandated by the event. So
there you can see a little bit of the pit.
Mason that just went by, so I knew we were probably going to get to him eventually, but Mason, the Mighty Might, he is a strong driver for sure. We enjoy having him in the series. This is our youngest veteran, if we can use the word veteran.
So how old do you know? Do you know how old Mason is off the top of your head?
I forget. Do we have it in his bio?
He's got to be in a middle school age, as he is a junior kart racer, as well as he can shoehorn himself into one of these full size.
Yeah, he's actually the perfect height for that. So he can compete in the junior league with our junior karts, but he can also slip into an adult as well, which makes it even more fun to see people's reactions on the track when they have him pass him.
Right, get passed by the little guy. There we have Miss Spit Motorsports getting a lap back as well, so they are going to be moving up to 320 laps completed versus the rest of the fields, 321, 322, and rest of the field. Shout out Team Supersonics, got 328 completed. I am number 328. That's my motocross number.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you caught up on Chris Locke's motocross injury. Speaking of you guys having similar backgrounds, and that actually is the case for him. So it's interesting to see him be able to put up with that, injury while he drives these karts that have no power steering whatsoever.
Father's Day last year, I was at Malvern Motocross just racing a race, and I happened to have an unfortunate get off there at the tail end of the day. Went over the handlebars, broke my collarbone, had to have surgery, plate and 6 screws, and I haven't raced a motocross race since. So I've raced my little pit bike here and there, so I really feel for Chris, and for sure. I know where he's coming from, and I can see where I'm going.
Yeah, sure. And he hangs in there too, man. He can still drive a go-kart like anybody else, but that's why I prefer to stick to 4 wheels. You 2-wheel guys, I don't know how you do it, but
I can't get it out of me. I have an event coming up in a couple of weeks. I'm really itching to get my bike prepared for as well. So
you'll still be back in the game here shortly.
Yeah.
Good,
I can't get it out.
Good.
Shout to, as well as Corey Salerno and Rachel Hart, as they are kind of the ones that gave you guys my name as somebody to talk on the microphone. I'm glad to be here. They are motocross racers as well.
Yeah, what a pleasure to have you guys. Because a live stream like this can be pretty boring if you don't have anybody telling you what's going on. It's just a bunch of cars going around the track. So
I'm doing the best I can. I'm a 2-wheel guy.
Doing a great job with it. We appreciate it.
So we are still assessing penalties, it appears.
We're getting everybody unlapped, trying to get them on the lead.
Pace
car's going to go in.
Pace kart is in. We have Team Supersonics with 330 laps completed. They have the overall race lead over Team High Voltage, 328. Team Talladega, Team Salem is 1 lap off of the mark, and they are right there between a couple of lap competitors that are on the same lap. So Team Salem might be being a little bit of an iron in the fire right now. Got a spin out.
Forces her through the pit entrance, which is going to slow her back down to speed 2. She's going to force pit.
That is unfortunate for Rachel. Did not see that coming at all. She gets a bump, and she has to come in the pits. And I do not believe we're going to have a exchange for Team Supersonics. So she is going to go right through the midfield. And wow, total chaos for Team Supersonics, as we have Team High Voltage coming in the pits as well. We've got DJ Alessandrini coming in the pits. I'm not sure who is going to be taking the hot seat for Team High Voltage as well, but he comes in the pits. Looks like they may have a penalty.
He's going to get a drive-through, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the drive-through penalties are assessed on the next driver. So they are going to go ahead and exchange. They're going to park that car. They need another team member to hop into another car. And then when that car goes out on track, they'll have to serve the drive-through.
Okay.
So an interesting way about the go-karts and how they lay out with the whole driver swap.
I did not see who the driver that was taking over for Team Supersonics is. Looks like it is Corey Salerno taking over the helm for Team Supersonics. I did see a yellow helmeted, cyan hooded kart out there.
Yeah, we call it cyan officially, right?
Officially unofficial.
Yeah.
It's light blue.
Used to be a light blue, but now it's cyan.
And Supersonics still lead after that spin out and Rachel Hart's pit. I don't know if that was planned or unplanned, but she does come in the pits, whether 1 and 2 or not, and they still maintain a 2-lap advantage over Team Talladega, which is battling with Team Salem, as you can see just there in the corner of the screen. There's Salerno with Team Supersonics still up front, and the drive-through penalty is being assessed.
Yeah, now he should stay over to driver's right on this. Yep, stay driver's right, and to make sure he goes through all the way through the pits. He does not need to stop. There are timing beacons on the entry and the exit to the pit lane. You'll see him exit right here. That'll automatically kick the car back up to speed 4 and get him back under race pace.
Awesome. So it's kind of automatic. They don't need to do any adjustments with their right foot. They can just keep it planted the whole time.
It is, yeah. And we're really happy. Our vendor, Kart One, was able to help us with that, get it situated so that we try to take some of the track operator functions out of that. On normal operations, we would have somebody pressing a remote control button, and that would slow the car down. So in this case, we have an electronic timing beacon across the back. It triggers, puts the car down in what we call speed 2, which is a limited speed, and then it's just the reverse operation on the exit of the pits as well.
Now, I have been announcing quite a few times the Boost League. I have been hearing these karts are running in speed setting 4.
Yeah, we actually call it a 4 plus or a 5.
Okay.
And that enables the boost button on the car. So for anybody who's shown up to do a ride and drive, they always ask us, what's the boost button do? Well, you have to come on the Boost League night. We only do it on certain days. And basically, now that's programmable, but the way it's set up right now is it gives you a 15% increase on the acceleration of the throttle.
Okay.
Oh, there's a spin.
Whoa, huge chaos for the green team, Team Full Focus, getting spun out. I did not catch the current driver, and they're making their way right back up the inside. And trying to...
Oh, we're going to hit him again.
Wow, some serious aggressive driving coming from Team Misfit Motorsports and Team Full Focus. Team Low Current's right there in the middle of it. I'm not sure if they're being in this as well. But
Zach's going to give him a little bit of a nudge coming through 5. He's going to get bumped again.
Zach Sudan, the current driver for Low Current. He has the advantage in that little group. The white team, Team Misfit Motorsports, is being driven by, what's that, Cam Vanderhorst, I believe is the current driver of that kart for Misfit Motorsports. And they are still at the tail end of the field. They are 1 lap off of Team Full Focus. So that is really, that's why they're being aggressive. That is really going to be for overall track position in the end of it. I believe Team Full Focus has Savannah Weber out there on the race course for the green team, and they're losing a little bit of time.
That car goes sideways as well.
Still have Supersonics with the 2-3 lap advantage over Talladega, with Salem still running in that number 3 position, and that is the battle to look for on the track, as they are pretty much on the same lap as Team High Voltage with about 10 seconds separating them. A lot of individual kart-to-kart battles on track. But as far as positional battles, Salem and High Voltage is the one to watch. But pit stops. Anything can happen from those pit stops.
Yeah, a little bit because of that restart, as the yellow breeds some extra competition out there as people are bumper to bumper.
DJ Alessandrini all over Savannah Weber, battling for track position. Team High Voltage and Team Full Focus really duking it out. The whole High Voltage driver trying to make it past the Full Focus driver, coming into, what is the name of some of these turns?
So that one would have been just turn 5 right there, and I was going to say that was one of the typical passing areas that people will try to go down on the inside. I would say turn 1, which they're going through right now, and turn 5 at the back of the track are the 2 primary areas where you have the most high speed coming in, and you have that opportunity to maybe take a look on the driver in front. She's holding that position really hard, though. See if he takes a look on the inside of this one again.
Gives her a little bit of a bump and runs her wide.
Going to be able to get past her on that one.
Yep, runs her wide where she had nowhere to go. Savannah Weber had nowhere to go but to hit the brakes and allow DJ Alessandrini to make the move by. Again, that's not really a battle for position as far as the field is concerned. That's just a battle on the track between karts to karts, trying to work their way towards the front.
Now that corner they just went through is turn 4, and that's the tempting one. A lot of drivers like to see a window in turn 4 and take advantage of it. When I'm doing driver training, I always tell people, don't take the bait. Yeah, you could pull it off, but it's a tough one to pull off a pass in turn 4. You're better off waiting till 5, where you can get a little bit more of a straightaway speed.
Right, I can see that, because once the door gets shut, you have nowhere to go except for to hit the brakes.
Yeah, and you end up on the wrong side of the track when you come through the exit of that one, and it just puts you in a really bad spot to go through 5, and it's just so tempting. You see that spot, you just want to run for it.
Do you know who is the current indoor lap holder?
Yeah, he's actually Zach, who's on track at the moment, right? He's for low voltage, or low current, sorry. His 25.08 is still the current track
Zach
record.
Sudam?
Yep, for indoor. He set
Excellent.
that one several months ago, I think back in November.
So right there, he is on screen. He is the current lap record holder for K1 Speed Canton.
Here's the thing that's frustrating about watching Zach is it's almost boring. He's so quick. Like, he knows how to control that cart, and he knows every twitch of that steering wheel, that if you watch him, you think that he's going slow, but he's actually one of the fastest guys out there.
And he is reeling in the Brown team, Team Sale, and Wayne Nonamaker is sitting just ahead of Team Low Current. All of these are electrical-based names, so they're always going to be ones that we're going to miss up a little bit.
I asked the team Low Current if that was a little jab at high voltage, and they just smiled at me. So I think that meant something.
A little bit, I would say. And
A little juxtaposed.
while Zach has reeled in Wayne Nonamaker already and putting the pressure on the veteran, IMSA Challenge champions, multiple time IMSA Challenge champions, the Nonamakers are for Team Sailing, and the door is starting to open up, and there you can see Zach.
Yep, there's that trial of turn 4, but he's going to wait. He's so patient. Now he's going to go on the inside of 5.
Right there it is. Shuts the door on Nonamaker, making the move. And again, that is for position on the track between karts to karts that puts Low Current a little bit further up towards the front to try to maybe break into that top 3. I mean, we're about 3 hours into this at this point in time. 2 hours and 43 minutes and 15 seconds from now, we will be, at that time.
Yeah, and huge shout out so far to the K1 Speed crew. They are working their tails off down there in the pits. So one of the things we talked about with battery and temperature is something they've had to add to their responsibilities this weekend, and that is that they've got to put fans on these batteries. So because the batteries heat up so much on track from the current draw, the next worst thing that we do to them is we put them in the pits and we charge them. So
Right.
Nothing worse than adding heat on top of heat on top of heat. So there you go. There's a couple of shots of our track workers there. They actually have to lift the covers on those, which is not the most fun thing to do. And there's our battery coolers, which we've helped design specifically for this race. It's very simple. It's just a fan, but I've been talking with the pick. Yeah, exactly. I've been talking with the guys down there, and so far we've had a lot of success with them because just that little bit of airflow helps a lot on the batteries.
It works, and I will say that I have used my drill at home enough times and then tried to take it off the charger and put it on the charger, and it just won't charge. It just flashes at you because it's too hot.
Absolutely. Yeah, and these lithium batteries have what they call the BMS. It's the battery management system, and it's a computer chip that monitors all these cells. And if it says, hey, I'm too hot, it just won't even accept charge. So we've introduced to the teams a BMS app, which they are viewing in real time from the pits, and we're feeding that information on the temperature to them so that they can keep an eye on all these carts.
These aren't the old lead acid batteries in Grandpa's pickup
For
truck.
sure. Yeah, there's no way we'd be able to run in this race without them. So here you'll see Ryan, the track worker for K1, so he's going to undo seatbelts after it comes in, and then the next available track fan is going to go to that cart as he plugs it in, and then we're going to rejuice it.
There you go. It is a process.
Yeah, it's interesting that this is something I've been learning over the last couple months too. Is you can generate as much heat out of the battery by discharging it as you do recharging it. So you hook it up to that charger and you think, oh, I'm just recharging it, but you watch the temperature gauge and it can actually climb 15, 20 degrees because you're putting energy across it.
And take that with what you hear from your cell phone manufacturers now offering you 100-watt charging for your cell phones. Do you really want that much heat going into your phone instantaneously?
No, absolutely not.
I'm kind of solid with my iPhone's 15. I'm solid with the low watt charging.
Yeah, and we were torn on that decision too. We were in the pits deciding, do we keep them at a full charge rate or do we slow them down to try to slow the heat? And ultimately, it came down to trying to add cooling so that we can keep them charging at the rate that we need to keep up with all the cars.
There we have Team Salem coming in the pits. Wayne Nonamaker coming into the pit box, stopping successfully. Hand goes up for the Leprechaun, and Will Nonamaker will mount his hood, and Will is getting strapped into the number 8 kart this time, and he's going to make his way back out there on the race course. Team Salem was sitting in the number 3 spot. With this pit, that might and probably will allow Team High Voltage to make the move into the top 3. Team Low Current may have an opportunity to make the move on Team Salem, as well as Team Low Current has their hot driver in the seat right now, and they are right there on the rear fender of Team Salem. That is going to be the battle for, I believe, position as they're bumping and grinding out there on the track, heading across the finish line. Team Salem and Team Low Current side by side across the finish line, and that is not yet a battle for track position. That is still just a kart positional battle. Only one lap separates a lot of our drivers in the top 7 now.
Yeah, I think just due to the fact that they just did that pit, right? So this is their lap, their out lap on there.
All right.
And then, I don't know if you talked about the hoods for the teams yet, and the colors on the cars.
A little bit, just mentioning the colors, that's your thing
Yeah,
to look for.
so that was another system that was helped develop for this race to try to help you and all the announcers identify the cars. As far as we know, that's new to go-kart racing. And actually, my parents helped make those. Big shout out to my mom for doing some sewing and stitching for us.
They're working great.
Yeah, so they really help identify the cars on track because it's really hard when you have driver swaps going on all the time to identify them by car numbers.
That would be a very difficult thing to differentiate. And me being up here in the box, I mean, I'm a motocross background. I'm used to seeing a different color bike and then looking for a specific number on that different color bike, and that's how I distinguish which rider is who. So now I have a couple of things to distinguish individual drivers and break them down. So,
and we totally screw you up here because we have all the same body style in every car. So every color scheme.
The hoods are doing great, and there you see a great battle on track between Team Low Voltage and Team Talladega battling over track position. Team Talladega currently being driven by, we got Corey Ricker back in the hot seat, I believe. Yeah, Ricker back in the hot seat.
Yeah, Corey's one of our longtime endurance race competitors. He comes on the Sunday night afternoon league, and he does a great job in that series as well with PJ, who is one of the other drivers for the other teams.
Okay, if you could tell me a little bit about the Endurance League, as this is the 12 Hours of Canton endurance kart race. What is the Endurance League?
It's just a league that runs a simple, well, dare I say simple, 65-lap race, which is like nothing compared to what we're doing today, on a Sunday afternoon.
Individual one karts? They're single karts?
Yeah, yep,
Okay.
and we do it on a single charge. So right now, it is not set up to be a driver swap. So battery management is a key to that race because you want to be able to make it all 65 laps. And it's an arrive and drive thing. So customers can just show up on a Sunday. Well, we ask them to sign up, but if they can show up and they can drive that 65-lap race, it runs for about 30 minutes. And then we divide it into 6-month championships so that the first half of the year, there's awards given for the leaders, and the second half of the year will be us the same thing.
Very cool.
And we award points for the finishes as well.
Very cool.
And that's actually the series that helped develop the 12 Hours of Canton. So taking that data that we've collected over the past about 16 months is really what has enabled us to do our calculations and our numbers for this race itself.
It's a great battle out there on the race course between Team High Voltage and Team Salem. There is still one lap separating those two individual teams, and they do sit as they are on the track with High Voltage just ahead of Salem with 363 and 362 laps completed respectively between those two teams. So, yeah, strategy is going to be starting to become a factor here as we are nearing the 3-hour mark very, very soon.
It's actually coming up quick.
Yeah, sooner than I ever expected it to. You guys were all asking me 12 hours. You going to be good for that? 12 hours, you going to be good for that? Yeah, I'm good. I've done 5-day races in a row. I mean, I've got brakes built in that I've never had before, so this is great, me being up in here.
That's awesome, because I don't know if I'm going to make it 12 hours, so good luck.
Another great battle developing on track between Team Low Current and Team Misfit Motorsports. Again, that is not between...
Zach is just driving on rails out there.
Yeah.
His driving style just makes that kart stick to every spot on the track that he wants to point it to.
He is making moves left and right. The driver for Team Low Current, 363 laps completed. He is 6 laps off the pace of Team Supersonic, but he is well within grasp of making a couple of more passes. All it's going to take is a couple of mistakes, a couple of aggressive driving maneuvers from the competition, and Team Low Current will be right back up there in the mix. And Jordan Johnson, he's another fast driver. We've seen him kicking things off for Team Low Current. He is the 2021 iRacing Daytona 24-hour winner, so he's experienced being behind the wheel for a prolonged period of time, so these 30-minute stints aren't really that much for him.
Yeah, I made that question to him a few weeks ago, and he just shrugged it off like no big deal. He's done simulator training for hours at a time, also a driver coach. So I don't know if he's available for hire, but I know a lot of people use him for their sim racing education.
And he is a very skilled driver, but Zach is still the driver representing Team Low Current. There we have on screen Team Full Focus. Savannah Weber still representing Team Full Focus. They are sitting in the number 6 position. They have 364 laps. They got a 2-lap buffer ahead and behind between Low Current and Misfit Motorsports. So they are kind of all by themselves there. And there's another battle on track between Team High Voltage and Team Misfit Motorsports. Again, just between karts, not between teams and positions or whatever, as it is still Supersonics in the number 1 spot with Talladega in 2nd. High Voltage in 3rd with Team Salem, the brown team, in 4th. Only 2 drivers consisting Team Salem, and they are staying very competitive in the number 4 spot. Team Low Current, the red-hooded team, in the number 5 position. Team Full Focus with the green hoods in 6th, and Misfit Motorsports in 7th with the white hoods.
And you mentioned Savannah. I don't know if everyone's put this together, but that is the Weber family. So we had Mason, and we've also got their dad, and also the leprechaun who's doing the stop box right now is their grandpa.
Awesome.
Yeah, so
awesome.
It's really cool to see a full family participating in this event. You know, the Nonamaker obviously, and there's the leprechaun now as we talk about him. The Nonamaker family, obviously brothers, but the Weber family, fully engaged in this event, driving that team.
It's very awesome that it has become a family. It's really a family sport. A lot of motorsports are family sports.
Love it.
You'd be surprised. Motocross is very family-oriented as well. I mean, you don't know how many other families will throw an arm around a kid.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's great.
And that's really what I was hoping that this K1 Speed facility would become, is something to help engage families. And the Weber families are just like a picture-perfect edition of that.
We've got a couple of members of the Weber family representing Team Full Focus. We got Kyle, Savannah, Mason, and Victor.
Yep, and Victor. Sorry, I forgot about Victor too. So, yeah, full family.
Mason actually has Tucker as a last name, but he's a Weber.
That's correct. Yep, all part of the family.
Racing continues out there on the track. It is 3 laps separating first from second. Team Talladega, the blue team, still trying to reel in the top runners. Right there is High Voltage. They are on the same lap. We just seen them, Team Talladega and Team High Voltage, the blue team and the orange team. Those 2 teams are on the same lap, and only 4 seconds separate second from third on the track. And they may be coming in for a pit stop very, very soon.
Yeah, I believe they just pitted. I think Tristan just jumped out of the car.
The 31
and
kart
we got Patrick
is fresh.
on board right with them right now for Talladega.
Talladega is fresh. Team High Voltage, the number 9 kart, is about 50% expired, and they have just made the move on Team Talladega. So that's something that's going to shape up. High Voltage, even though they have the advantage right now, their kart's halfway done for compared to the driver they just made the move on.
And Patrick there in the blue is, I don't know if he's native from Pennsylvania, but he comes from Pennsylvania at least. So we're drawing drivers from all different areas over here.
He's driven all sorts of things. He says he's driven exotic cars in all sorts of track settings. He just wasn't permitted to race them.
We're not sure what that means, Patrick, but we'll take it for what it's worth.
And great battles continuing on the track as Team Talladega trying to keep Team High Voltage within grasp. That is the that's the best battle, on the track. High Voltage, their cart, again, is about halfway expired. Talladega has the fresh cart. Team Salem, they are about a lap off of that battle just ahead, sitting in the number 4 spot, the brown hooded team. And we have a driver down in the paddock getting ready to come on the track. That's Dylan Lease. Seen him earlier, the driver hailing from East Lansing, Michigan. Right there he is. He was putting in some aggressive laps earlier for Team Low Current. He's going to try to back up Zach's excellent push towards the front as Low Current has worked their way up to nearly the same lap as Team Salem and Team Talladega. So Team Low Current bringing it back as they're getting ready for an exchange.
Yeah, and as we look at these drivers, as they've been swapping off, it's one thing to remember that not all drivers are here yet. So we are running this event on a Friday, and it's still a work day. And so we did allow drivers to come late. And so some teams are just going to operate with the number of people they have until their full fleet comes in later.
I was kind of surprised to see Armand and Marshall taking the helm for Team Supersonic early, back-to-back and back-to-back, not giving any other team members a chance. And now we've given Hart and Salerno an opportunity as we still see Corey Salerno for Team Supersonic, the Cyan team. There you see him at the very top right of your screen. There he is in the center, leading the way over Team High Voltage. They still have about a 3-lap advantage. They've got their pit stops dialed. Like you said, Team Excel, they are mathematical.
Exactly. And I think that was the reason that they started the driver swaps the way they did, because they mapped it out according to where they wanted to put themselves in the lead and how they wanted to gain or how much they wanted to gain by a certain period of time, and strategizing those drivers around that, those numbers, good old numbers.
And they're crunching them right now as they sit very, very comfortably about 3 seconds a lap.
Yeah, that Excel spreadsheet's probably been updated about at least 100 times by now.
Rachel's down there crunching numbers.
Exactly. She's taking notes on every car that's out there, too.
The battles continue. High Voltage still in second. There's 4 seconds separating second from third. There it is. Team Salem and Team Low Current. They are on the same lap, and they are bringing the top two, second and third closer and closer. So they're battling hard on track as Team Misfit Motors trying to put some pressure on Team Low Current right now. Fresh driver for Team Misfit Motorsports. Don't have him. That might be Sean Lanky out there.
We don't have Sean yet.
No?
I'm trying to recognize him by his helmet.
It's tough.
Yeah. We'll figure it out here.
Yep.
Derek's always the easy one. He's the bright yellow, so don't have him on track, but if we did, we'd know him for sure.
Pick out Chris Law from the big scar on his left
yeah.
left arm.
Well, that and the helmet, too. So
right too, yeah.
He actually painted that helmet himself.
Very, very cool.
So his business, which helps sponsor the event, we're happy to have Lauk Designs do that, which actually make custom guitars. He turned those talents into helmet painting, and so that's the helmet that he wears.
Corey Salerno continues to lead for Team Supersonic, the Cyan team. Right there he is, front and center, but he's getting some pressure from Zach Sudam, still the driver representing Team Low Current.
See, here's another thing about Zach. So not only is he driving on rails, but he is manipulating that battery perfectly. So it's going to probably allow him to stay out longer.
Nope, he's coming in
as
now.
He comes into the pits. But the smoother these drivers operate these batteries, the less stress they put on those batteries, the more laps they're going to be able to get out of them.
And he pushed that thing all the way down to 27% left overall in the cells. But the delta voltage, as you were mentioning to me earlier, is still in the green. The pack voltage is still in the yellow, so he's still good there. Nothing is red across the board for that number 17 car. So that means that he could have essentially stayed out there for quite a few more laps.
It's possible. The teams are looking at one more screen that tells them like a per cell voltage, but the overall looks fantastic. So that means he hasn't stressed that battery. As we pull up that screen, it's close. So it's hard to tell if that was a battery strategy or just a driver strategy, but we've given the teams a couple thresholds to look for, and that is when a cell hits 2.6 volts and also when the temperature exceeds 75 degrees. So they're watching that on their real-time telemetry. And
degrees Celsius, of course.
It's Celsius, yeah, sorry, not Fahrenheit. That'd be really warm.
Or Kelvin.
Yeah. We have to do a little English conversion for them. And as Zach brings that car in, then we look at it on the telemetry. We can see that that the nice even pace of the car helps the cells stay in balance. So the more they're in balance, the more you have all the cells working for you, and you're not stressing one cell out of balance, which is going to drive you straight into the pits faster.
And I came here a couple of weeks ago and got some information on the event, and you were mentioning that the top voltage for these karts is, 3.7 volts?
Yeah, per cell. Yep, exactly. And then there's 15 in the pack, and so that gives us an overall of about 48 to 50 volts. Somewhere in there is the total output of the battery.
There we got Rachel Hart taking Team Supersonic, taking the helm for the Scion team, as they are still the race leaders with 392 laps completed, with 8 hours and 58 minutes and 44 seconds left on the clock. So we are clicking laps off and winding down time here for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. And yeah, great battles continue. Looking down at timing and scoring, about 10 seconds separates High Voltage from Talladega, but we were talking about karts, as High Voltage's kart is about halfway expired. It's more than halfway expired at this point in time, as Talladega still has a pretty fresh machine. Team Salem, the Brown team, sitting in fourth with 389 laps completed, just ahead of Team Low Current back in fifth. Sixth place, Green team with Team Full Focus with 387 laps completed now, and Team Misfit Motors. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them to keep after. It could be communications errors. It could be driver errors. It could be just out here having a good time today, just driving karts.
But mad props for Misfit Motorsports. I was talking with them last night, and it is a challenge to get 10 drivers all together on the same page within the short period of time that we gave them, which was right around 4 weeks. I mean, really 2 to 3 weeks if you think about it. I mean, by the time they committed, getting the organization together, getting the sponsorships together, that has been a tremendous task. Those team leads have done a fantastic job of getting their sponsors together, and really bringing together people who just have never even driven together. I mean, when they call it Misfit Motorsports, they kind of aren't joking.
It's a band of misfits. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Team High Voltage, I was talking about them being more than 50% expired with their kart, and you can see them pulling in the pits right now. It is going to be DJ Alessandri coming off the track. We've got Steve Madden getting ready to get in the helm. And there we are. Exchange coming for Team High Voltage, second place.
There's that sock swap. So we wanted this to be part of the strategy, where not only do you have to worry about getting it off your cart, but you also have to worry about the oncoming driver getting it on. There's actually a small magnet on the bottom of that thing, so that when you throw it on the roll hoop, that it tries to stick. And that's really the indication to the drivers that it's latched. And the last thing we wanted was those colors to just come off on track. So,
and there is a penalty assessed if the drivers forget to remove their socks whenever they come off of the track.
Exactly, and it's so easy to do. So the first couple times we practiced this, they would pull into the pits, they just walk away from the car, and we'd just wait for them, and we'd see if they would remember their head sock. And if they didn't, and they basically re-entered the driver's area, that's when we would assess the drive-through penalty.
Still clicking them off. Team Supersonics pushing the 400-lap mark. 398 laps completed for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life, offering you organic, chemical-free mouth, hair, and skincare and supplements, proudly made right here in the USA. You can check them out at PrimalLifeOrganics.com. Your mouth is our mission. You smile, we smile. And we are back with the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, an endurance kart race brought to you by Primal Life and FLDR Racing. And we still have the Scion team, Team Supersonics, leading the way with that 2-lap gap over Team High Voltage, with Team Talladega still running back there in the number 3 spot, with Team Salem in the number 4 spot, Low Current in the number 5 ride over Full Focus back in 6th, and Misfit Motors still back there in the number 7 spot. And we just had the green team come through the pits.
Yeah, we were coming back up to the booth, and we saw the green team back in for pits. Looks like a drive-through penalty for Mitch. Not sure what that is yet, but that's probably one of the reasons they're down in 6th right now.
Okay. I do know that the teams and the drivers themselves individually were allotted points. and if you had so many infractions, those points were deducted from you and your team's total. I am curious to know what the team's infractions totals amount to at this point in time.
I don't think we have anything at this point. So the infractions, the infractions had to be pretty serious. They were going to be like completely reckless driving or, not listening to the race director. We really wanted it to be about letting the guys race it out on track, and then when it became severe is when we would start issuing some points.
Silly mistakes, driving over the box in the stop box when you're coming in the pits.
Yeah, because it's a lot different than traditional go-kart racing where you're racing for time all the time. So just like we see as Jordan gets bumped from the right rear. So, position racing and obviously being a long race, we don't want to keep stopping the race and worrying about the, drivers bumping and running basically. So we leave those points for major infractions.
Jordan Johnson for Team Low Current back there in the number 5 position with the red hood, holding off Steve Madden with Team High Voltage, the go-kart enthusiast, wanting to spend a lot of time on the track for the 12-hour.
Yeah, giving him a good push there through 5. So,
and I believe that the orange kart Team High Voltage has a pretty fresh machine, as does Team Low Voltage. So those guys are going to be out there duking it out for quite a bit of time yet. Currently on track for Team Supersonic, we have Corey Salerno, but that battle's great between Low Voltage
and Jordan has not given up that spot. That's what we like to see. We like to see a little bit of hard racing over here. As long as they keep it clean, race director doesn't have to infringe. We want to keep them racing for the long term.
Through turn 1, it continues to be Low Current over High Voltage, battling over just track position. They have the edge over the green team Full Focus, watching this battle continue just ahead of them, and they have a little bit of a gap over, I believe that may have been the brown team sitting just back behind it. Or no, that's the white team. That's the white team of Misfit Motors watching this battle as well. But up the inside goes High Voltage.
He gave it a good break there. He didn't punt Jordan as he came through. He easily could have just nailed him in the side as he came on the inside of that one, but he played it fair. So
now, if we were to make this let's say real kart racing, we would not have the bumpers and it'd be actually off track. You'd be going off.
Yeah, more than likely. As they try to go 3 wide through the back carousel.
We did see them messy. 3 wide just after turn 1, really early in the race. We've seen Team Salem going 3 wide, I believe, with Team Talladega and Team Full Focus early in the race.
Now they're just going to train it there. So, yeah, 3 wide is almost impossible through the carousel. You can't hit those cones back. There's a pit entrance. They're going to try to push it through again.
High Voltage getting some pressure from Full Focus. Full Focus being piloted by Mitch Shannon.
Yeah, he's definitely holding his own through that.
Second year at the University of Akron studying construction engineering.
Yeah, Mitch is a regular driver here at K1. He pretty much showed up every day last month to practice for this event.
Wow.
Just running a couple races. I don't think he missed a day in February.
Putting in some seat time in preparation for the 12
No
hours.
Current's going to dip off there.
We got high voltage coming off track. I did during the last commercial break. We were down in the pits, and I had a chance to talk to a couple of our teams. And the fastest lap so far of the event has been a 25.38.
That is an impressive time. And we thought we were going to see this as the event went on, as everything heated up, especially the track. Not sure if we're going to see any high 24s here, but definitely keep it in the low 25s. Those are great lap times around the circuit.
I believe Marshall Miller was the pilot during that fast lap so far of the event, and there they are, still battling three-way battle for just a position on track between Team Low Current, Team Full Focus, and Team Misfit Motors, duking it out. It's William Goss, I believe, piloting for Team Misfit Motors, trying to make some moves, trying to make the move on Mitch Shannon, as well as Jordan Johnson. I believe Johnson was the driver qualifying for Team Low Current, setting that fast lap coming into this event. And he's getting some pressure from Mitch Shannon from Team Full Focus. Full Focus sitting with 450 laps, Team Misfit Motors with 447 laps, so a few laps separates those two teams. But if Misfit Motors can make it past Full Focus, that's another trip closer towards the front. and another lap ticked off. But they're trying to make the move on Team Low Current. Full Focus 2 laps behind Team Low Current, so a Full Focus can make the move on Low Current. Same thing would happen. So each of these drivers trying to prove something as they have a couple of laps between each other and bumping.
And look at those reflexes as they go around those corners. It is difficult to hold control of these go-karts as people bump you from the side. You have to have very fast reflexes in order to keep those tires underneath you. Most people, when they come to drive this circuit, they get bumped and they'll just spin right out. But these guys are doing a great job of controlling the cars.
So you can see Jordan Johnson leaving the door open into turn 5. That's one of the passing opportunities you were saying, James, as Mitch Shannon sticks the nose of that kart in but does not quite pull the trigger to try to make the move. And here they come back through. Is that the carousel?
This one would be turn 5, yeah.
Turn 5 there.
And then we'll have turn 6 here, and then the final one, which is kind of turn 7, the carousel. We kind of nicknamed it, yeah. It's
coming through that into the finish line, and then turn 1. I'll get all of the turns figured out by the end of the 12 hours, and then next time you'll change the track and have to figure it out again.
Yeah, then we'll open the outdoor next time. So
perfect.
Then it'll get real confusing on the inside.
Battles continue as Mitch Shannon continue to put the pressure on Jordan Johnson. Again, just trying to make passes on track. All of these drivers, a couple of laps separate each of the teams. So they're just trying to work their way towards the front. Between first and second, 3 laps separate Supersonics from High Voltage with Talladega on the same lap, actually, as High Voltage as they make their way across the finish line with Salem still back there in 4th, Low Current 5th, and Full Focus 6th, and Misfit Motors in 7th.
Now, normally at this stage of the race, you'd be looking for people to kind of pull back a little bit and just maintain pace, but I don't think we're seeing that with these 3 drivers here.
No, they are still putting the pressure on each other as you just seen them in the top part of your screen right now, top left part of your screen, exiting the screen, as we've got a High Voltage member on screen right now. There's the battle on track between the Low Current battle. Red Hood, Green Hood, and White Hood still battling as the pressure from Mitch Shannon continues on.
He's letting Jordan know that he's right there and he's not going to give it up.
Coming down into the first turn, another passing opportunity. Jordan Johnson leaving the door wide into the S turns, but Johnson going to shut the door. But then you got to look out.
There, that opened the door for
William Goss.
That opened the door for Mitch to take it in.
William Goss following as well, following
a little shove back there. He's holding the line on the left-hand side. These guys are really getting into it back there in the carousel.
And Jordan Johnson gets the tail end of that bargain as he goes from the leader of that pack to the tail end of that pack, and now he's getting pressure from Corey Salerno as well. So we had Team Talladega and Team Supersonic catching that three-way battle as well. So the overall race leader starting to reel him in as Team Supersonic starting to catch this tail end battle.
Yeah, Mitch was really the winner of that, and David Pond's now in the mix in the middle of all those guys.
You can see Mitch Shannon reaching up, turn his GoPro on as he wants to get some good footage of some clear racetrack ahead of him.
Are you sure that's what he was doing?
Or turning it off.
Oh, maybe this is probably the time to turn it off, yeah.
As he is now leading this group of riders, this gaggle of riders through that S turn and into turn 5. It continues to be William Goss with Team Misfit Motors putting the pressure on Mitch Shannon down into the start-finish line section, into turn number 1. William Goss putting the pressure on.
This turn 2-3 complex can be difficult for drivers to master because if you set up 2 where you go in too hot, you will mess up 3, and that'll mess up the rest of the track all the way down through 5. So when you see these guys battling into 2, it takes a lot of discipline to slow that car down so that you don't screw up 3, 4, and 5. Mitch is doing a great job of that.
Trying to figure out who the pilot is of Team Talladega. I believe it might be David Ponce for Team Talladega, sitting in third in that battle of 5 karts as he is keeping the pressure on, and Corey Salerno keeping the pressure on Jordan Johnson for Team Supersonic. There he goes up the inside of Jordan Johnson, trying to make the move by that lapped kart, and he is unable to do so as Johnson shuts the door. Salerno trying to work his way through this 5-driver battle for track position couple of drivers just having some clear real estate ahead, though.
Now in our boost league, Salerno has coined his own. He's got his own nickname. So if you get shoved out of the way, we say you got Salerno'd. So that's what we're looking for. He follows behind Jordan back here, and making sure. And Jordan's going to hold his line, no doubt. But Salerno is definitely going to be a fighter back there. There's nothing worse than having Salerno right on your tail like that.
He has plastic on Jordan Johnson, and up the inside, keeping the pressure on the red kart.
Johnson's going to hold it, though. Yeah. Here's that 2-3 complex. They're disciplined, hold it, and then don't take the bait on 4.
Back up towards the front of this battle. It continues as William Goss keeping the pressure on.
Looking up the inside, didn't have enough space, so he's going to lose a gap here. Lost some space in the carousel.
So the top 3 in that 5-driver battle have separated themselves from Jordan Johnson and Corey Salerno as Mitch Shannon leads William Goss in this pack of drivers. I mean, it continues to be Corey Salerno with Team Supersonic as the overall leader on the track, but this battle on track is absolutely epic as Mitch Shannon leads William Goss down over the finish line into turn number 1.
Yeah,
well, back there watching it all too.
I'm impressed with William Goss. He's a new guy here to K1 Speed. Don't remember his driving background, but he's really picked up the pace here. Actually, just recently started working on the K1 crew, and sometimes he probably doesn't like being called a small guy, but the reality is you have to manhandle these cars around here, and he does a great job of that.
Misfit Motorsports coming in the pits, and I just seen off screen that Rachel Hart for Team Supersonics is getting staged up down in the pits as well, as we have Derek Jones coming on track, I believe, for Team Misfit Motorsports. He's got that super bright helmet. And we've got Rachel Hart getting mounted up as well for her next spin for Team Supersonics.
There is some talk on race control now about doing a drive-through penalty for Team White. It looks like they blew that stop box, and yes, they are going to call that.
Okay, so they are in the pits, out of the pits, and they're going to be coming back in the pits in just a moment after that driver exchange and kart exchange. As Derek Jones, the Barberton, Ohio native, the employee for John Doe and Industries, takes the day off.
Yeah, they just gave him the sign for the drive-through penalty. I believe he was one of the drivers that may have come a little late for work, from work, I should say. I'm not sure.
Okay, I don't believe that's Jones.
We've got Derek on track right now
okay,
for the Team White.
Okay.
And let's see if he enters the pits here. Yeah, and he is going to drive that or serve that drive-through penalty.
Excellent. So we have, unfortunately, a member of Team Misfit Motorsports entering the pits. There you can see him on
Keep him
screen.
driving. Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication from the pit worker there, but that is supposed to be a drive-through. I think he was trying to make sure that he didn't stop, but he interpreted that wrong. So
he didn't want to not do anything wrong again.
Yeah, it's better to stop and double-check if you're going to serve the penalty. So
there we got on screen now. Team High Voltage, Team Misfit Motorsports back on track. There's the drivers in Team Talladega and Team Supersonics. That's about as close as we've got between a couple of drivers on track, as it is still now Rachel Hurt piloting Team Supersonics. They still have about a 3-lap advantage over the orange team, and now on screen the green team, Team Full Focus. It is still Mitch Shannon piloting that kart, and 470 laps completed.
We think that we're going to end up in the neighborhood of about 1,500 laps by the time the event runs out. It's going to depend a lot upon yellows, but
that was my next question to you, as we are nearing 4 hours of completion with
which that would line up.
Laps completed.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Right on target on that.
Yeah, these guys have just been keeping up pace for sure.
There we have another exchange down in the pits. Orange team, Team High Voltage in the pits, and that is going to be DJ Alessandrini back on track on the number 35 kart for Team High Voltage. He's got that silver helmet with the orange hood, making his way around for a couple of circuits and see if he can match pace with the rest of the field. Team High Voltage still sitting in the number 2 spot, and after that quick exchange, we'll see if that is going to be an advantage for Team Talladega, making a move up into second. We've got 3 teams sitting with 476, 77 laps right now.
And as we watch
Talladega
that
puts off
team,
another one.
as we watch that team exit the pits, it's worth noting to the viewers that the requirement is that they must have that safety belt buckled before they're allowed to get that car across and enter into the track. So they can roll the car a little bit if they accidentally hit the throttle, but the biggest thing is they can't pass their front bumper onto the track area before that seatbelt is buckled. Otherwise, that's going to give them a drive-through penalty.
There was just a hood being handed to a driver for Team High Voltage, so I am unsure if what's going on with that. Maybe we'll figure that out later. But they're on track right now. Team Talladega, that is David Ponce.
Yeah, good job of our camera crew catching that. We appreciate them televising this event for us for sure.
All the small details make the biggest difference in the end of it.
Yeah.
Because any small detail that we may catch off camera and then grab it on camera could be a big deficit to some of these teams, as it could assess some penalties at some point in time. And now we have another member of Team Salem. That is going to be Will Nonamaker getting staged up down in the paddock, and there he is. He is all prepped up and ready to go. And Team Salem on the number 10 kart currently. Let's check out some of that kart's. They got 19% left in capacity total for that kart, so they're going to be coming in very, very soon. They're communicating that back with their driver. And tell me some more about this.
Exactly, yeah. So we're looking at telemetry now, which is the same telemetry we give to the teams to level the playing field. And, you know, that 18% is obviously important, but it's not the most critical. One of the things that they are watching, though, is the lowest cell of the pack. So right now that car is registering about 2.6. They would be able to run that car even lower if they wanted to. This is one of those packs that can probably withstand going below, sub 10%, 5%, or whatever the case is. I'm not going to advise them of that, but the cells look healthy in there, and they have that telemetry to show them that they could still run that further if they want to.
And you were saying at 2.4 seconds, if they run a single cell at 2.4 seconds for 2 seconds, it puts the car in limp mode.
Exactly. Yeah, it does vary. So we gave them 2.6 to be safe, but there are some packs out there that can run to 2.4. The best equation I can give you is that if you got a radio control device at home, it takes 8 AA's. Where just say you had 7 new batteries and 1 old battery. Obviously, that old battery is going to be the weakest link in the pack, and the device is probably going to stop working. Well, that's the same case with the karts. So
and right there, you can see Team Salem. We've got Wayne Nonamaker coming in the pits for Team Salem, the Brown team, and they are still sitting inside the top 5. Very competitive with 483 laps completed with 8 hours and 16 minutes left on the schedule. Team Salem still sitting in the number 4 position.
Back to Will in the driver's seat. Yep.
So back on track. With that exchange, they're going to fall back to 5th on the track as Team Low Current improves up to 4th. High Voltage 3rd. Talladega 2nd. Supersonic still leading the way. Out there on track. Great battle between Full Focus and Team Salem, as Team Salem has made their way back out on track just ahead of Team Full Focus. And Mitch Shannon, he's been running pretty great laps as he has worked his way through a 5-driver battle and now holds off Team Talladega, Team Salem. Oh, we got one driver. I seen one team off to the side slow. I'm not sure if it was there he is up in the corner of the screen. I believe that was Team Supersonic that was very, very slow. It was either Supersonic or Talladega that was slow at one point in time. I'm not sure if they got a bump. And there it is. Team Talladega was slow, and they are entering the pits right now on the number 21 kart. David Ponce entering the pits, so he has pretty much expired that kart. If it was going slow, you know that it was going slow for a reason. And now we have another member, PJ Pantymanny, making his way on course.
Yeah, as our current reigning endurance race champion. So he was the participant in the inaugural year last year, and he won that championship very handily. So one of the things that makes him a great endurance driver is he just handles the throttle amazingly. I don't know how to describe it, really. Very smooth, I think. It's one of the reasons that he can make a car stretch further than almost any driver in the field.
Well, let's see what he can do with his stint on the race course for Team Talladega, as he puts it in right behind Mitch Shannon for Team Full Focus. And
going
just
out
ahead,
on cold tires, going through turn 2, that is tough when the car's been sitting like that. You have no grip in the rears when you go through 2 and 3 right there. It's going to take him a good lap and a half to get those warmed up.
So he's going to slow his pace a little bit, and you can see it right there at the very top of our screen as Will Nonamaker for Team Sailing pushing PJ Pantymenny in the Team Talladega kart through the S-turn, the switchbacks just ahead of Rachel Hart with the cyan-colored hood. That's a 3-driver battle through the switchback into turn number 5. Pantymenny holding off Nonamaker. That's some of the older drivers on the course right now.
Yeah, I think he actually may be one of our oldest, but still handling those cold tires really well under a lot of pressure. Probably right about here is where we're going to start to see the tire pressure come to where they need to be, but those first 2 laps are just grueling when you've got people on your tail.
Now, what is a cold tire pressure setting?
He's going to get him sideways.
3 wide coming out of that turn, and it is Rachel Hart taking the advantage of all of that mishap, as Hart, the driver representing Team Supersonic, now leads that 4-driver battle with Will Nonamaker in the number 2 spot. And in third in that group is PJ Pantymenny with now DJ Alessandri with Team High Voltage with the orange hood following that pack. So great 4-driver battle on the track right now.
And that's always the risky run of running 2 or 3 karts back to back, is when you do get into it, it opens the door for that 3rd driver to just take advantage of that, and Rachel was ready to pounce on it.
And once one kart gets pushed wide, if the other karts are following suit up the inside, it is just going to send that lead driver to the back of that pack. And unfortunately, that is what kind of what happened there. And we've got Rachel Hart now leading Will Nonamaker with DJ Alessandrini in the number 3 spot in that group on the track. And there's a great battle on the race course between Team Misfit Motorsports and Team Full Focus.
Yeah, Mitch ended up right back in the battle here.
There's 5 laps separating those teams on the track right now, with Team Full Focus, the green team, having the 5-lap advantage over the white team, Team Misfit Motors. But, Mitch Shannon's been putting some pressure on, and he's been running some great laps.
Yeah, Derek's just going to wave him by there as a gentleman's gesture to say, yep, you had the line there, and just take it.
So now we've got Mitch Shannon with some clear real estate once again, but he's been running that kart very, very hard, the number 12 kart for Team Full Focus. And with him running that kart as hard as he is, he's got 26%. I'm going to have you help me read some of this telemetry. 2.65 volts left remaining, 26%. He's got some red showing.
Yeah, we had it color-coded based upon what we thought the important thresholds were, but just because it goes red doesn't mean they have to pull the cart yet. They are still looking at cell 8. That's usually our weakest link. That 2.6 value is something they want to watch. If it happens to dip below the 2.4 volts for a couple seconds, that's when they're going to be in danger.
Is there any way that they can save that? Is there any way that they can drive the cart easy for a couple of laps to let that cell...
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I tell the teams that you equate it like a muscle. So as you stretch it, it pulls the energy out, and then as you let it relax, it lets the energy reabsorb. And so when you only have one cell that's misbehaving or it's low, if you lighten off on the throttle and you drive a little easier, you can make it last a lot longer.
So there we just seen that particular cell rebound a little bit for the number 12 kart.
Yeah, we see
telemetry updated or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so the screen's going to operate. It's going to refresh every 5 seconds, even though the beacon off the car is coming at 1 second, and then you're looking at the last 30 minutes of history as it continues to downtrend as it discharges.
So there we did see Mitch Shannon did come in the pits, and now we have a new member joining us for Team Full Focus out there on the track. I believe that may be Victor. Possibly. No?
Nope, that's actually Kyle. Yeah, we got the dad out there now. So Kyle had talked about maybe only running a couple stints and letting his family drive. I think is this his first one out there? that might be the first time we've seen him.
I believe this may be the first time we've seen Kyle out there for Team Full Focus. The dad of the Weber family starting to lead that little. He's got some cold tires, though.
Yeah, going right out in the thick of things. That's the worst right there. But he's holding them off pretty well. He's going to get pushed wide into turn 3, and
does not say that he has a lot of racing experience, does Kyle Weber. So he is out there holding off Will Nonamaker, who has a lot of racing experience, and both drivers with probably similar ages.
Yeah, absolutely.
Showing his skill level right there.
Yeah, Kyle is a regular driver at K1 Speed. He may not have professional driving experience, but he's definitely been around this circuit a few times. Member of the Boost League, and also participates regularly in just any other activity we got going on. He loves to have his family involved.
You just seen Will Nonamaker shake his head as he made his way by Kyle Weber, but it looks like Weber, he's got the eye of the tiger right now. He wants to reel in Will Nonamaker and try to work his way back by the brown hooded driver making their way over the finish line right now. Again, that's just a battle for position on the track. Things are pretty well ironed out with 3 laps separating first from second. 3 teams all on the same lap. Team Salem, Talladega, and Low Current all sitting with 500 laps, with Team Full Focus at 497 laps, and Team Misfit Motors about 5 laps off of that pace. They have 494 laps. They're a little bit over 10 laps off of the overall. You don't want to write them off early, but
no, it's a long race. Yeah, a lot of things can happen too. And if you're watching the scoreboard feed occasionally as we throw that up there, if you're looking at the best lap time, one thing to keep in mind is the timing beacon does get triggered as they enter the pit lane. So a 20-second lap time is not a full lap. That is the fastest lap as they enter pits.
Thank you for noting that, as that is up on our screen, and that's why I was making a note to ask some of the teams what has been the fast time that they've acquired. And like I said, 25.38 is what is the fastest single lap, I believe, of the event until I get updated. And I have been made to look like a fool quite a few times up here in the box. And that's part of the job, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Come up here, correct me, tell me how to say your name right, so I will say it right from this point moving forward. I'm here to do.
Well, we don't envy you for having a very tough job, so I think you're doing great.
Thank you. And Rachel Hart putting the pressure on Derek Jones down the starter straightaway. We've seen Derek Jones flag Mitch Shannon by a couple of laps ago. Rachel Hart really putting the pressure on Derek here through the switchbacks and into turn number 5. Derek, letting her by. Rachel Hart into turn number 5 has the edge. Overall leader with Team Supersonic, the Scion team, with 3-lap edge over the rest of the field.
And Derek's a great driver as well, and it's good to see him competing and rubbing elbows with everybody else on the track right now. He's he's a regular worker is the best way I can describe him. So if there's anything that's great about this event is that we can bring people from all types of work lifestyles, and they do go-karting on the side because it's a more economical way for them to get their race fix without having to break the bank or set up new teams or buy cars. They can just show up here and they can be competitive in the equipment that we give them.
You make a very convincing argument.
We know how expensive race weekends can be, don't we?
I know how expensive race weekends can be, not only the race weekends themselves, but the cost of the race machine to get you out there on the track. So this is a way of getting that fix without having to have all of the initial investment. So this is awesome.
Absolutely. If you've picked up this stream for the first time and you're wondering why are we televising go-karts? Well, it's because it's a form of racing that is very achievable for the common person? Is that the right way to say it?
I think that is the best way of putting it.
Somewhat, you can do it on a budget, especially at a K1 Speed that, or any go-kart track that provides you with the equipment. You're just paying for the races that you want to race, and you can be competitive with guys.
And I was talking to some of the competitors before we had the event today on some of the some of the costs involved in doing this, and I'm not going to talk about the costs on the screen right now. That's something for you to do on your own personal research. Yeah. But it is attainable for the average person. I will definitely say that if you take into consideration the costs of maintaining a vehicle, the costs of getting that vehicle to and from the race facility, and then the cost of signing yourself up for as many times as you want to go out there and compete, this is very, very competitive. and very attainable for the average racer.
Absolutely, and the disciplines migrate over to other racing environments. So when you learn about braking and apexing and acceleration, that all translates. And if you look at a go-kart and you say, oh, it's just a go-kart, it's something, it's a toy, I would challenge you to come drive one of these things, because it would change your mind. Not only are they physically demanding to drive, but they also are challenging to get the race line, to get the braking point, to get the acceleration point, and to hold off drivers while you're doing that. It is a very tough discipline.
I don't know how many two-wheeled listeners and watchers we have going on, but arm pump, that may be something you have heard of, and it's a motocross term. I have gotten arm pump after driving these karts. Like, my arms have pumped up, and like you could like knock on my forearms like they were wood. They were hard. They were physically hard and tired from driving these karts. They are really physically demanding, let alone doing it for as long as they're doing it. You got to take your hat.
He slammed into the wall. Oh, he's feeling that one.
Ooh, Derek Jones really feeling that one. He's probably going to be
go
working
yellow.
his way
Race
to the
control
pits.
says I'm going to go yellow.
He's feeling that one for sure. Derek Jones.
That was a head-on hit. I did not envy him for that.
I missed that hit. He goes straight to the wall.
Yeah, it's going to take him a minute to get his breath back from that one, I think. He's going to enter the pits over here and
tough
take a
break for
breath.
Team Misfit Motors.
Yellow lights are on. We're not sure yet if we're going to roll pace car, but there's definitely a slow car on track as he tries to recover from that.
You can see that he is physically winded from that lick. And during the next commercial break, I will make an effort to go down there and talk to him about that lick, as that is definitely one of the hardest hits that we have seen of the event. We don't want to see any drivers taking a lick, but these drivers all strapped in 4-point harnesses. They have DOT certified helmets. They have all of the proper safety apparel on to keep them safe, and it's just a little ringer you got right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the barriers here are spring-loaded, but that's just to help absorb shock. I mean, you got a heavy machine at velocity that goes into a barrier like that. When your body gets thrown forward into the seatbelts like that, it hurts. It's going to sting a little bit.
And James, I've been meaning to ask you, I know that you have the indoor track and you have the outdoor track. Do you ever change the layouts?
We haven't yet. We do have plans that we'll be revealing sometime later this year. But as of right now, no, this is the original track that we opened with.
Excellent. And how long has the K1 Canton facility been operating?
So we just passed our 1-year anniversary in January 16th. So what is that, 15 months or so, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, you can see him talking to Jason, who's our race control, and trying to sort out the incident and see if it's driver-related or whether that was just a racing incident or not.
Also, another thing I've been meaning to ask you, we were talking about tire pressures. If you go out there with a kart that's been sitting in the pits that has cold tires, what is a cold tire pressure setting before they make their way out there on the track?
We run 22 in the fronts and 24s in the rears. So it's kind of mid-tier to give you just enough grip, but not allow it to be too soft. We don't want the cars rolling in the corners.
Have you ever slapped a tire gauge on these things whenever they have come back in the pits from a long session out there?
You know what? Actually, we haven't. That's one of the things that would be interesting to note. Maybe one of the things that we can throw in our telemetry someday.
That would be very interesting. I might even, if you've got one down there in the old pits, maybe grab one off of one of these hot carts when they come in from a pit. After driving for 20 minutes, that might give you an idea what the expansion, the pressure changes are.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we could do that. And I think we'll have some more opportunities to go down to the pits and do some more tech talk while we're down there as well.
There we go. We got Rachel Hart, Ford team, Supersonics coming in the pits, and now we have Marshall Miller, the 2023 National Qualifier K1 Speed, the 4th fastest lap here in the month of February, making his way back out there on the race course in kart number 15 with the cyan hood. He's got the cool-looking graphic helmet, making his way around the racetrack, and he's the talker for Team Supersonic.
I love the fact that he included in there he's the 4th fastest qualifier. There's not a lot of guys that would be proud of being the 4th fastest, but that's just who Marshall is. He's a great guy. We actually, I refer to him as Uncle Marshall because if you got any kids here, he is the first one out there to help younger drivers learn and adapt to the racing circuit.
That's awesome. That is awesome. He's a great...
He really takes kids under their wing. He gives them guidance. He says, hey, come out, follow me for a few laps. Let me show you my line. And he's, a great learner from other people as well. So Uncle Marshall, it is the 4th fastest.
Right on, and he is working his way out there for Team Supersonics with some cold tires. He's got 3 laps to get him hot, keeping that gap ahead of Team High Voltage, who is still running in the number 2 spot. 500 laps completed, 525 laps, and there it is right there. 4 hours completed with the event, so 525 laps, 4 hours of racing completed.
Incredible.
We're looking at 1,575 laps.
Yeah, that's if we keep the pace that we're on right now. So
we are getting things done. 4 hours in, 1/3 of the way with the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life and FLBR Racing. And there is a 3-driver battle out on track right now with the Team Misfit Motors driver leading that group.
yeah, I think Marshall's actually going to catch that pack here pretty quick as he comes around turn 1. As Kyle's going to have to struggle around turn 4 here a little bit with Misfit Motors. Looks like he's trying to adjust his seatbelt. Sometimes as the race progresses, if they loosen up on you, that's a hard thing to do while you're driving, is trying to tighten those seatbelts back up. That and adjust the steering wheel. Those are probably the 2 hardest things to do.
I believe that is Andy Cook representing Team Misfit Motors. Andy Cook representing Team Misfit Motors, pulling on some belt straps, trying to get a thing to fit a little bit better so he can have a little bit more snug feel in the driver's seat, and he just gets overtaken by PJ Mannypenny, representative for Team Talladega, trying to maintain pace. Team Talladega sitting in 4th.
As they go side by side through the carousel back there, absolutely, yeah. There's Marshall. Like I said, he caught that pack pretty quickly, so
he's a very skilled driver. Always smiling.
Yeah, for sure. Just happy-go-lucky.
Working his way into the very tight turn that blocks off the tempting passing opportunity into turn number 5. Marshall trying to reel in those couple of drivers just ahead. And there you see.
Andy's still struggling with that seatbelt, so.
Wonder. Andy did kind of get pressured into the hot seat in a hurry. He wasn't expecting to get behind the driver's seat as quickly as he did.
That's what it was, yeah. Didn't get a chance to tighten him up.
Derek Jones, he just, hit the wall and came in the pits, so we had to find somebody. They had to find somebody for Team Misfit Motors to grab their helmets, grab their gear, and get behind the driver's seat. So Andy still trying to figure things out.
Yeah, good point. That was a fast driver swap, and he was trying to not lose or keep as much time as possible through that.
Looks like he may have gotten things figured out as we have 2 hands on the steering wheel. That's what you want to do, maintain contact with the wheel at all point in time while inside the vehicle.
At least he got the white sock on there. Sometimes when you have a driver swap in an emergency like that, that could be the first thing you forget. So at least he had that on hand.
And they're just trying to, keep laps right now after that tough lick from Derek Jones a few laps to go for Team Misfit Motors. DJ Alessandrini for Team High Voltage making his way by the white hooded Team Misfit Motors driver, falling deeper and deeper in the pack. At this point in time, Misfit Motors is 14 laps off of the pace. They're still clicking them off, though.
Yep, you never know, because there are opportunities with the lucky dog to get a lap back here and there, and also lead teams still have to do a lot of pit stops between now and the end of the 12 hours, so there are still a lot of opportunities to gain that track position back.
Let's see who just looks fast out there on the track. Right now, turning fast laps as of the previous lap, it was Team Supersonic turning a 25.4. That's going to be one of the fastest laps of the races. A 25.38 was the fastest I've known of before. So, Marshall's clicking fast laps.
Yeah, absolutely. You not only dialed in, but got heat in the tires, and we also got lots of heat in the track at this point, and some rubber laid down as well.
Another fast driver out there on the race course looks to be Team High Voltage. They're running some pretty consistent 25.7s on the number 35 kart. They've been out there for quite some time. The number 35 kart, you got to be thinking that thing's getting ready to expire at some point in time. And 31% remaining in its overall capacity, 2.67 left in cell number 8.
Yep, good old cell number 8. Yep, it's just the way these battery packs were designed, and that's just the nature of what we're dealing with, So engineering's been, looking at that closely to see if there's anything to be done about that. But for right now, cell 8 is our weak child.
And off camera, I do see Jacob Andrew with the all-white helmet down in there. He is down in the pits, getting ready to come on track. You can see him getting gloved up and orange hood in hands. He's getting ready to take the helm of Team High Voltage. He's just getting all ready to go. He wants a quick pit stop. He doesn't want to waste any time as Team High Voltage has a chance at the top three. They're sitting in second place overall. They have a chance at the win. I mean, they're right on pace with Team Supersonic. 2 laps off of this thing with nearly 8 hours of racing remaining, and there is DJ in the pits.
And if they're just joining us, here's the stop box. So this is the key to maintain safety in the pits. So this is a system that we developed here to try to keep a fast car from just zooming right into the pits, and it keeps the fast car away from the entering car. So we're making them stop at the entry to the pits, and then we're allowing the new driver to hop in the car at the exit of the pits. So there's a lot of physical difference, separation there to try to keep the driver safe.
2 hoods, 3 microphones, multiple drivers, lots of things to keep track of in an event such as this. The first ever running of the 12 Hours of Canton. No other event like this in the world. Like we've said before, we've never had the ability to, on the fly, monitor the telemetry of these karts, and that's what gives us the opportunity to have an event such as this, as it gives the teams back in the pits the ability to see and maintain and monitor the capacity in the batteries, how much the motor's drawing, the discharge rate, the heat, the temperature, everything that goes into...
It's so much information. Yeah, we really appreciate Ability Business, who we partnered with to develop this technology. It wasn't available at all, and we were just flying blind. You know, you can imagine even last year we ran these endurance races for 65 laps. We really had no idea what the batteries were going to be capable of when they entered the track. Now we've got a beacon coming off every second of that car, and it tells us exactly where that not only every cell is, but everything that's going on inside that battery.
That is incredible information to have, and it's what gives us the ability to have an event such as this. And I put you in a quandary the first time I met you, James, whenever I came here to check out the facility and see what was going on for this event. I asked you, I said, do you know what cells are in the battery packs? And did you ever do any research to find that information out, or are you still in a...
I should know, but I don't remember. That's the problem.
I mean, there are many, many different variants of cells available in different sizes and capacities. So
Marshall tries to get by PJ right here. PJ's been long on the stent. Marshall's a little bit newer on the stent. But yeah, no, I should know that. It's one of the things I just can't remember.
No worries at all. Huge thank you to the folks at Primal Life, offering you organic, chemical-free mouth, hair, and skincare and supplements. They are proudly made right here in the USA. Check them out at PrimalLifeOrganics.com. Your mouth is our mission. You smile, we smile with Primal Life. And huge shout out to, as well, to FLBR Racing, Formula 4 race team based out of Cleveland, Ohio, really throwing it down and hooking us up for the 12 Hours of Canton to make this race a reality, and giving you guys watching live on all of the streaming platforms that we are on the ability to watch this awesome type of event.
Yeah, did you get to talk to FLBR Racing yet? Have you met them?
I have not.
So they are twin boys, I believe ages 12 or 13, I don't remember. They got involved here at K1 Speed. They wanted to be here for this event, but unfortunately, unfortunately for them, they're doing a Formula 4 test today.
Okay, I did actually look up those guys on YouTube and their Twitter as well. So I did do a little bit of research on them and seen what that was all about. They race a Honda.
Yeah, so
That's
what
really
an opportunity for them. It's great to see them getting involved in racing, and they have really taken off from the very first time they drove here at K1 Speed.
And there we have Team Low Current.
It's hard to keep them straight.
It is. Team Low Current coming in the pits, and there we see another member of Team Low Current coming onto the track. That's going to be John Hammett, I believe, making his way onto the course.
John, a very calculated and very consistent driver. I've driven with him at high voltage in competition leagues, and he is one that if you wanted him to do a 25.8 lap time every time, he'll do it for you. Very calculated and controlled driver.
There we see Marshall going up the inside of the green team. Driver, full focus driver, just for track positions. But you see, I believe that's Savannah. No, that's not Savannah.
Yeah, we still got Kyle in the driver's seat here. Yeah, still the dad, but his stint has got to be wrapping up before too long, as well as PJ back there. He's been out
on the number 1 kart is Team Full Focus. And like you said, we've got to be nearing the end of his stint. He's got 44% left in his cell.
Well, there you go. That's how wrong I am, because that's how efficient PJ is at manipulating batteries. That here I am thinking that he's been out there a long time. Oh, yeah.
We're talking about Kyle right now.
Sorry, yeah. PJ just still handling his. So.
I'm curious to know, PJ Mannypenny for Team Talladega, he is out there on the number 23 kart, and he is really managing that machine as well, as it has 35% remaining, but he is running that thing hot. I've seen some hot temperatures.
Yeah, overall doesn't look too bad. It's obviously trending towards the end, so they're going to have to start thinking about when they're going to do the pits. And we also have a high delta voltage value, which means that the difference between the highest and the lowest cell is pretty significant. So they're going to have to keep an eye on that.
Now I see on our telemetry right here, 57 degrees C for a cell temp. Is that an individual cell temp, or is that an overall
It's the temperature of one side of the car. There are 2 packs right there. There's PJ pitting. There are 2 packs, one on each side of the car, and the telemetry is going to pick up whichever one's the hottest.
Okay. So there we go. Team Talladega coming in for their pit, and that is going to be Tristan Hartong making his way on the race course again. We've seen Tristan making some aggressive passes earlier in the race, and he's going to be making his way out there again for Team Talladega as PJ makes his way in the pits, turning that kart off for a little while.
Yeah, that kart will then go into cooling and also the first charge cycle.
So how long is the overall cycle between when the kart comes off of the track until it gets back in the queue for the next set of drivers?
Our estimation was we were trying to get it to be 2 hours. We would like to see the cars not on track sooner than 2 hours, but at the race pace we're running, we're probably under that. If we see the teams running about 20 to 25 minute stints, that means it's going to take about 4 times that to get the car back out there.
Great information to have, as it continues to be a great race up front with Team Supersonic holding on to that 3-lap gap over high voltage. Team Salem, consistency is paying off for them as they are still on the same lap pretty much as Talladega and Low Current. About 548 laps completed for those 3 teams, with Team Full Focus 546 laps completed for them, and Misfit Motors, they're still in it. They're not out of it altogether at this point in time. They're still clicking off laps as anything can happen. We have mentioned the penalties. We don't want to see any penalties, but that is something that could happen. We don't want to see it happen, but it could, and that could take a whole team out of contention.
Exactly, and there's the possibility of that increases as we go throughout the race, as things tighten up and maybe some tempers flare maybe. So we hope to keep that out, just keep the race nice and smooth for the next several hours.
You got to think that the Nunnamakers are getting a little bit winded at this point in time. You can see he's given the flyby opportunity to the Team Low Current driver, John Hammett, making his way by.
With only operating two drivers, it's a grueling task to drive these cars without a lot of pause in between.
There we see Mason down in the pits for Team Full Focus. Team Full Focus sitting back there in the number 6 spot on the track. Papa Kyle, he's on the track. He's going to be finishing off his stint as Mason is down there itching. He's antsing. He's jumping. He's
always jumping around. I don't think I've ever seen him not jumping around. Yeah. He's like, Dad, get off the track. Come on, let's go.
He was all over the place first thing this morning.
Absolutely. And he was here last night. He was helping us set up at midnight last night, and I saw him this morning, and I said, how much sleep did you get? He's like, none.
What sleep?
Yeah, what sleep? It's a great thing about being young.
See him down in the pits. He is ready to go. He's like, oh, Dad, it's going to add another one. He's like, I'm ready to go. Dad, come on, let me go. It's my turn, right?
He's got a little bit of extra time to get his car set up because he drives with a booster seat, actually.
Yes, and we do have our camera operator doing a great job off screen there, showing us the seat. There it is what is going to be assisting little Mason Tucker to reach the pedals and make him be a fair competitor with the rest of the field.
Yeah, but don't be fooled. When he hits the track, he is always somebody to be contended with. So he may be young, but he's a great driver.
One thing I did notice about Mason, though, is he may have a little bit of ants in his pants early with cold tires. So we've seen him spin out early. I'm not sure if he had some help with that spin out. We did see him spin earlier in this race. He got it righted pretty quickly. He lost a couple of positions due to that. Wasn't overall detrimental to his race, but he did lose some time, and maybe he's going to learn something from that.
Yeah, absolutely, and maybe that's one of the things where just the experience is going to be paying off, especially on the long race here, because he's been in the car at least one time that I know of, so he's going to have a couple more opportunities to learn the delicate balance of cold tires.
There he is, getting his booster seat in hands, looking down at our clock. It is 7 hours and 44 minutes and 30 seconds left of competition left to go, and there is the green team in the pits. There we see Mason throwing his booster seat in, putting his sock on the top of that cart, getting that thing all situated. He's got a couple of seconds, like you said, James, to get himself in that machine and get those belts put on and strapped up properly before he can get underway.
He's even got a radio to deal with. I can see it dangling there as he jumped in the car. Got to make sure you have that radio, make sure that seat belt's fastened.
Another thing that is a rule, you must have your visors down before entering the race course as well.
Good point. Yeah, absolutely. The track worker at the exit is watching for those two things. They're looking for that visor, and they're also looking for the seatbelt.
So there we see Mason out on track with cold tires on the number 36 machine. He's getting pushed wide by the blue team. Tristan Hartong making his way by the cold tired green machine of Mason Tucker. Mason's going to try to keep pace with Team Talladega down over the finish line and into turn number 1.
Yeah, let's see how he does through 1, 2, and 3 here. Those are always the hardest ones to keep the tires underneath you. He does good. Good through 2. Now he's going to push through 4 and keep his sights on Team Blue right there.
I did see him. It looked like he was scrubbing the tires going through some of the straightaways a little bit. Cycling the steering wheel back and forth a little bit. Is that trying to put a little bit more heat in the tires a little sooner?
Yeah, I would guess. I'm kind of surprised he would do that on his outlap with traffic, but if it helps him get up to temperature faster, then absolutely.
He has lost a little bit of time to Tristan Hartong, and he is now right in front of John Hammett for Team Low Current. That is the driver for Team Full Focus. Doing a little bit of accordion action there, trying to heat up his tires to get some time back on the rest of his competition. He gets a little bit of a nudge by the representative for Team Low Current, John Hammett there.
Well,
He pushes him wide, makes the move.
Yeah, he tried to keep the inside of that line, but I guess it didn't work out for him. So
now we've got Marshall Miller for Team Supersonic putting the pressure on Team High Voltage. We've got Jacob Andrew, the man with 2 first names, driving the High Voltage cart, making their way over the start-finish line. Marshall Miller trying to make his way by Team High Voltage as well. They've got Mason Tucker to contend with just ahead.
Yeah, and this is where if I was a driver coach in Marshall's ear, I'd be telling him, just wait. Just be patient, because the 2 drivers in front of him have the opportunity to get into it, and then he's got the door to open. If he tries to push it before that, he's probably, which is he going to do down into turn 1? Is he going to take it?
Marshall
he did.
Up the inside, makes the move on High Voltage and now puts the pressure on Mason Tucker.
Maybe that's why I shouldn't be his driver coach, but.
Oh, but there we have Jacob Andrew trying to put the wheels back inside of Marshall Miller, but Miller putting the pressure on little Mason Tucker into the carousel and heading towards the finish line. It continues to be Mason Tucker over Marshall Miller and Jacob Andrew. I'm going to get your name wrong the whole time, Jacob Andrew, the man with 2 first names, right there for Team High Voltage, making his way up the inside of Mason Tucker, making the pass, putting Tucker back another spot. Still trying to get some heat in those tires.
Good credit to Mason. That's a hard battle to survive. I think he handled it really well. And Mason's, boy, you're going to forget their names, and I'm just going to black out when I say their names. So Marshall just pulling out a gap now.
We see a couple of other drivers getting staged up down in the paddock. We see the ghost himself, Armand Deligny, getting suited up for Team Supersonic. He was one of the early hot drivers for the Cyan team. You can see as well down in the pits, we have got DJ Alessandrini, as well as I believe that is Jeremy Briner getting lined up for Team Misfit Motorsports and Team High Voltage as well. So we've got a couple of driver exchanges coming up in the very near future as some of these karts getting ready to expire, some drivers just getting a break. I did just see off camera Miss Excel, Rachel Hart herself, bringing some paperwork in the pits.
Not to be outpaced by Armand. So Armand and her make the perfect Team Excel. So if there's any two people that are playing with Microsoft Office out there, it's the two of them.
Cameraman number 6 doing awesome work down there in the pits off the racetrack. We've seen the rest of Team Supersonics reviewing the results and the track times and everything else for Team Supersonics, and they're going to be getting out there on the track in just a few moments. That continues to be Team Supersonics with the 3-lap gap over High Voltage back in second, with Team Celine, the brown team, in third. Team Talladega in the number 4 spot. Team Low Current back in 5th. Full Focus in 6th. And Misfit Motors still back there in the number 7 spot. Lap differences: 3 laps from 1st to 2nd. 2nd to 3rd is another 3 laps. 3rd, 4th, and 5th all have the same lap count at this point in time. 6th place is 10 laps off of the leader, and Misfit Motors, the team in 7th, is about 15 laps off of the pace at this point in time. I want to thank everybody for joining us for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. I want to thank once again Primal Life, offering you organic, chemical-free mouth, hair, and skincare and supplements, proudly made right here in the USA. Local company based out of Fairlawn, Ohio. PrimalLifeOrganics.com. Your mouth is our mission. And we are back with the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. Brought to you by the folks at Primal Life. Your mouth is our mission. We smile with Primal Life. Just when we entered commercial break just a few moments ago, huge penalty for Team Supersonics. I did get word that Team Supersonics, they still have about a 3-lap gap over Team High Voltage, still running in the number 2 spot. But Team Supersonics, Marshall Miller, the pilot, when we entered commercial break, didn't have any brakes with that kart. And while he didn't have any brakes, he turned about 2 or 3 consecutive 25.3 second laps. So Marshall Miller, with absolute blistering pace out there, blew the stop box due to not having any brakes. And that means that Armand had to assess a drive-through penalty on his next pass through. And now we just got word that Team Salin, one of the Nunamakers, are getting assessed a drive-through penalty as well. That is going to be Will Nunamaker making his way in the pits in the next couple of laps to take that drive-through penalty. So yeah, all sorts of chaos going on in the past couple of laps. It is now 2 laps separating Team Supersonic from Team High Voltage, 1st and 2nd out there on the track, with Team Talladega running in 3rd. They are about 7 laps off of the pace now, as Team Supersonic and High Voltage have really separated themselves from the field, as Team Salin and Team Talladega sit neck and neck for the bottom step of the podium. But Team Low Current is not out of it yet. They are 2-3 laps off of Team Talladega and Team Salin. Team Low Current is, and currently with the helm at Team Low Current is Dylan Lees, the driver from East Lansing, Michigan, with our GoPro camera that seemed to have fallen after we got it mounted. We had it all mounted up, and then it took a tip over. So next time that we get our GoPro in, we'll get it set up in a more fixed location for drive. But there comes Will Nunamaker in the pits for his drive-through penalty. I'm not really sure, again, what the issue of that drive-through penalty is. I seen him put his hands up in the air at the exit of the pit lane. He's not sure what's going on, but he takes the penalty as he gets it, and he is back out there on the track just ahead of Dylan Lease, the driver for Team Low Current. And they're making their way through that S-turn just before turn number 5. And looking out there on the track right now, it looks about single file, not a whole lot of drivers putting a lot of pressure on each other. One driver I have not seen come on the track yet is Chris Nanchoff for Team Supersonic, but it is we've currently got the Ghost, Armand, out there on the race course for the Cyan team, and he is out there with some clear real estate ahead and behind, trying to reel in the 3-rider train just ahead, and that is being led by the Talladega team. I believe Tristan Hartong. No, check that. We've got Katie Wise. Yeah, Katie Wise out there for Team Talladega currently. There we do see Wayne Nunamaker, representative for Team Salem, going and talking to our track staff to try and see what led to that drive-through penalty. Not really sure up here in the box as to what it is. There we see Wayne Nunamaker making his way back to his pits. He looks to be a little bit confused as to why all of that happened. But, you know, Team Salem, they have nothing to be upset about. They are one lap off of being on that number 3 spot, and they are not out of it at all, as Team Supersonic still holding on to the number 1 spot with 6:20 clicked off. That's 3 better than Team High Voltage. And Team High Voltage, the orange hooded team, they are right on the rear fender of Team Talladega. Team High Voltage currently being piloted by DJ. He is putting the pressure on Katie Wise. Katie Wise doing a little bit of a happy St. Patrick's Day dressing today. We've seen her dressing up in all of her St. Patrick's Day garb, and there you can see her with her long green socks holding off DJ, making their way over the finish line. And the blue team, Team Talladega, is sitting in 3rd place overall on the track. That is just ahead of just behind Team High Voltage as far as the standings are concerned. And there we see Team High Voltage getting aggressive, pushing Katie Wise wide. And Katie Wise still holding on to the track position over Team High Voltage, making their way back over the start-finish line once again into turn number 1. Another passing opportunity. The door is open for the S-turns as we see Katie Wise still holding on to that position over DJ, and the green team reeling in those 2 riders as well. Team Full Focus coming into full focus as who is currently piloting Team Full Focus? I believe that's Victor Weber for Team Full Focus. Yes, that's Victor Weber for Team Full Focus, reeling in these 2 riders just ahead. Katie Wise and DJ Alessandrini making their way into turn number 5. Another passing opportunity for DJ to try to make his way by Katie and into the carousel. We've seen these riders come in too wide, but they can't really get much wider than that into the turn just before the finish line, the carousel, and back into turn number 1. It continues to be Katie Wise holding off DJ Alessandrini, and into the S turns. DJ giving her a bump into turn number 5. The door might be open for DJ Alessandrini, but Katie Wise keeping that cart tidy up the inside. But there, the door is wide open, and DJ takes advantage, making the pass. And again, that is just for position on the race course. Team High Voltage has quite an advantage over Team Talladega as far as lap counts are concerned. But it looks like Victor Weber for Team Full Focus trying to put his focus towards the front, and he's going to try to make his way by Katie Wise as well. And now down in the paddock, we have another member of Team Misfit Motors getting ready to head out there on the race course, and the driver coming in the pits, Jeremy Briner for Team Misfit Motors, makes his way in the stop box. He stops. We have another Misfit Motors driver getting strapped in. I believe that's Matt Skeens possibly getting suited up for Team Misfit Motors. Hometown boy coming right here from Canton, Ohio. He's been on 4 wheels from a young age and is no stranger to racing. He's been racing electric karts here at K1 Speed Canton and in Boost League since last year. So he's got some laps inside the arena, and he's going to try to put those laps to good use. The driver for Misfit Motors, the number 19 machine, making his way over the start-finish line right now. He's quite a few laps off of the overall, but he's going to put some laps in and try to make some time back. You never know what can happen in the end of it. And after assessing that drive-through penalty, the brown team, Team Salem, they continue to sit back in the number 4 spot. They are 1 lap off of Talladega. They are 1 lap ahead of Low Current. They are right in the thick of things, making their way through the carousel and over the start-finish line. That is Will Nunemaker clicking off another one as he makes his way into the S-turn, the switchback, and into another little straightaway here at K1 Speed Canton, the inaugural 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by FLBR Racing, a Formula 4 race team from Cleveland, Ohio. Thank you guys for helping us out for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. And there on screen, the Ghost, Armand Deligny, making his way around turn number 5 into some traffic. He still sits in the overall number 1 spot. Does Team Supersonic, the Scion team, with 630 laps completed, with 7 hours and 14 minutes left on the clock. And Armand making his way into some traffic right now. Armand, he was one of the fast drivers earlier in the race, and for Team Supersonic, Armand kicked things off. So he was the opening driver for the Supersonic team. So he put themselves up front early with Team High Voltage. They separated themselves, the top 2 karts did, and now they continue to be one of the top karts on the track, as does High Voltage. Those 2 karts separating themselves about 4 laps ahead of Talladega. Team Talladega there, you just seen them exiting the right-hand section of your screen. Armand, your overall race leader, there he is, all over the rear fender of Victor Weber, Team Full Focus member, making his way into turn number 1. You're going to probably see Armand make his way by Victor very soon as he is working his way to another hopefully clean lap. I know fast lap so far, 25.3. Low 25.2, I heard, is what Marshall ran for Supersonic earlier in that previous heat that he was out there. He ran through 2 or 3 consecutive 25.3s. I believe he also ran a 25.2 in that stint as well. And then the brakes went out. Run it till the wheels fall off, did he? Marshall did, and did his part. Great battle on track there between Will Nunemaker and Matt Skeens. Will Nunemaker up the inside of Matt Skeens, pushing him wide into the rails. Will Nunemaker getting really aggressive. The IMSA Michelin Challenge champion, multiple-time IMSA Michelin Challenge champion. There we see James working his way through the pits. Great to have James here at K1 Speed Canton helping us out. He's been up here in the box with me. He's been working through some technical difficulties, and there you see him grabbing himself a bite to eat. Everybody needs to stay refreshed here today. Great to be here at K1 Speed Canton for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life and FLBR Racing. And there you see on screen Team Low Current leading Team High Voltage into turn number 5. That's just a battle on track. Low Current sitting in 5th place overall, High Voltage in 2nd place overall. And currently for Team Low Current, that is Dylan Lease driving. And I've seen Dylan out there for quite some time. He is, he's got our helmet cam, and he's been out there for, he's been out there for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or so. And I'm going to see what kart he is on. He's on kart number 17, is the driver for Team High Voltage. And that thing has about 50% remaining. He's got some orange warnings. Does Dylan Lease, 2.6%, or excuse me, 2.6 volts remaining in guilty cell number 8 for Team High Voltage. And he is now all over the rear fender of Dylan Lease. Excuse me, Dylan Lease, that's who I was just talking about. It is DJ Alessandrini making his way by Lease over the start-finish line. They are single file, and the ghost of Armand making his way into this pack. Watching the battle in front of him. We just had DJ Alessandrini make his way through that pack pretty cleanly. And there we have Red Team, Team Low Current, Dylan Lease entering the pits. So hopefully we'll get that that GoPro cam assessed and in a better situation for the next team. And now we have entering for Team Low Current. Is that Nate Groh? Nate Groh coming on the track, I believe. You can tell him apart by the rest of his team as he has the clear visor. That's how I separate him. And he's making his way on the track in just a moment. There he is, joining the track just ahead of DJ Alessandrini. And now joining the pits, we've got Armand making his way in the pits. Armand Deligny coming in the pits, and Marshall Miller getting suited up, strapped up for the Scion team. Team Supersonic still has about a 3-lap gap over the rest of the field. Team High Voltage still running in the number 2 spot, and Marshall going to join the track just behind Will Nunamaker, representative from Team Salem, coming into the quick switchback and into turn number 5. Marshall's got to put some heat in those tires before he really puts the pressure on Team Salem. They are just ahead of Matt Skeens for Team Misfit Motorsports. There you see Dylan Lease walking off the track after a great run for Team Low Current. We're getting that GoPro situated around. We're getting it looked at, and we're going to get it mounted up in a good spot for the next set of for the next competitor. Display that for you guys watching at home. Thank you for joining us for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. My name once again is Derek Everett. I've just got roped into doing this. Thank you, Corey Salerno, for name dropping me and bringing me up in the box, and I'm glad to be here. Typically doing motocross announcing, and I may call some of these drivers riders, and that is just my mistake, as everybody is a rider in the discipline that I come from. So there we go. We have got Marshall Miller making the move on Will Nunamaker. Got some heat in those tires finally, and now he's going to try to put some hot laps in. He's putting some time between him and Matt Skeens. Now Matt Skeens leading that 3-driver group. There I am calling these drivers riders once again. So Marshall's got some clear real estate ahead of him, and he's going to open up that gap over the Brown team. And here's the battle I wanted to watch. We've got Team High Voltage. DJ Alessandrini has the advantage over Nate Groh now with some heat in those tires after making that driver exchange and kart exchange. He joins the track just ahead of the blue team, being Team Talladega. And representing Team Talladega right now, I believe we still have Katie Wise clicking off laps. She has got to be getting ready to come in the pits, as I seen Katie just during commercial break, and Katie Wise is out there on the number 3 kart currently. And looking at some telemetry, the number 3 kart has 50% remaining. One of the cells reaching 52 degrees Celsius, and I know James, you're eating. If you could just mouth me the temperature that the cutoff is. 75 degrees is what these things can run up to. So the number 11 kart, I do see running a little bit hotter than the rest of them, but Katie Wise is still well within range on that number 3 machine for Team Talladega, running in the number 3 position. She has a 1-lap edge over Team Salem, sitting back in 4th with 640 laps completed. Team Supersonics still making it happen, though, but there we got Team Salem making their way across the finish line. Will Nunamaker clicking off laps into the number 4 spot, and he is on the number 11 kart. Let's get some information on that machine. And I was just talking about the number 11 kart having some hot temperatures. It is 58 degrees is what I just read, 2.6 volts remaining. It is cell number 8 is the guilty party once again. So the Nunamaker team, Salem team, is going to have to be doing some investigations on that kart. Kart number 11 might have to come in for a switch sooner than later than they were wanting to. And they're down in the paddock. Green team getting suited up and ready to go for another stint. Team full focus, getting ready to make the switch. But there's a 4-driver battle on track. DJ Alessandrini getting shoved wide, and now he has the inside line trying to maintain position, but he now has the bad spot in line, and he's going to get shoved wide here into turn number 1. The number 3 kart for Team Low Current making his way up the inside, and he's going to make the move, but here comes Team High Voltage right back on Low Current to make the pass back, and Team High Voltage still maintaining 3rd place in that battle that we are watching on screen, with Team Misfit Motorsports leading the way, with Matt Skeens leading that battle. Katie Wise, Team Talladega, in the 2nd place position in that battle. DJ Alessandrini for Team High Voltage in third place in that battle, and fourth place in that battle we got Nate Groh for Team Low Current. And there we got a low trackside cam shot, watching that 4-kart battle, snaking their way across through turn number 5. Katie Wise getting a bump as well. So there we can see them coming down the start straightaway with that hot camera angle. Matt Skeens for Team Misfit Motors still holds that lead in that pack. Into the quick switch back. There is Katie Wise, second place in that group of riders, just ahead of DJ Allison Drenny with the orange hood for Team High Voltage. But look for Low Current. Look for Nate Groh to start making some passes as he started racing at High Voltage against some of those drivers like DJ Allison Drenny. He's trying to make his way by him as he has raced at High Voltage many, many times. He's a 2-time league champ at High Voltage, so Nate Groh has quite a bit of skill and experience racing against these drivers that he is up against here today. And there we see Katie Wise getting the bad spot in line. She gets shoved wide. One driver almost gets by, but she maintains her position on the track. But up the inside goes Nate Groh on DJ once again. These two drivers shoving each other wide, giving each other the business. As there we go, Katie Wise making the move up the inside on Matt Skeens to take over the lead in that battle on the track. Matt Skeens falls back to second. DJ still running in third over Nate Groh back in fourth place on the track in that battle. Everyone else just kind of doing their own thing. But you know what? Looking back a little bit further, you can see Marshall Miller reeling him in, but here comes the green team, Team Full Focus coming in the pits. Victor making his way into the stop box, coming to a complete stop. Hand goes up for the Marshall, and exchange is happening. We have Mitch Shannon coming onto the track for Team Full Focus. The green team getting his way back out there on the track. Looks like we're going to get our GoPro camera set back up once again, hopefully for another look out there. And there we go. Good shot. GoPro camera brought to you by Primal Life, and Mitch Shannon is piloting the Primal Life GoPro camera into the quick switchback and into turn number 5, one of the passing opportunities inside of K1 Speed Canton, and making their way in another switchback into the carousel and back onto the start straightaway is that green Full Focus Mitch Shannon, number 8 kart, the Primal Life GoPro camera, giving you a great job on this shot at what it's like to race here at K1 Speed. I cannot wait to see him get into some traffic. And here we have the orange team, DJ Allison Drenny, coming in the pits, into the stop box. He comes to a complete stop. The hand goes up for our track marshal, and we have an exchange, and Steve Madden making his way onto the course now. He's getting himself buckled up for Team High Voltage. Looking at timing and scoring now, 650 laps. Only 2 laps now separate Supersonic from High Voltage, so things are starting to close up a little bit up towards the top of the leaderboard as High Voltage is getting ready to wage war up at the top of the leaderboard. As we have an exchange for Team Talladega coming in. Katie Wise coming in for her switch. It looks like another Wise member, perhaps. No, that's David Pons. David Pons making his way on track again for Team Talladega, and he's going to enter just ahead of Team High Voltage. So there we got these 3 drivers making their way down Star straightaway. Marshall Miller following these 3, now 2 drivers. We got James back up here. You good to go, man?
Yeah, thanks. Needed a break, but I was going to point out a couple things. So if we ever go back to the onboard camera, it's going to do a lap around with the corners. But as we see this battle go on, we're just reminded of Marshall and like the amount of patience that he's learned over the years, or over the year, I guess, of driving, and trying to help him make cleaner passes. And I think that was one of them right there.
He is now putting the pressure on Team Low Current. That driver is Nate Groh, the representative for Team Low Current. Up the inside goes Marshall Miller, making a nice, clean pass up the inside. And he's going to click off another one. Now he's got clear real estate ahead of him, does Marshall Miller. And we've seen him put in some heaters before. Now we have a whole lot of heat in the race course 5 hours of racing just clicked off. 6 hours, 59 minutes, and 53 seconds remaining on the clock. And now Marshall Miller with a lot of clear real estate, a lot of heat in the track, heat in some tires. He's on his way to setting some clean, fast laps for Team Supersonic. Now, never know. Anything can happen, though.
We're going to do a ride around the track with the Primal Life GoPro camera.
Yeah.
As we go across the start-finish line. So here's turn 1, the very sharp hairpin. This is where you lift going into 2 because this is the complex into 3-4. You want to hold this line tight on the coming out of 3 so you can bend a little bit to 4. That's basically just a big kink. Longer straightaway as you come into turn 5 at the back of the facility. And then you want to lift just slightly before you hit the carousel to try to make sure you hit a late apex before you go across the front straightaway. So that's one lap around this very, very short track. Only 25, 26 seconds that it takes to do one lap around.
I had the opportunity of racing here whenever it was the outdoor track, and it adds about 15 seconds to the lap time, and it adds some technical stuff outdoors.
Yeah, that spot he just passed, you can see those garage doors there, so we opened the circuit from there, and then you continue on to the outdoor section, and then you come back inside. The nice thing about the outdoor is it's a very long straightaway, so if you hit turn 4 correctly, you'll be able to hit maximum potential of these cars, which is right around 40 miles an hour by the time you get to the end of the straight.
That is absolutely incredible. And we have the awesome Primal Life GoPro Cam, piloted by Mitch Shannon for Team Full Focus, making his way into the carousel. Team Full Focus, they sit in the number 6 position right now with that Primal Life GoPro Cam. They have 654 laps completed. They are 13 laps off of the pace of Team Supersonic. 25.5 for Marshall.
And if you're watching his pedal work very closely, you'll see that a lot of the turns are just lifts. And the lift is important, and people who are inexperienced with driving these cars need to know that holding the throttle down around the whole circuit is not the way to drive. They often say that, I thought my time was going to be faster. I had my foot around the whole time. Well, that's the problem. You have to slow down to go fast. And so you'll see him lift through a couple of these corners, but he's not going to brake because the lift is just enough to settle the car down and get you through the corner with a maximum amount of speed.
Puts the weight back on the front end of the cart to give those front tires the bite to grab and actually get the initial turn in so they can get back on the throttle early and then get back down the next straightaway.
And that's really, we got a car stopped at the front straightaway. Looks like a battery issue. He was turning it off, but that's not actually what we want him to do. He should just leave it on.
Team Sailing, the Brown team, Team Sailing.
He just needs to leave it on.
Number 11, cart number 11, 66 degrees cell temperature for Team Sailing. They were not monitoring the telemetry of that machine very well at all. And 2.26 volts, that thing has shut down.
Yeah, I think probably the issue with that one's the temperature. That one's probably hit the threshold if I had to guess. So
that's cell number 7. Dirty cell 7.
Yeah, so they sometimes trade off. So because he was stopped on the straightaway there, that muscle that we talked about earlier is not contracted anymore. It's not extended anymore. And so you actually get a little bit of contraction, which gives you just enough energy to get back into the pits, which is why he's able to continue here.
And there we have Will Nunemaker making his pit. He probably should have made that a lap or so sooner, as that thing has pretty well expired. And now we have Wayne Nunemaker taking the helm for Team Sailing down in the pits, and they're going to try to rebound. And we got a full course caution. There we have the pace cart making their way out on the race course. He is joined just ahead of Marshall Miller, the current race leader, and we're going to get some things ironed out. I'm not sure if we have any penalties to assess from the previous running of the cautions, but we're going to, full course caution on
this.
If
I had to guess, this is a very welcome break for the teams. We haven't had a caution now for
an hour or so. Yeah.
It's been a while. So we get to take a breath. We need to slow the field down.
We are on pace to set a record number of laps in a given day, I believe.
For this circuit, absolutely, yeah.
1,500 laps for an individual team times 7, so that's a lot of laps inside this arena.
We have a 50 race challenge here, which takes individuals around the circuit 50 races, but definitely not this number of laps.
Looks like we have a couple of drivers getting the lucky dog penalty relief. A couple of drivers getting the lap back.
Yeah, and I believe Team Low Current is going to get their lap back because of a mechanical issue they have in the pits. They took a car. The car did not turn on right away. We found out that the kill switch was killed, and because of that, they're going to get the lucky dog as well.
Excellent. Glad to have all of this information. Now I just get the camera feeds and a whole lot of nothing else unless you guys let me know.
I was fortunate you let me go down and get dinner. That was the.
I'm next.
Yeah.
We are still under a full course caution, and now we have trying to get things ironed out up front. We've got Marshall Miller, the overall race leader for Team Supersonic. He still sits ahead of Team High Voltage in second.
I see the speed 1 indicator on car 8. I hope they didn't change the radio control on that one, or he's just waiting. Okay, yeah, so he's okay. He's not on speed 1. The cars are programmed with 4 speeds, so speed 1 would be a pit lane speed limiter. We're actually using speed 2 here for this event because the drivers can control the cars a little bit more, but my concern was that he was on speed 1, and that doesn't look to be the case. So,
I did see that there is a glow karting event. Can you give me some information on that?
yeah, and we would normally be doing that on a Friday night. Obviously not tonight, although we thought about it. The track has LEDs all around the outside of it, and we turn off the overhead lights, and you get to drive with colored lights. It's pretty awesome.
That is really cool.
It's especially good for kids, but it's a good challenge for adult drivers as well. People come out 5 o'clock on Fridays is when we run that event.
But there's a little bit wider of a racing line whenever the lights go out.
If you can call it a racing line, yeah, exactly.
You don't want to bump those insides.
Sometimes we call it a free-for-all in public racing, but
okay.
Yeah.
There we see some of our track staff here at K1 Speed getting a well-deserved break after a long run here today.
Absolutely. So proud of these guys and the work they're putting in to keep this race running. I can't tell you how much time was spent analyzing and thinking about how we make these cars run for 12 hours. Now, obviously we're not there yet, but the track workers and the work that they're doing are the testament to, or they're the reason that we're able to do even what we've already done. So we're listening to race control now, try to get the order of the field back in. I want to make a note, too, of the track lights. Those are pretty unusual for an indoor go-kart facility, and we brought those on board because we found it was too difficult for the drivers to see the track master, who was only in one spot on the track. So we implemented this technology and these lights to help alert the drivers faster to a car that's slowed on track, but also for the pace car event as well.
I have seen a very similar type of a design, in the motocross world, letting you know that, hey, somebody's down.
Yeah, it's so critical when something happens that you let them know.
There you go.
The drivers let them know right away. So we
great work from our cameras.
Developed our own system and implemented it here, and it's been working great. The drivers have had great feedback for it.
Still have our course marshal out there on the race course right now. The pace car is still navigating this field around the circuit. We still have Team Supersonic in the number 1 spot. 677 laps completed. That is 2 better than Team High Voltage, the Orange Hoods, in second. It is still the Blue Hoods, Team Talladega, with 670 laps completed. They are 7 laps off of the race leader in third. Team Salem, the brown team, is still in the number 4 spot with 669 laps completed. That is 8 laps off of the race leader. Team Low Current, they are 9 laps off of the pace in the number 5 spot. Team Full Focus, the green team, is about 12 laps off of the pace in 6th, and Team Misfit Motors is about 18 laps off of the pace with the White Hoods back in 7th.
And if you haven't noticed, we've also got a very special pace car livery for this event. Thanks to the K1 marketing team for designing this for us. Car number 27, which is actually my favorite number, but it got branded, and not only is it running the pace car, but it was also the car that all the teams used to drive there for their qualifying, so that everybody had the exact same setup and the exact same car to run the most equal times as possible.
Good information to have, and there you see our pilot of the pace car making his way around the circuit. Do we have the name of the pilot?
Yeah, actually, this is Bryce. So he's one of our track workers.
Okay, great.
Been working here for a long time, and he runs a lot of our events, and he has practiced the pace car a lot of times. He actually loves to drive the kids' kart, but we told him for this event he couldn't do that. So.
And there he does exit the race course, and green flag flies once again for the rest of the competitors and Team Supersonic. Marshall Miller, clear real estate ahead of him, and he's got Team High Voltage in second place, and he's got some work to do. Everybody's got about a lap separating everybody on the track, so now there's going to be a battle towards the front as penalties and blue team coming in, Marshall Miller coming into the pits, and we see the Ghost, Armand, down in the pits getting ready to come on to the race course. Cameraman number 6 got his eyes set on the exchange, and there it goes. Armand making the old switcheroo, gets in the cart, grabs the buckle, is going to get himself in. That 2-lap gap is going to go down a little bit, and now with our Primal Life GoPro camera, we still have Mitch Shannon for Team Full Focus in the thick of things. This is really what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the battles on the track. Where do they go inside? Where do they go outside? Where do they lift when they're in traffic? If they're able to go up the inside and really shove them wide, how much bumping and grinding goes on? I wanted to see that Primal Life GoPro camera, and there he is, Mitch Shannon, really showing us a great look around the track.
And he's also running his own GoPro in case you think that you're looking at the camera that's shooting the film.
He's sitting in the number 6 position just ahead of Team Misfit Motors. So he's losing a little bit of ground to the battle just ahead of him between Team Low Current and Team Salem. Team Salem making that pit stop a few laps ago, and now Wayne Nonemaker with a pretty fresh kart has the advantage over Team Low Current, and I believe that's still Nate Groh. Yes, it is Nate Groh still running Team Low Current. Getting some bumps coming into the carousel. Down over the start straightaway. Team Low Current, they are putting the pressure on Team Salem into turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, the red team really wants to get that lap back. If they can get back on the lead lap, that'll put them back in serious contention.
And we see Jacob Andrew, the man with 2 first names, getting lined up down in the pits. He is ready to go out for another stint for Team High Voltage, your second place team. 2 laps. They are only 1 lap now off of Team Supersonic as of the last time over the finish line. So things are really tightening up towards the front as Team High Voltage let them get a couple of laps in early, but now nearing the halfway mark, 6 hours and 47 minutes remaining in the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. And there we see Nate Groh going up the inside of Nonemaker, and here we got our high voltage team, DJ Allison Drenny, coming in the pits. He comes to a complete stop. Track marshal puts his hands up. Exchange goes in. Jacob Andrew getting suited up and getting buckled up for Team High Voltage, and he will make his way back out there on the race course. There he goes, rejoining the track with cold tires, so he's going to have to give it a couple of laps before he can get back up to full race pace. There is a 3-driver battle between Team Full Focus, Team Salem, and Team Misfit Motorsports. 3 wide going into turn number 2, and it is Team Full Focus with Mitch Shannon leading that 3-driver battle into turn number 5. So we will see probably Matt Skeens for Team Misfit Motors making his way into the pits probably very soon, because Matt Skeens for Team Misfit Motors, the number 19 car, has been out there for quite some time, and I'm making my way back to some telemetry. He's got 24% remaining in that cell, 2.67 volts remain in cell number 8. Guilty cell 8 is that party once again. And there we see the white cart coming in the pits, making the exchange, and out on track once again we have Chris Locke, motocross man, hanging up his helmet and his boots, and he gets a full face mask instead.
Yeah, with a helmet that he painted himself.
Custom guitar painter too. That's pretty cool. Chris Locke doing all sorts of cool stuff, and now he has to give it a couple of laps for Team Misfit Motorsports to get the tires warm before he can get back to full race pace. And now on screen we have the battle between the top 2 teams on the circuit, between Team Supersonic and Team High Voltage, duking it out on track. This is what we wanted to see, a couple of hot drivers. Team High Voltage leading Team Supersonic on screen. That is Jacob Andrew with the all-white helmet and the orange hood just ahead of the ghost of Armand Deligny in the number 2 spot on screen. They have the advantage over the Team Talladega. Tristan Hartong, I believe, still piloting Team Talladega at the tail end of that screen. I believe, check that. That's David Ponce still piloting for Team Talladega. But now we've got Jacob Andrew putting a couple of cart links between him and Armand. Armand still in the number 2 spot on screen, single file into and out of turn number 2. Red team coming into the pits, Team Low Current making a quick exchange as it looks like Nate Groh coming off the track and John Hammett coming onto the track. John Hammett was just off the track, so he's making his way off and on again, getting buckled in for Team Low Current. There we have at the top of our screen, Team High Voltage over Team Supersonic and Team Talladega. Into turn number 5 they go, coming into the carousel. Jacob Andrew, the pilot for X30 Senior and Low 206 Karts, works with electric karts all day at High Voltage, and he's putting that knowledge and experience to good use here today as he puts some time between him and Armand. Armand slipping up a little bit, now getting some pressure from Team Talladega. Team Talladega being David Ponce piloting that machine up the inside of Armand, making the move, and now moving into the number 2 spot on screen just behind Jacob Andrew, the orange hood at the top right-hand portion of your screen. There is David Ponce for Team Talladega, still holding on to the number 2 spot on your screen after just making the move on the light blue hood. There is Armand Deligny for Team Supersonic, losing a little bit of cart lengths, a couple of cart lengths to the dark blue hood. And it is still the red hooded machine of John Hammett joining these 3 carts there. He's getting some heat in those tires as well. He is just making his way back out on track from a pit stop. And like I said, things are tightening up a little bit. Supersonic still has a 2-lap gap over Team High Voltage. And it is just a 2-lap gap. 51 seconds is the overall split between first and second. And at 26-second laps, that's 51, 52 seconds between Team Supersonic and High Voltage. So a pit stop is pretty much all that separates. 1 or 2 pit stops is all that separates first from second on the track. And they are all right there on screen at one time. There is High Voltage. Jacob Andrew over Team Talladega. David Ponce into the carousel now.
Yeah, and look at the gap that David's been able to pull just from Armand. So that kind of tells me he may not be real happy with that cart. It's hard to tell, but David pulling out a gap for sure.
Yeah, Armand is not quite matching the pace of the rest of his competition that are just ahead of him. Armand losing quite a few carts. The number 25 cart for Team Supersonic really losing some time. I want to see if I can get some more information on that machine particularly. He still has plenty of juice left in it. Doesn't seem to be running it too awful hard. So I'm not sure what is going on with that machine.
Well, one thing to keep in mind is that they're driving machines that are arrive and drive cars. So we do our best to prepare them to be the same, to perform the same as much as possible. But there are cars that drivers don't particularly like, or they don't get along with, or they may not handle the same, and that's just part of the variables of indoor go-kart racing.
They still have enough of a gap to maintain about 2 laps over Team High Voltage, who has a lap and 5/8. 7/8. A lap and 7/8 over Armand.
That's a good way to split it.
Give or take.
Yeah. Not that we're counting fractions or anything.
Still the closest other battle on the track that we've got is between Team Talladega and Team Salem. Only about a lap and a half, 2 laps separate those 2 teams. Team Low Current and Team Full Focus bringing it in to about a lap and a half to 2 laps as well between the red and green teams. On screen right now, there he is, Team Talladega. That's David Ponce, regular racer here at K1 Speed Canton. He is best known as driver for hire by his racing friends. If he got it, he'll drive it.
Yeah, absolutely, and he is one that will fight for those tenths of a second in anticipation of hitting a track record. Nothing motivates him more than having some sort of goal in front of him and trying to hit, that track record 25-0, 25-2s, or whatever the case may be.
And you can see Team Talladega putting in 25.6 second laps. Those are really, really quick laps. 25.7 second laps coming for Team Talladega. He's pushing that kart pretty hard, the number 5 machine out there on the race course right now. Checking out some information on that kart. He's got some high temperatures, 57 degree pack temperature for one side, 2.59 volts. So he's pushing that thing right now.
Yeah, it's actually not looking too bad.
If I see red, I think bad.
Yeah, that's true. We should have programmed it a little differently. The voltage is looking pretty good. The temperature is actually, we have until 75 degrees. So until the teams see that threshold, they're good to go ahead and run.
There he is coming into turn number 5. The number 5 machine with the blue hood for Team Talladega, David Ponce, still putting some pretty good time in. But now we have an exchange potentially happening.
That's going to be it's going to be for his teammate right there, getting on deck. Now these guys are allowed to stand in a driver box. We don't want them crowding the fence there. They're only supposed to be coming out here when the team has signaled them that they're about to change. And that keeps it a little less congested over there. Then they can pass the red line after their driver has successfully stopped in the stop box at the rear of the pits.
So now only 46 seconds separate Team High Voltage from Team Supersonic. So it is still about a lap and a half now. Things are starting to tighten up at the top of the leaderboard. There's Team Cy and Team Supersonic. Armand Deligny with that number 25 kart just does not seem to be happy with that machine. We'll talk to him during the next commercial break to see what is actually going on with that machine, or if it's just his stint out there. He's spent quite a few laps on track here today.
Somebody spun sideways as we go yellow.
Full course yellow.
Looks like Ponce's car lost track speed, lost kart speed, as he was pounding the side pod in frustration.
And yeah, he's probably going to limp that thing all the way to the pits, and he is definitely going to be coming into the pits here in just a couple of moments for a pit stop as he loses position after position after position, at least on the track. He's got a couple of laps to a couple of the other teams. But Talladega doesn't want to lose too many positions as Team Salem now bringing it right back in.
Yeah, that means you were right. You were reading the telemetry correct. You saw the red, and it was time to bring that machine in.
Right there we had one drop below 2.4 volts.
And that's all it takes. The battery's going to protect itself, so it says, I'm going to shut off so that you don't run me too far into the ground, and then that also allows it to be recharged when it comes in the pits.
It does not appear to be a full course caution, so we are going to maintain green on the track, and there on the race on the screen we have a great battle between Team Misfit Motorsports. That is Chris Locke battling with Wayne Nunemaker over the finish line into turn number 1. Nunemaker putting the pressure on Chris Locke coming into turn number 2 and into turn 3. Quick switch back as they've got just a slight edge over the white helmet, the all-white helmet for the High Voltage Racing member, Jacob Andrew. Keeping these two drivers honest just ahead of them. Into the carousel they go. So we got a cone sticking
we got a little
far.
cone out on the track there. It was an interesting decision from track officials setting up the event to not go with a safety car during a battery outage. So it was discussed to see if that was going to be a requirement, but it was decided in the end that just going yellow was enough to warn drivers about the slow car on track and then not worry about the pace car.
I think that is a fair judgment call and a good decision to make, and the battle continues as Jacob Andrew makes the move on Wayne Nunemaker to take over that position on track. Now Jacob Andrew going to try to make the move on Chris Locke as well. Locke does not, his times on track does not appear that he has been as competitive as the rest of his team or some of the rest of the competition here today. He hasn't been holding things up, but he hasn't been the fastest driver on the circuit. Nothing against you, Chris, but
yeah, as he struggles and gets by.
Yeah, you're struggling a little bit today.
Yep. Nonmakers will have him in his sights very shortly here, within a car length.
You do see Chris with a couple of armbands on his lower forearm, so arm pump. I was talking about arm pump. That is something that I have suffered with my arms get tired and you just can't hold on to the steering wheel anymore. You can't hold on to the handlebars anymore. So you see the armbands on the number 21, the white hooded machine right there. Chris Locke has an armband on his right arm. So that may be trying to relieve a little bit of pressure, maybe suffering from a little bit of fatigue here late in the day, as we are about 5.5 hours completed. 6 hours and 34 minutes remain for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life, bringing you guys that great onboard cam.
And if there's anybody sitting at home saying, "Oh, you're just driving go-karts, it's not a big deal, it can't be that hard," I would challenge you. Come out and drive these machines. They are very difficult to handle.
And there we have a great view of the Primal Life GoPro coming into the pits. Mitch Shannon piloting that thing into the stop box and stop. And he gets the flag through. And now we have Savannah Weber getting ready to join.
What a great shot. That shows how difficult it is to come from race pace into a stop box and stop within a very defined amount of space.
Now we see Savannah Weber getting buckled up into the green kart, as she is going to be the representative for Team Full Focus out there. Team Full Focus, 703 laps completed after 5.5 hours of competition, about 12 laps off of the pace. Team Supersonic still has about a lap. That's about it. 40 seconds is what separates first from second, as Supersonic, let's see if we can find them on screen. There he is, Armand Deligny. He has got to be pushing that thing. He's got to be coming in for a pit very soon. The number 25 kart is working his way around the track. Last time that my stuff has updated, he had 25% remaining, or 46% remaining. 2.7 volts remain for Armand as he's working his way around. Just doesn't seem to be gelling well with the number 25 kart, as he has lost a lot of pace to the to the orange team, Jacob Andrew. Jacob Andrew, representative for Team High Voltage, clicking off some consistent laps. Although I did see High Voltage losing a little bit of time on the previous lap. The top two have separated themselves altogether from the rest of the field, bringing you guys about 6 laps of separation between second and third on the track. Third and fourth on the same lap, just about, give or take. 711 laps completed for Team Salem, 710 laps completed for Team Talladega. They are right there within each other. Great camera work as we've got a great battle on the track. Savannah Weber holding up Jacob Andrew and Team Talladega. Patrick Dittmar running in the number 3 spot on the battle on the track. And there you can see another kart just in the distance. That is going to be Chris Locke on the white hooded kart, sitting at the end of that pack. But now Jacob Andrew with some clear real estate ahead of him, going to try to pull away. There's Chris Locke sitting in the number 4 spot in that pack. But Chris Locke, he's going to try to do some work. Jacob Andrew, he's going to try to put some clean laps in and pull away a little bit from Savannah Weber back in the number 2 spot. Continues to be Patrick Dittmar in the number 3 spot in this little pack that we have on our screen, holding up Chris Locke a little bit. Locke's put in some pretty good laps here late in the day. Making his way through turn number 1, keeping Team Talladega honest, swinging that thing wide in early for the white hooded Team Misfit Motorsports racing machine. And coming into turn number 5, putting the pressure on Team Talladega, Patrick Dittmar. There you see him right front and center on the screen. Tail end of the pack there, you got Wayne Nunemaker with the brown hood for Team Salem, keeping these guys just within striking distance. Clear real estate ahead of him for the red team, Team Low Current. John Hammett still out there on track, making his way into the carousel.
And we're getting indication from race controller we're going to go yellow for debris on track.
That's going to be a full course caution with the pace car. There we go.
So we'll get a chance to slow the field down again, breathe the batteries a little bit. It's also important that the cars that are in the pits now have time to cool off as well. They're just under constant stress of charge and discharge. So slowing the field down to yellow gives us a chance to catch up.
Have you got a word on like the separation of the karts? We were hoping for 2 hours between the karts coming off the track and when they go back on the track. Have you gotten word? Is that what they're getting?
Yeah, we actually are right on schedule. Teams are doing a great job of managing, and then the guys in the pits are doing a good job of cooling. So we're actually right on target. Especially during that middle sector where we were, green for almost 2 hours straight.
Now we're getting some stuff situated and getting some debris cleared off the racetrack, and cameraman number 6 doing some great work with Team Excel. Yeah, crunching the numbers. Got Salerno.
Just a fresh print off from Microsoft Office as we
Marshall all there crunching the numbers.
Now they're on the outside of the fence, so they can't hear us talking about them, but everybody else inside certainly can.
There we go. They're just working their way around the track, getting some debris cleared off. We see Jason Lucky there trying to assess some track situations. There he is, kicking some banners, kicking some debris.
Yeah, so the barriers are covered in a plastic micro, which helps protect it from the customers who love to drive into the walls all the time. And that micro is attached and bolted to our primary bumper system. And so what happens over time is drivers hit them and they wear, that they have to be reattached or tightened up or whatever. And I have a feeling that's what we're looking at right now, is assessing that black micro. Because the worst thing that happens is it comes off the bumper system and then it starts protruding into the track. And we definitely don't want to have that.
Got to bring out the self-tappers and throw another one in it and get it back to get the green flag waving again.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's part of our daily maintenance cycle here at the facility, and we've accelerated that by, 726 laps so far, and the drivers love to rub the bumpers up against that bumper system just to get every inch of track space they can, so they're definitely stressing that micro.
We were anticipating 1,500 laps is what we guessed at the third way completion mark. We had 525 laps completed. Nearing the halfway mark, we're going to be about 750, 775, so we're getting close.
Yeah, good guess. Good approximation.
Still under caution for debris here for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. Endurance race brought to you by the folks at FLBR Racing, a Formula 4 race team from Cleveland, Ohio, and Primal Life, offering you organic, chemical-free mouth, hair, and skincare and supplements, proudly made right here in the USA. Check them out at PrimalLifeOrganics.com. Your mouth is our mission. All kinds of chaos developing during commercial break. We are back here live for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life and FLBR Racing. And during commercial break, all kinds of chaos, like I was saying, has happened as the lucky dog penalties that are assessed during yellow flags. If you are one lap down, you get that one lap back. And it just so happened to be lucky dog for Team High Voltage who got that lap back, and that brought them right up to the rear bumper, the rear plastic of Team Supersonic, and Team Supersonic had to make an immediate pit after that yellow flag, so that put them in the pits, and that put Team High Voltage into the number 1 spot after everything was shuffled around. And there you see the number 7 kart with the orange hood, and that is DJ Alessandrini running that Team High Voltage kart, and he has just a slight advantage over Team Supersonic in the number 2 spot. And we have Marshall Miller piloting Team Supersonic, and they are keeping each other within striking distance. Only about 2 seconds separate those two drivers out there on the race course. And Team High Voltage, they are running that number 7 kart, and looking down at some telemetry, that's pretty fresh. That thing's got 70% in its capacity left. And looking at Marshall's kart, that thing's got 67%. So it's going to be a battle all the way to the pits for these top 2 drivers on the track, keeping each other honest and keeping that gap close, but trying to pull away from the rest of the field. as each of those two teams, wow, they have 775 laps completed with 5 hours and 58 minutes of racing completed. So we are well on our way to 1,550 laps for the day for the top teams or more. As Team Salem still hanging on in third with 769 laps completed. Blue Talladega team with 768 laps. Low Current, the red team, with 767 laps. 766 laps completed for the green team, Full Focus, and the white Misfit Motors team with 758 laps completed. They are about 18 laps off of the pace of Team High Voltage. And there on screen we have the Misfit Motors team separating Marshall Miller from Team Supersonic and Team High Voltage. And their Team Supersonic makes the moves on the Team Misfit Motors coming into turn number 5. Marshall Miller trying to put some hot laps in but keep the energy in the cells as he is keeping the orange kart within sight, keeping DJ Alessandrini with High Voltage. Keeping him there. They do have, those two karts have the blue team, Team Talladega, running just ahead as well. And see if we can find the pilot for that Talladega team. There he is making his way across sights. I believe that is Tristan Hartong. Yeah, Tristan Hartong back in the hot seat for Team Talladega. Team Talladega with 771 laps completed. They are about 20 seconds off or so of Team Salem in third place. So, Team Talladega, the longest course in the NASCAR circuit, isn't quite out of it yet as they're making their way over the finish line, clicking off another one into turn number 1 they go. Tristan Hartong through the quick switchback. He has got Team High Voltage hot on the rear bumper of that kart, making their way into turn number 5. Still have Marshall Miller with the cyan hood in second place, trying to keep High Voltage there. I mean, it was a tough break as they lost. They were within about a lap of each other before that penalty from debris, and due to the lucky dog penalty assessment that brought the lap back for Team High Voltage, they were about 40 seconds behind Team Supersonic going into that break, and that got them right back on the back bumper of Team Supersonic. And with that lucky dog, that brought them right back within that same lap, and they were able to get a good jump off that restart, make the quick pass, and Supersonics had to make a pit, allowing High Voltage to easily maintain that race lead. So now things are a little bit disappointing down in the pits for Supersonics. They were kicking cans in the pits during commercial breaks. So hopefully they're able to rebound in the second half of this race as we have just started half number 2 of the inaugural running of 12 Hours of Canton. Were you able to get some more information for us, James?
Well, so I was just checking with the teams and seeing how our karts were holding up and batteries and so forth. And overall, we're in really good shape. So we've got a couple cars that are a little more difficult to cool than others, and some of them are behaving better than others. And our mechanical has also been working on some fans and trying to keep things cool at the same time. But overall, we're very impressed so far.
So great racing continues as the battle is starting to tighten up with the Team Talladega driver, that being Tristan Hartong. He's starting to bottleneck it up, and DJ Alessandrini has nowhere to go except for Marshall Miller to close in, and now we can throw a blanket over these three drivers as it gets a little bit bumpy coming into the carousel, turn number 5 and into the carousel. All three drivers bumping bumpers, and Marshall Miller gets shoved into the wall, and he gets shuffled to the tail end of that pack, and now he goes into turn number 1 in the third place position in that pack. Great work by our camera crew coming into and out of turn number 2 and 3. DJ Alessandrini into turn number 5, still holding on to the overall race lead in this pack. And now, Marshall Miller tries to go up the inside of Team Talladega, but Talladega shuts the door, pushing Miller into the inside barrier. And Talladega still hangs on to the number 2 spot in this quick battle on the track. And Marshall Miller trying to give Talladega a little bump to shove him wide so he can stick his nose up the inside to make the move. But Marshall Miller unable to make the move yet. And there we got Talladega giving Marshall Miller the wave by to allow him to make the move and hopefully reel in Team High Voltage to keep this battle up towards the front of the pack continuing. Driver change down in the pits. Green team coming in the pits. I believe that may have been, was that Kyle? Was that Kyle getting suited up? Was that Mason? No, it wasn't Mason.
Neither one of them. So
all black helmet. That was Zach Harmon, for sure. Zach Harmon joining us for Team Full Focus.
Didn't recognize him with that new black helmet. He's usually using a Raven Drive helmet. So, yeah, new livery for Zach as he hits the track.
He says he's been racing since he's been 5 years old. He won the 2022 Teen GP here at K1 Speed Canton and races in the Boost Kart League. So he's got some experience inside. This is, I believe, the second or third time we've seen him on the track, kind of silently cutting his way out there on the track.
He has been sneaking in there, hasn't he? He's not always been a frontline story, but he's definitely been on track, keeping pace for his team. He's probably wishing that boost button was working right now, though.
Right. Red team coming into the pits. That is Dylan Lease for Team Low Current coming in the pits. So he is getting a quick driver exchange, and that is going to be Jordan Johnson coming back in the hot seat. The 2021 iRacing Daytona 24-hour winner. A lot of experience being behind the wheel for a prolonged period of time. He's getting those belts adjusted completely, and he is out on track and joining the rest of the field. He's got a couple of laps to get some heat in those tires before he can get back to full pace.
Now, it was interesting he had that choice of cars right there, and he chose 15, probably because of the way that it drove in the past or some sort of data they had on it. But at the same token, the battery on 15 was showing that it was actually running a little warmer than his alternate kart that was sitting there on offer, which was 32. So interesting choice that they went for that machine, even though it may be a little warmer.
We'll see how long the red team is able to stay out on track with that potentially warmer kart coming into his stint for another round here at the 12 Hours of Canton at K1 Speed Canton. And looking up there at the top of the screen, I do see Marshall Miller still trying to keep DJ Alessandrani within striking distance as they're making their way into turn number 5 at the bottom right-hand portion of the screen, coming into view and out of view once again and into the carousel turn. There's a Team Talladega racer making his way across screen just ahead of Jordan Johnson for Team Low Current.
And so here's the interesting thing about tomorrow, and that is we open for Raven Drive Racing where any public driver can just show up and drive these same cars.
At 10 a.m.?
10 a.m. tomorrow, yeah. Well, we hope so, yeah. We do have a different crew coming in tomorrow, so.
You take the day off?
Maybe it's a Saturday, so we'll see. But yeah, this is the thing about indoor electric go-karting. These guys are driving hard and professionally, and tomorrow morning you can come drive the exact same car.
What do you think the odds of some of these drivers coming back this weekend to spin some more laps?
We actually know that the Nana makers are already signed up for the endurance race on Sunday. So
can't get enough.
Apparently they're not anticipating, I guess, being able to get out of bed in the morning. I don't know. They'll be fine by Sunday.
They hope at least,
yeah,
as they are already signed up and committed to race that endurance race on Sunday.
Yeah, a lot of these guys will be back before the end of the weekend. I think Rachel's also in the endurance race as well.
Now, another question I was having up here in the box, I have been kind of scoping out some of these karts. You have a junior kart and you have a full-size adult kart. Are there different manufacturers of karts available, or is it with the K1 franchise that it's only the one brand that's available?
Yeah, K1 specifically uses OTL karts, and that's what we have here. They are the same for juniors and adults, and just a smaller version of it for the kids. But obviously there are other manufacturers out there that other go-kart centers use, and that's the nice thing about some of the other facilities we have around here is you can go drive different karts as well.
Okay, great to have different experiences on four wheels at different facilities, getting some different experience. And have you personally driven a gas shifter kart?
I have. So last year was actually my first experience in going out to Pittsburgh and running that track out there with their outdoor gas track, and I was hooked. People have come here from the gas world and got hooked on electric. I was exactly the opposite. I saw that, I drove it, and had so much fun. I'm planning on participating in one of their series this summer.
How much crossover is there between the e-karting and the shifter karting world? Do you believe?
Driving techniques will always be a crossover, but the actual machines themselves are actually very, very different. So with electric karting, it's more about taking advantage of that instant torque that you get off the electric motor, and the gas world is more about keeping your momentum up and trying to keep the engine spooled in a high horsepower limit. And the other thing is these are obviously electrically controlled too, so we can program them exactly how we want them to behave versus a gas kart. We got a lot more variables involved.
Very, very true. And not only with a gas-powered go-kart, you have two-stroke and you have four-stroke variants that give you different power characteristics. So there's all kinds of variables that can go into racing. And like we were talking about earlier in the broadcast, that's what is the beauty of an arrive and drive facility such as K1 Speed here in Canton. The 12 Hours of Canton are bringing you guys and gals in karts that anybody can drive.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
You don't have to have the investment of bringing your own cart to the facility to maintain your own cart. An on-site technician is taking care of all of that stuff for you guys.
Yeah, and we try to make them as even as possible. When I was, a go-karter myself, I never liked going to a facility and hearing people say, well, give me the good cart. Give me the fast one. And I said, well, that's not right. These should all be good carts. They'll all be fast. Now, obviously, you're going to have machine differences between the units. That's just a natural progression of the machines. But the goal here is to make these cars as similar as possible so that you can arrive, drive, and be competitive.
And that's kind of what is like the Miata Cup, if I'm not mistaken. Like the Miatas are kind of like spec
Yeah, it'd be
cars.
like running a spec series, exactly. Yeah. Where
That way everybody's driving the same sort of machine, so everybody's just driving off of skill.
Yeah, and these drivers obviously are very in tune with the machines. They'll be able to tell you the very finite differences. This one likes to turn left more than right, or this one has a different braking zone or whatever. And that's great. I mean, obviously we're never going to be able to filter all that out of 36 cars, but the overall impression is that you should be competitive based anytime you arrive here and drive.
So can you tell me the story behind the headlights? Some karts have a headlight on, some karts do not have a headlight on. Is that a...
It's actually just because they're not working.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
They're eligible to the performance of the kart themselves.
It's a delicate piece, and unfortunately they do get damaged. So, yeah, just one of those things.
Stuff breaks,
Yeah.
And it's not a performance thing that affects the performance of these karts, just as one of those driving.
We'll say that it keeps you from the battery drawdown.
Okay.
Keeps a little less load on it. Yeah.
There we do see off camera a representative from Team Salem. We got Wayne Nunamaker down in the paddock ready to get his next stint behind the wheel. And there we got Will Nunamaker for the Brown team. Team Salem working his way around the track. He is not entering the pits on this lap. He's getting some communications from his teammates back in the pits saying, hey, we're ready to go whenever you are. Whenever you bring it in, we're going to do the old switcheroo. So Team Salem is ready to do the driver and kart exchange. There is a great battle on track between Team Full Focus and Team Supersonic. You got to think Marshall's just waiting to make his pass past the green hooded team.
Yeah, Zach was raising his arm there, and I don't know if that was a signal to Marshall or that was a signal to the pits.
I don't know, he makes his way by anyhow.
Friendly.
Temporarily.
Yeah.
Marshall's
going to push right on through there, though. When you get through that kink, if you're on the inside of the cart going on the outside, you can just push your way through, and so it's just up to you whether you want to push the issue or not.
Marshall is able to get a couple of inside lines and push the line wide for Zach Harmon, and Harmon has to give that position up to Marshall Miller. Marshall Miller still running in the number 2 spot overall with 808 laps completed. He's coming in the pits now. Was not expecting to see Supersonics come in. Actually, I did not see it. High Voltage has already come in and off screen. So they have came in for their pit. And Supersonics has taken over the race lead. They stayed out an additional lap. And there we got DJ Alessandrani He is coming into pits right now, so Supersonics temporarily took over that race lead, and they are back out. Let's see how quick they can make that switch. It was about 2 seconds separating Team High Voltage from Team Supersonics on the previous lap. So they're coming on to the circuit is Jacob Andrew, the man with 2 first names, coming on the track. He is getting underway, buckled in, and it's going to
make sure he's buckled before he hits that.
Corey Salerno on track for Supersonics does not get on track before the orange team, High Voltage. So High Voltage maintains position as Salerno is trying to catch him.
I see the teams have tightened up their driver changes because they've done so many of them so far, but impressed so far with the stop boxes. Early on, we had a lot of penalties because of the overdrive in the stop box, but teams have been more in check with that recently.
Now this is an absolutely epic battle on track as these two teams, Team High Voltage and Team Supersonic, have exchanged karts within 1 lap of one another, and they are within 5 seconds of one another on the track on the same lap. So this is going to be a battle of who can stay on the track the longest, how long the kart can survive, who can drive the kart the easiest for the longest and get the most out of that machine. Let's see if Salerno is able to push that thing easy but run fast laps and reel in Jacob, or let's see if Jacob is able to do the same thing and pull away from Salerno. We'll find out. And Jacob's reaching up to adjust his belts right now. He is crossing the finish line, has about the same size gap. It is 3.5 seconds over the Cyan team. Now we've got Team High Voltage getting bottlenecked up behind Wayne Nunemaker from Team Salem. Team Salem going wide, allowing Team High Voltage to make the pass. So Team Salem not holding up the battle that is on the track right now between the Orange High Voltage and the Cyan Team Supersonics. Let's see if the Orange team, Team Salem, repays the favor to the Team Supersonics and allows him to make the easy pass as well, or if he is going to hold up the Team Supersonics driver to put some more distance between him and the Team High Voltage, if there is some non-team tactics going on that we don't know about.
Boy, great heads-up driving there by, is that Wayne?
Wayne, yeah.
In the number 30. Sometimes when you're in a go-kart and you're so low to the ground, it's hard to see not only who's around you, but lap traffic. So heads-up driving on his part to be able to detect that and to watch for the guys coming up behind him.
And you can kind of see that Wayne is driving with his head on a swivel, making sure that he is not holding up Corey too awful much. And it looks like Wayne is going to leave the door open for Salerno to make the pass whenever the opportunity arises. I'm assuming that Wayne's going to leave the door open coming into turn number 5, the biggest opportunity on the track, and going to allow Salerno to make that pass by, as right there is Team High Voltage. And yeah, Wayne leaving the door open for Salerno to easily make the pass by Team Salem, and Salerno really pushing that kart now as he is making his way over the finish line, reeling back in Team High Voltage. It is now within 1.5 seconds as they're making their way into turn number 2. Team High Voltage has just about 1.5 carts, maybe 2 kart lengths over Salerno, with Team Supersonics, the Cyan driver, back in second. Great battles going on the track right now.
And we talked about Salerno, and he personally is a driver that I don't like having him sitting on my front bumper, my rear bumper, because as the term is, you get Salerno'd, and that is that, yeah, he gives you a little bit of a nudge, and the next thing you know, he's right by you.
And he is all over the plastic rear fender of the High Voltage driver, Jacob Andrew, holding on to the overall race lead, but for how long? Salerno is pushing and pushing hard on the number 28 kart with the Cyan hood. He is waiting to make the pass. Let's see, down in the paddock, we have another exchange coming in just a couple of moments for Team Talladega. Looks like Katie Y is getting staged up for her next stint on the track, and there she is. She's talking to some of her team members. She's ready to go out there on the track, but Salerno up the inside of Team High Voltage.
Get a little bump as he goes through turn 5.
Shuts the door. Salerno shuts the door and runs Jacob Andrew wide and takes over the race lead once again for Team Supersonic, but making a little bit of a mistake does Salerno. Leaves the door open a little bit. Andrew closes in a little bit, but not enough to make the pass or even stick the wheels in.
And this is where the driver has to stay focused. So they just completed a battle on track, and now it's just a matter of running the clean line and trying to get right back on track and trying to get the mental game back to where you can just set a good race pace.
Exactly, and Salerno may have been pushing that kart a little bit too hard during that stint, trying to make the pass on Jacob Andrews. So he may be trying to just hold up Jacob Andrew now a little bit and maybe try to make Jacob Andrew run his kart a little bit harder to make it expire a little bit sooner to make high voltage team pressure into a pit. So maybe Salerno, after he has made the pass, maybe he's going to slow down a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
He's still pushing.
Yeah, it's not been in their mentality all day today, so that doesn't seem to be on the Excel spreadsheet.
No, most definitely not. Heater, yep. Build lap, build lead, stick to the plan.
Yeah,
the plan is to win.
Somebody wants to hit that track record today if they can, but
Salerno is opening up quite the gap now. Had about 5-second deficit to Team High Voltage. Now has opened it up to about 1.5 seconds over Team High Voltage. There goes Salerno into the carousel turn. He is pushing that number 28 kart hard. And if you remember, he pitted within a lap of Team High Voltage, and Salerno on that number 28 kart currently sitting.
Oh, Orange just came in for pits, so they were just hit the stop box, and they're going in for their swap.
Okay, so Salerno, he has been pushing that thing pretty hard as well. He is reading 2.7 volts on the lowest cell, and that kart, once again, is kart number 28. He's got lots of life left in that thing, so he is just going to try to maintain what he's got and build up the gap. Team Supersonic sticking to the plan, sticking to the Excel spreadsheet, now has not quite a lap gap on Team High Voltage. High Voltage is just ahead of Salerno, but Salerno, he's got his eyes on the prize, and that is the orange hood of Team High Voltage. He wants to put another lap between them.
So they're watching Katie go out here, and one thing you may not think about as a consideration as a driver is when you hit that car, you got to adjust the pedals. And shorter drivers have to move those pedals up, otherwise they can't reach them. So Katie figured out a quick maneuver there. She hooked her foot underneath the pedal and drew it back to her to keep her time down. That's quite impressive. Sometimes when she gets in the car, it can be a struggle to get those pedals moved.
So now we've got Steve Madden piloting the high voltage kart, and he is trying to maintain gap over Salerno. And I'm going to rewind a little bit. We were talking about Jordan Johnson electing to choose the kart that he did over another kart. He's been out there for quite some time.
Yeah, he was in 15, and he bypassed, I believe, 32.
So that kart is running a little bit warmer than the rest of his competition, but life in his cells still shows that he has quite a bit of life left in it. So
yeah, that's it.
Making a wise decision. Doesn't seem to be running too bad for him. Number 15 kart has 51% left. 46 degree is the highest pack temperature coming from those cells. Everything is in the yellows and the oranges, so nothing is really standing out for Team Low Current. He's just going to run some good laps for Team Low Current.
Had a great shot there. The Weber family, the dad and daughter talking it over before heading it out. Looks like Kyle's going to be heading out for a second stint. Now, we had heard originally that he was only thinking about doing 2 stints, and I believe he's only done 1 so far. So this might be his second and only. I guess we'll find out.
We are 830 laps completed. About 26 seconds separates first from second. And we should see Team Supersonic right on the rear bumper of Team High Voltage. I do see them in one of the screens. There he is. Excuse me, on camera number 1, I just seen them. The great battle, there it is. On screen right now is the battle for second and first. Salerno with Supersonics is the current race leader. He is trying to put a lap down.
Go on the inside of him again. Same
voltage.
maneuver.
Yep.
Supersonic was worried about getting that lap down, or losing the lead laps because of the lucky dog, but here they've gained it back.
And now I'm wondering, is it that big of a deal to push the karts this hard? I mean, you want to build up a couple of lap gap, but if the yellow flag flies, the other teams get that lap back, where if everybody stays on the same lap, you're just driving the same pace as the rest of your competition. You don't have to worry about the lucky dog penalties.
Yeah, that is a good consideration for endurance racing for sure.
So
you never know how it's going to play out.
Salerno now has the advantage over Steve Madden. Supersonics over High Voltage, 1 and 2 on the track. They are putting laps in just ahead of Jordan Johnson, but Johnson's putting in some pretty good laps. Seems like he is closing in on Steve Madden as well. Madden on the number 34 kart, I believe is which one he is on. Does not seem like the higher number karts are performing as well as some of the rest of them, as we've seen Armand with a higher digited kart not quite performing as well with that thing as well.
Yeah, now we're putting the pressure from low current on high voltage here as you come across the start-finish line. We'll see what he does in turn 1. He's going to take the inside. He's going to take a look. He's going to spin the rears and pass complete.
Right up the inside goes Jordan Johnson on Steve Madden, making a pass on the racetrack. There's a whole bunch of laps separating those two teams. So Jordan Johnson just trying to do what he does best, and that's just run laps. Just run laps and laps and laps.
Yeah, and that's the best thing for a driver they can do at this middle stage of the game is to try to settle into a pace. It's really hard to do on a small track like this, but if you can get into a rhythm and keep it there, your lap times will greatly benefit.
Salerno running about 25.5s. About the fastest driver on the track, except for Team Low Current. Wow, 25.4. Jordan Johnson putting in some great laps on the number 15 kart. So that seems to be the kart to pick.
And they're carefully watching the telemetry on that. That was a shot we just saw of them inside the paddock lounge in there, watching the computer.
I'm curious to know what kart that Marshall Miller was in whenever he was doing that super aggressive run that he was in earlier in the broadcast. We did find out that Marshall Miller lost brakes on his kart. That is why he blew the stop box coming into the pits and had to have Armand assess the drive-through penalty. I'm not sure what kart number that was. If it was kart number 15, you got to watch. The brakes might be getting hot on that one.
Yeah, should give him a check before he enters the pits. You could always use them back there in turn 5. That's a good braking zone if you want to. We got a yellow out for some sort of slow car.
Green kart is slowed. So Team Full Focus, the driver Zach Harmon, has slowed to a snail's pace, and he's making the hard left-hand turn, and he will be entering the pits on this next time by. Team Full Focus sitting in the number 6 position with 828 laps completed. They are about 11 laps off of the pace of Team Supersonics with 839 laps completed.
And Zach almost missed the stop box in the opposite direction. He stopped a little early. The requirement is you have to get the back bumper in front of the white line back there as well. He has a little bit of wiggle room between the front and the back, but you have to at least get in the back. We didn't want people stopping in the middle of the pit lane and claiming that they had hit their stop box.
How much buffer do they have on either side of the kart?
It's really a couple feet.
Okay.
And doesn't sound like a lot, but it gives them plenty of room to some margin for error.
So there we have Team Full Focus making their way out on the race course. Kyle Weber, second trip inside K1 Speed Canton for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life. Organic, chemical-free mouth, hair, skin care, and supplements proudly made right here in the USA. Your mouth is our mission. You smile, we smile with Primal Life. And we are back here at K1 Speed Canton for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, the endurance race brought to you by FLBR Racing and Primal Life. Your mouth is our mission. And we still have the Cyan Team Supersonics leading the way. They have about a lap advantage over the Orange High Voltage team, still back there in the number 2 spot. We have about 6 hours and 57 minutes of racing completed, 910 circuits of the indoor racetrack have been completed by Team Supersonic, and they are currently being driven by Rachel Hart. There she is, front and center on screen. She is right behind Team High Voltage and Team Full Focus, battling it out. Rachel Hart trying to make the move on the green team, Team Full Focus, right there into the carousel. And currently it is Jacob Andrew driving Team High Voltage, holding up that 3-driver chain. And you can see the red team running just ahead. That is Team Low Current, and Team Low Current is being piloted by, I believe, Nate Groh back behind the wheel for the red team. And there goes green up the inside, Team Full Focus. Mitch Shannon behind the wheel for Team Full Focus, trying to make the move on Team High Voltage, driven by Andrew Jacob. Now Full Focus up the inside of High Voltage, has a great line into turn number 3, and out of turn number 3 it is Team Full Focus with the advantage over High Voltage, shoving High Voltage into the barriers, and now it is Team Full Focus making the aggressive move on Team High Voltage, and that puts High Voltage just ahead of their biggest competitor, being Team Cyan, and being piloted by Rachel Hart, currently one of the fastest ladies inside of K1 Speed, and she has her eyes set on the orange hood of Jacob Andrew for Team High Voltage. And I didn't see during commercial break that Rachel's been out there for quite some time, and Rachel is currently driving kart number 17. And kart number 17, with about 43% life left in its overall packs, has it's got some life left. So it's not currently on its last leg yet. And looking at some temperatures of these karts, everybody is pretty well within relative decent range. Kart number 32 is still a standout kart, but that is not one that is on the track. It's still Team Sailing running in the number 3 spot, completing 908 laps. Blue Talladega team with 906 laps. Talladega is battling it out with Team Low Current. They both have 906 laps completed, and it is only about 16 seconds or so that separates 4th from 5th on the track right now. So look for the blue hood to hook up with the red hood at some point in time. And there is the blue hood of Team Talladega, and that is being driven by David Ponce, currently driving for Team Talladega. And there he is and was on screen. You can see him at the top right corner of your screen. There it is, coming out of turn 1 into turn number 2 and into turn number 3 is David Ponce for Team Talladega. He's trying to close the gap on the brown team, Team Sailing. So, no, check that. My mistake. Low Current and blue team Talladega are the two teams rivaling each other on the track. So Talladega trying to pull away from the red team. It is the red team trying to close in on the blue team. And there's your red team making their way around turn 5, getting overtaken by Mitch Shannon of Team Full Focus. Mitch Shannon really driving the wheels off of that cool kart, the Superleggero machine with the green hood, making his way out of turn 2 into turn number 3 and into turn number 4. A very tight hairpin. James was saying you can go flat out through turn number 4 if you line it up appropriately, giving you a great drive into turn number 5, one of the biggest passing opportunities on the track. And there it is, battling it out on track. It is High Voltage making the quick move on Team Low Current. We see Rachel Hart, though, trying to still close the gap on Team High Voltage, coming in and out of turn number 3 into turn number 4. Rachel Hart trying to make the pass on Team Low Current, being driven currently by Nate Groh. Nate Groh going into the carousel, the final turn, right before the final start straightaway. You still see Rachel Hart trying and wanting to make the move on the red team. Again, just to try to click off another driver, making it easier for the light blue team, the Cyan team, to click off additional laps on Team High Voltage. Currently, they have a 1-lap lead. One very, very close to 2 laps. If Hart could catch and pass Andrew, the Cyan team and the orange team, they're on screen. The orange team just off a screen is just over a lap off of the overall race lead from Team Cyan, Team Supersonics. There you see them just behind the red kart at the top right of your screen. Team Low Current is currently sitting in the number 5 position, completing 912 laps. Their closest competitor, as I was just saying, is Team Talladega, the blue team. And down in the paddock, we have little Mason Tucker. He is set for another jaunt out there on the racetrack. He's got to get his booster seat all staged up. He has to get everything all set to go for Team Full Focus to make a successful and quick pit stop. He's probably going to have one of the longer pit stops of all of the competitors racing here today for the 12 Hours of Canton, the endurance kart race brought to you by Primal Life and FLBR Racing. There is Rachel Hart still working on Nate Groh for Team Low Current. In and out of turn number 5. Still have Team High Voltage just ahead. Rachel Hart still pushing that kart. Hart on the number 17 kart. I was just talking about that machine. It did have 43%. Now it only has 32% remaining overall capacity left in both of its packs. Still has plenty of life in the cells, but 32% overall. We have seen these karts drop all the way in the single digits in the percentages as long as you maintain life in the individual cells. So it is a very delicate balancing act. There we go, just off screen. I see cameraman number 6 doing some great work. Marshall Miller, racer for Team Supersonic, giving little Mason Tucker a pat on the helmet and fist bump and a wish luck before his next trip out there on the track. So Mason Tucker getting some words of encouragement from some great competition. Marshall, and there we see front and center Wayne Nonamaker getting ready to make his way back out there on the race course. Nonamakers have been playing the kart game. Team Sailing currently on the number 3 kart, pushing the temperatures all the way to the max pretty much for these karts. 56 degrees for kart number 3 is currently the highest temperature of any kart on the track. And kart number 3, 37% left in the cells, 2.6% left in the volts. We are going to expect to see Will Nonamaker make his way into the pits at any point in time. He's pushing another lap. He's going around another one. So Will Nonamaker really rolling the dice here as he is still sitting in the number 3 spot overall. Is Team Sailing has about 2 laps over Team Talladega back in 4th and is a couple of laps off of Team High Voltage in the number 2 spot. Team Sailing has seven laps of a deficit to the Orange High Voltage team. And there we now have Team Sailing making their way into the pits. Awesome. Team Sailing, Will Nonamaker making his way into the pits. He comes to a complete stop. Now we have Wayne Nonamaker entering kart number 2 down in the pits. He is there on screen right now making his way into the kart, fastening those safety restraints. You got to have those things fully buckled before they exit the pits. You got to have your visors down as well. And Wayne Nonamaker is away and entering turn number 2. Still hanging on to the number 3 spot. They have now just a lap advantage over Team Talladega and Team Low Current back in 4th and 5th. And there Nonamaker making his way out of turn number 5. He has a couple of laps left to put some heat in the tires before he is going to be back to full race pace. And there we have on screen right now Team High Voltage being piloted by Jacob Andrew, the man with 2 first names, going into turn number 1. Still running in the number 2 spot overall with about a lap deficit to Team Supersonic. We did have Rachel Hart out there for Team Supersonic, and I believe we still do have Hart. There she is at the far portion of the screen, previous screen. Rachel Hart, she is getting ready to come in the pits. I just seen a Cyan hood in the pits getting waved. So we are going to be having a quick pit stop for the Team Cyan. Rachel Hart going to be coming into the pits in just a couple of moments. We still have little Mason Tucker down there in the pits ready for his exchange for Team Full Focus, the green team. I'm not sure. Yeah, there he is, Corey Salerno. The man in the pits for Team Supersonic, the current race leaders on the track, has about 2 laps now over Team High Voltage. And there is Rachel Hart coming in the pits. Great look down at the stop box coming into the pits for Rachel Hart. She makes a complete stop. Corey Salerno mounts his hood. He gets in the cart. He is fastening his safety belts. He is really, really quick at getting back underway. The number 10 cart down in the pits. He is getting fastened up, and he is back underway. He is going to rejoin the track just behind the green team, Team Full Focus, and just ahead of the battle between Team High Voltage and Team Salem. And the battle on track, once again, is between Team High Voltage and Team Supersonic. They are currently on the same lap as they are calculated. They're going to be 1 lap different coming across the finish line with nothing separating them except for plastic across the finish line. And with the inside line, Team High Voltage makes the move on Team Supersonic to put them on the same lap. So that is going to be good enough for High Voltage to be on the same overall lap, just about 25 seconds down from Salerno the next time they come across the finish line. There on screen as well, we just seen Team Salem Wayne Nunamaker. He was the second driver for Team Salem. Second driver out of 2 drivers. There he is, front and center on screen, getting his half an hour break, and then going out there for another half an hour, and then getting another half an hour break, and then going back out there for another half an hour, rinse and repeat throughout the rest of the afternoon. There he is, Mason Tucker, with the zombie helmet, ready for his next jaunt on the race course for Team Full Focus. Team Supersonic, driven by Corey Salerno. He is still in the thick of things, right behind Team Misfit Motorsports. Misfit Motorsports splits Team High Voltage and Supersonic. Like I said, they are on the same overall lap, but some craziness is happening. I didn't even catch High Voltage has caught up and passed Team Supersonic. I did not even catch that. So now Team Supersonic is behind by about 2.5 seconds, and Salerno is going to do what he's been doing all race long whenever he gets behind the wheel, and that's work his way towards the front, making some aggressive moves, and he is trying to do that on the Team Misfit Motorsports driver, currently being driven by, I believe it's Andy Cook behind the helm. Really hard to tell some of these helmets apart from one another. It could be Tristan Wilhoy, it could be Max Skeens, it could be William Goss for Team Misfit Motorsports. I'm sure I will get corrected up here in the box and let you know who is driving the white hooded team. But they have just gotten overtaken by Salerno for Team Supersonic coming into turn number 5. Salerno still trying to put his head down. He now has about a 4-second deficit to Team High Voltage. And the Cyan team has a fresher cart than Team High Voltage. Team High Voltage currently being on cart number 31. Cart 31, 42% capacity remaining. Last time I checked, 25% checking. Now, as of current telemetry for cart number 31, Team High Voltage is going to have to come in for a pit very soon. Very soon. Team High Voltage is going to have to come into the pits, and they're going to have to make an exchange as that cart is getting ready to expire. It has 2.69 volts left in cell number 8. That is the guilty party there. 24% left capacity. Reds all across the board for Team High Voltage, and he is pushing through. Another one is Jacob Andrew making his way into turn number 2. Doing what he can, has about 5 seconds over Salerno. Cart number 31 still has temperatures within reason. Over 50 degrees C, though. Cart number 31 has 24%, 23% capacity remaining. He is still keeping things within check, but he doesn't want to push things too awful much longer. There he is, Team High Voltage making his way out of the carousel and down through the start straightaway. I am looking for a orange hood in the pits. I'm looking for who's going to exchange. I do see DJ Allison Drawny. His helmet is getting suited up for Team High Voltage down in the pits, so we're going to have that exchange coming up very soon for Team High Voltage as Jacob Andrew clicking off another one, going across the finish line. I am still monitoring that kart very, very closely. 20% remains, 2.6 volts remain in the cells, and he is still way over 50 degrees C for kart number 31. Everything's still orange, according to telemetry, though. He comes into turn number 5, does Jacob Andrew, and he's coming into the pits. So Team High Voltage. Team High Voltage coming into the pits. That is going to give the race lead over to Team Supersonic now. Salerno taking over the number 1 spot. How quick can Team High Voltage get in and out of the pits? Team High Voltage already back underway. They're going to get back on the racetrack even before Salerno can get onto the finish line straightaway. So High Voltage with a great pit stop only puts them down about 15 seconds from Salerno, with Team Supersonic, the Cyan team, running in the number 1 spot. Team Talladega still back there in 3rd, with the Brown team sailing in 4th. Slipping it up and falling back to the number 4 spot. But Team Low Current, they are coming on strong here late in the race with 4 hours, 46 minutes, and 43 seconds remaining. Team Low Current, 939 laps completed. They are well within a top 3 finishing position. Back to the pack a little bit further, it is Team Full Focus running in the number 6 position with 935 laps completed. And Team Misfit Motors with 925 laps completed.
Yeah, it's good to see Sean out there for the first time. Misfit Motors picking him up after his work schedule is complete. The teams are very flexible as they operate the 12 Hours of Canton, and Sean is on track for the very first time today. Fresh driver.
Sean Linke.
Yeah.
All right, so that explains why I couldn't figure out who it was. I didn't have a picture of his helmet. So Team Talladega comes in the pits now, and we're going to have a quick exchange for Team Talladega and the all-black helmet coming on track.
I think that was a gesture of excitement from David there as he exited the pit box. Probably a good stint for him, since the last stint he was out, it was disappointing with the battery failure on him. Maybe this was a good stint for him. It looked like a good stop.
Corey Ricker coming on the track for Team Talladega. Coming in there for into turn number 2, turn number 3 for Team Talladega. He's going to get a couple of laps before the tires will get all the way back up to temperatures, or back up to temperature, and the lap times will get back down. Back up towards the front of the pack, though, it is still Team Cyan Supersonics up front over Team High Voltage. Only about 13 seconds separates first from second on the track. I had the estimation that after that pit stop, it was only going to be about 15 seconds separating first from second on track. And it continues to be Salerno for the Supersonics, holding on to the number 1 spot down the start straightaway. Clear real estate ahead and behind. Just trying to put in some good laps. And the yellow flag is flying on track. I am not sure if it is a slow kart or if it is a debris caution. I'm sure I will get word in just a couple of moments. And if the pace kart comes out, I'm sure it will be a... Oh, we do have a kart at the stopped in turn number 5. Turn number 5, there is a kart absolutely at a tail snail's pace. Turn number 5 didn't catch that kart. The white team on track.
That's Sean actually right there. Yeah.
Yeah. Out of net.
They're saying that the car doesn't have speed, which means it's waiting for the remote to get a signal for speed. We tell them to keep their feet off the pedals because the car won't respond if you have your foot on the gas, and he's letting off the gas, trying to get it reset. Usually they know if the car still has battery power or not, and it looks like it does. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trying to turn it on and off.
We have full course caution. We do have our pace vehicle on track, and we're going to have Team Misfit Motorsports Band of Misfits.
Oh, and I think he should just push him around the track the whole rest of the the time. I think that'd be fun.
Record lap time.
Yeah.
So we have our pace kart out there with the red team just behind. That is Team Low Current. We're going to get the karts ironed out into their correct positions as they currently run 955 laps completed for the Cyan team. Team Supersonics leads the orange team, Team High Voltage, back in second. The brown team, Team Sailing, sitting in the number 3 spot with 946 laps completed, with Team Low Current, the red team, in the number 4 spot with 946 laps completed. They are battling it out very, very close. It is going to be a battle whenever the green flag flies once again between Low Current and Talladega, as they are both on the same lap, battling for 4th and 5th on the track. Green team, Team Full Focus, sits about 15 laps off the pace, and they sit in the number 6 position. And Team Misfit Motorsports, the white team, having that incident on track, they're going to go into the pits, get some stuff figured out with that kart, and they will rejoin the rest of the competition on the track. They're about 25 laps off of the pace, but they're still having a great time here for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, the endurance kart race. First ever race of its kind anywhere in the state, anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world for that matter, as we have never been able to monitor the telemetry, the stats of these karts, the voltages, the discharge rates, the heats in the batteries, the cells. We've never been able to monitor anything like this on the fly, allowing us to have this style event, giving you guys 12 continuous hours of karting action. Nothing else like it in the world, coming at you at K1 Speed Canton. We are still under caution, and we're gonna still under caution, working things out down there on the track, getting the correct order of drivers, and we'll get back underway in just a few moments. Still getting the drivers ironed out. And we are ready to send it down there to Nicolina in the pits with Rachel Hart for a quick little talk.
Thank you. We are here at K1 Speed. This is hour 8. And Rachel, I need you to tell everybody, what place are you in currently?
We're currently in first, battling for first.
That's what I'm talking about. Happy International Women's History Month. So that's how we kick it off. Okay, tell me about your day today. Are you starting to feel tired? Are you getting your second or third wind?
I'm still on my first win and still ready to keep racing.
That's what I like to hear. And watching some of the racers here, I don't see a lot of females. So I love to see the females represented. How long have you been racing?
I've been racing since I was 6, but started go-karts in 2020.
Okay, and I understand there's a relationship here at K1 Speed. Can we talk about it, or we can't talk about it? Oh, we can't talk about it. Okay, never mind, there's no relationship here. Okay, let's get back to you racing. What do your girlfriends think about you racing cars?
They think it's awesome.
I like that. Yeah. Well, thank you for showing up for the girls. That's what I'm talking about. Rachel, kick butt today, and we'll check in with you in a little bit, I'm sure. I want to make sure you're still in first place.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
And we are back up here in the box, and we are still under caution out there on the track. And thank you to the DJ Diva, Nicolina herself, joining us here at K1 Speed Canton. And we are getting the drivers all situated out there on the track, and it continues to be Team Supersonics leading the way, tied up on track with Team High Voltage, the orange team, in the number 2 position. They will be getting lined up in that position. Lucky dog penalties have been assessed, and Team High Voltage back on the rear fender of the Supersonics up front. Team Sailing, the brown team, still running back there in the number 3 spot overall. The lucky dog penalty is getting assessed for the Misfit Motors team as well, as they are making their way by. And through turn number 3, they're going to make their way to the tail end of the field. Everybody getting lined up behind the pace cart. Once again, we should have the orange cart making their way towards the front, I believe, or maybe not. I'm not exactly 100% certain, but we do have Supersonics in the number 1 spot over High Voltage in second, Salem in third, Low Current in fourth, Talladega in fifth, with Full Focus in sixth, and Misfit Motors in the number 7 position. Still piloting the karts on the track, we have Corey Salerno for Team Supersonics. For Team Low Current, we have Nate Groh, I believe, on the track. For Team Full Focus, we have little Mason Tucker on the track. For Team Salem, it is currently Wayne Nunamaker on the race course. And there on screen, we have got Dylan Lease for Team Low Current. He is all suited up and ready to go on the track any moment now. Looks like we have the pace cart still out there on the track. And we're going to get things underway any moment now with the restart with 4 hours and 37 minutes of competition remaining. Things are getting tight. Team Supersonic was able to open things up to about a 4-lap advantage early in the event, and due to a couple of lucky dog penalties assessed, they have brought it back in within a lap, and now they're now on the same lap as Team High Voltage, the orange team in the number 2 spot. And we have the pace cart off the track, and we are back underway. And Team Supersonics running up front over Team Low Current. And those two drivers have broke free from the rest of the field early, with Mason Tucker, the green Full Focus team member, kind of holding up the rest of the field, allowing these top 2 drivers to break away from the field. Running in the number 4 spot on the course right now is Team Talladega, and that is going to be piloted by Corey Ricker, the pilot for Team Talladega, sitting in the number 4 spot on the track. He's trying to make his way by Mason Tucker, but he's got a battle behind and ahead of him, trying to make his way by Mason Tucker, but he's going to try to hold off Team High Voltage, and that is currently being piloted by DJ Alessandrini. Here we see some team members giving some of that's going to be Team Low Current, giving some advice to the rest of their staff and crew on track. Running in the number 2 spot on the track currently after that restart. They're in 4th as they are currently running, but on track they're in 2nd, right behind Team Supersonic. A little bit of a gap behind the top 2. Back to Mason Tucker for Team Full Focus, the green hooded team right there front and center on screen. The youngest driver on course here today is still sitting in the number 3 spot on the track after putting some heat back in these tires. He's got a little bit of a gap behind him and a little bit of a gap ahead of him. Starting to reel in the top 2 drivers, though, is Mason Tucker. Lightest driver on 4 wheels here today is able to put that lightweight to good use. Staying light in the turns. Inside he goes. Mason Tucker with some great laps, reeling in Team Low Current. Looking at some lap times, Team Full Focus is the fastest kart on the track, breaking the 26-second barrier, and he is definitely showing it as he is reeling in Team Low Current. 2nd place on the track after that restart. Salerno's still running up front after that restart for Team Supersonics, as he has a lot of clear real estate ahead of him. Now Talladega holds off Team High Voltage with DJ Alessandrini. Right there he is in screen, the orange hood, trying to make the move on the blue hood. Through turn number 5, DJ Alessandrini gets shoved wide with Team Misfit Motors sticking their front wheel in as well. Misfit Motors being piloted by Rachel Rinninger, I believe, making her debut out there on the racetrack. She started racing in 2018 with K1 Speed, and she's been a long-time racer, starting racing in 2014 with SCCA, and she now plans on racing a Miata in the Champ Car Series and autocross with her 2 other Miatas So Rachel Renninger for Team Misfit Motors right there on screen, right behind Team Talladega, being piloted by Corey Ricker. Corey Ricker getting some pressure from Rachel. And Rachel going to get some pressure from Nunamaker. From Team Salem, got 4 drivers battling it over track position right now as the red team has come in the pits. Team Low Current has came in the pits. And that is going to be Nate Grove coming off the track and Dylan Lease with the neck brace getting suited up. He's getting his pedals adjusted. He's getting his shoulder straps on. And Dylan Lease is going to get underway. The driver coming from East Lansing, Michigan, coming here to K1 Speed Canton today for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life and FLBR Racing. Getting suited up, and he joins the rest of the crew on the track. Right there he goes, and full power for the red team. He joins in right behind Wayne Nunamaker from Team Salem. He's going to get a couple of laps before the tire's going to get full hot and up to temperature. We are running pretty consistent 26-second laps now for pretty much all of the teams. Nobody breaking the 26-second barrier except for, you guessed it, Mason Tucker, the lightweight driver for the green Full Focus team. Making his way through the pits, making his way through the infield right now. Into and out of the carousel. Heading across the finish line does Mason Tucker, keeping Corey Salerno in striking distance. Great drive for Mason Tucker. It's got to be the drive of his life right now, keeping Salerno within striking distance, not letting him inch away. If anything, Mason Tucker is closing the gap on Salerno. Battling it out for overall track position. That is the team in 6th position and the team in 1st position. The 6th place team reeling in the 1st place team, making their way into turn number 2 and now into turn number 3. Mason Tucker is really closing it in and closing it in fast on Corey Salerno. Salerno on the number 10 cart. I'm going to get some information on these machines. And Salerno on the number 10 cart. Last time I checked, that thing has about half of its capacity remaining overall in its cells. So it's got 53% left remaining. And for Team Full Focus, that's the number 5 card. That thing is running hot. It has 55 degrees C for the driver on Team Full Focus, Mason Tucker. He's pushing that cart to its absolute full potential. That thing's running a little bit warm, and I would be willing to bet that he is getting some notification from his pits that he is pushing that cart. And I just seen that he is getting a notification from our track marshal. I believe he may have to come in for a pit. Will Team Full Focus? Yes, he does. He comes in. Mason Tucker coming into the pits. I believe this may be a drive-through penalty for Team Full Focus. I'm not sure what the issue of that drive-through penalty is, but Mason Tucker going into the pits for that drive-through penalty. I did catch that as he went across the finish line last time by. He gets a quick chat from our track marshal, Jason Lucky, the finish line flagger and our track official here today. Notifies Mason of that drive-through penalty, and Mason Tucker is back out there on the track. I'm not sure how long that number 5 cart is going to stay out there, though. I mean, it has a good bit of capacity left in its cells, but it is running hot. It is running hot for sure. Mason Tucker is pushing that cart to its potential right now, as he's running that thing in the corners hot. Absolutely here today for the 12 Hours of Canton, the young rider for Team Full Focus, sitting in the number 6 spot on the scoreboard, trying to make some good laps here today. He is most definitely the fastest driver on the track. Team Supersonic last time by, a 25.911, 25.981 for Team High Voltage, 25.903 for Team Full Focus. I said it. He is the fastest driver on the track, despite having that penalty last time by. He is all over the rear bumper of Team Low Current, and Team Low Current is being currently piloted by Dylan Lease, feeling the pressure from little Mason Tucker, and Dylan Lease cracks, allowing Mason Tucker to make the move. Another pass for Mason Tucker. Primal Life GoPro giving you guys an inside look at the pits for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, giving you a look at the faces of some of the staff, some of the competition behind the helmets of all of the teams for the 12 Hours of Canton. Primal Life GoPro bringing you guys great footage, offering you organic, chemical-free mouth, hair, and skincare and supplements, proudly made right here in the USA. Check them out at PrimalLifeOrganics.com. Your mouth is our mission. Still have Team Supersonic running up front. 984 laps completed, 7.7 seconds is the gap between first and second, with Team High Voltage still running in the number 2 spot. And Mason Tucker running it in there hot as he is making another move, this time on the Misfit Motorsports driver. That is Rachel Renninger, losing a position to the hot young stud of Mason Tucker, making some fast laps here today. Mason Tucker, one of the fastest drivers on track right now. Looking at timing and scoring, it is one lap separating Team Salem, Team Talladega, and Team Low Current. It is 977, 976, and 975 laps completed, respectively, for Salem, Talladega, and Low Current in third, fourth, and fifth. So the bottom step of the podium is still totally up for grabs here for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. And now we have a great look at Team Talladega making his way across the finish line. Those are the blue hoods for Team Talladega. Corey Renninger into and out of turn number 1 into turn number 2. Team Talladega still running in the number 4 spot. Keeping check on Team Salem. About 17 seconds, 15 seconds off of the brown team running in the number 3 spot. Clicking off another one, Corey Salerno for Team Supersonic, the number 10 kart. I was monitoring that one a couple of laps ago. He is pushing that one hard. He has 38% left, 2.74 volts left in the cells. He is very well managing that kart, is Salerno and Supersonic's Team Excel, punching the numbers, crunching the numbers, using Excel and everything to its fullest potential. And you can see Team Salem coming into the pits, exchanging drivers. And now we have Wayne Nunemaker making his way back out there on the race course for another stint. Team Supersonics has a very comfortable gap, about 7.7 seconds over Team High Voltage. Team High Voltage on the number 12 kart. The number 12 kart, let me check out some of its stats. It sits about halfway through of its capacity. 2.7 volts is the lowest spike in its cells. So, yeah, Team High Voltage looking like they can stay out for quite a bit longer as well, trying to keep Team Supersonic within check. First and second on the track have broke free from the rest of the field, leaving the battle on the track up to the bottom step of the podium now between Team Talladega, Team Salem, and Team Low Current. It is still up for grabs there. Team Full Focus sitting in the number 6 position, and Team Misfit Motors still running in the number 7 position. Great shot overview right there, seeing all of the karts coming into and out of view. There we see Team Full Focus. Great view of the pits as well. Team Misfit Motors. Excuse me, that's Team Talladega. My mistake, guys. Great look at Team Talladega down there in the pits. There's a great look at the pits. Team Misfit Motors there. Now we have Team Supersonics coming into the pits for a driver exchange. Rachel Hart strapping back up once again. She is back underway. So Rachel Hart rejoining the track, and she is going to join just ahead of Rachel Reininger. So a couple of Rachels making it right out there on the track. cold tires and hot tires. Rachel Hart bouncing off the walls and bounces into the left bumper of Rachel Reininger. So that is a couple of bumps for the Rachels, and it continues to be the cyan hood of Rachel Hart over Rachel Reininger, with the white hood for Team Misfit Motors making their way through the S turns 2 and turn 3. Hart still trying to heat up the tires with the cyan hood. Still have Team Cyan there, a quick driver exchange, and we have Will Nunamaker driving Team Salem now just behind the Rachels. Primal Life GoPro giving us a great look at the cooling of these karts. As soon as they come into the pits, we throw those coolers on the battery packs and get them all charged up for their 2-hour break. We hope to get these karts 2 hours to give those battery packs time to cool down, relax, and charge back up to full capacity before sending them back out there on the track to do more war on the track. So still have Rachel Hart holding off. Rachel Reininger right there front and center on screen. Cyan hood over white hood just ahead of the brown hood of Will Nunamaker with Team Salem. That is first place, 7th place, and 4th place all on screen in that order. There's another great battle on track between the green hood and the red hood. Team Full Focus and Team Low Current battling it out. We did have on the previous exchange Mason Tucker still driving. No, we have exchanged it now to Savannah Weber. I believe Mason's sister out there on the track piloting for Full Focus. No, check that. That is going to be Zach Harmon. Nope, I'm right. Go with my gut instinct. That is Savannah Weber. You can see the hair flying for Savannah Weber for Team Full Focus. Thank you. Great camera work for camera number 2, showing us Savannah Weber making her way out of the carousel for Team Full Focus, running in the number 6 position, holding off the red team, Team Low Current. Team Low Current is being piloted by Dylan Lease, still putting the pressure on another one of our female competitors. Going into turn number 5. Looking at some lap times as of the previous lap, Team High Voltage is your current race leader, taking over the number 1 spot after that pit from Salerno and Hart. That quick exchange allowed Team High Voltage to take over the number 1 spot, completing now 1,000 laps completed with 4 hours and 20 minutes left on the clock here for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. And Team High Voltage continues to lead Team Supersonics with Team Talladega back in 3rd, Team Salem in 4th, Low Current in 5th, Full Focus in the number 6 position with Misfit Motors still back there in 7th. Again, we have just now broke the 1,000 lap barrier for the 12 Hours of Canton. And we are still clicking off laps as Team High Voltage making a 25.8 second circuit this previous time around, still holding on to the number 1 spot over Supersonics. 20 seconds, now 18 seconds separates first from second as High Voltage, the number 12 kart, you have to be thinking that they are going to be making a pit stop very soon. The number 12 kart, 38% capacity remaining. 2.69 volts remaining in cell number 8. That is the guilty party once again, cell number 8 in the packs as Team High Voltage. There you can see DJ running for Team High Voltage. DJ Alessandrini making his way down the starter straightaway, crossing the finish line into turn number 1. Once again, clicking off another lap. You have to be thinking that Team High Voltage is getting another one of their team members in the pits for an exchange coming up very soon. It's just a matter of time before we're going to get a quick exchange for Team High Voltage. There he is coming out of turn number 5 into the carousel, the final turn down the finish line straightaway. Primal Life GoPro giving us a great view at turn number 5. Great passing opportunity as Team Full Focus and Team Low Current making their way in and out of turn number 5. There's a great shot of turn 5 here for the indoor track. Primal Life GoPro giving us a great shot there. Once again, you got to think that the high voltage team has got to be making a pit stop at some point in time. 2.69 volts is what remains in cell number 8, and 2.4 is the cutoff before they will go into limp mode. We have seen quite a few carts go into limp mode already. Cart number 5 spiking a temperature. Good thing that cart is not out there on the track. Cart number 12 is the one I'm looking for, and that is being Team High Voltage as they're making their way into turn number 3 right now. Your current race leaders on the track has a pretty comfortable advantage over Team Supersonics. Talladega has still about a lap over Salem and Low Current. That is the battle on the track for 4th and 5th. 3rd, 4th, and 5th is really the battle you got to be watching for, as at any point in time, all the drivers are on either lap 9, 9, 8, or there's a lap between them. They're either on the same lap or they're close to it for Team Talladega, Team Salem, and Team Low Current battling for the bottom step of the podium. So now we have, after the couple of turns and giving Rachel Hart a chance to get her tires back up to temperature, she has put some distance between her and Rachel Reininger, so we have found the fastest Rachel here today. And Rachel Hart putting some distance between her and Reininger. It is Nonamaker splitting those two. There is Team High Voltage coming into turn number 5. You got to be thinking that the High Voltage team is thinking about a pit at any point in time. So there we can see a white helmet and a orange hood down in the pits. Our Primal Life GoPro giving us a great shot off screen of Jacob Andrew, the man with 2 first names, holding his hood down in the pits. He is ready to get on the racetrack at any point in time. Team High Voltage makes that hard left-hand turn. They are coming in the pits, so we're going to have an exchange in the lead, as Rachel Hart is going to be making the pass on Team High Voltage. At any point in time, here comes Rachel Hart into turn number 5. Camera number 2 doing some great work. There she is, Rachel Hart into the carousel. She is going to be making her way down the finish line straight away. And camera number 7 is going to be piloted. Our GoPro, Primal Life GoPro, is going to be our High Voltage Racing driver, Jacob Andrew, piloting that Primal Life GoPro, and that is going to be a great battle on track between him and Rachel Hart, as those two drivers are duking it out over the number 1 spot on the track. Clicking off another one over the finish line they go. Supersonics is your race leader now, with just about a lap edge over Team High Voltage. Team Supersonics just coming into turn number 5. Team High Voltage coming out of turn number 5, so it is a very close gap between those two teams, making their way down the finish line straight away and entering the finish line straight away. Great battle between Supersonics and High Voltage. Talladega still hanging on back in 3rd with Team Salem. You got to watch for those brown hooded drivers as they are pushing those carts to their absolute potential. They are running those things until the wheels fall off. Cart number 22 is currently Team Salem. They have a pretty fresh machine right now, but it is already running. It's running hot. It's 53 degrees already with 97% left in its cells, so it's already reading a little bit hot for Team Salem. And we've got James back up here in the box.
Yeah, thanks. I took a little bit of a break, but we were trying to get some footage. So yeah, I don't know. We're trying to get some driver interviews lined up for you. So we'll have another member of our broadcast team joining us shortly. Nicolina is setting up in the main entryway down there. And in the meantime, so just clip the Primal Life GoPro onto Team High Voltage. I barely had enough time to get that thing clipped on before he took off. These guys have mastered their pit stops. They are flying in and out of those carts. It's amazing how fast it was.
I seen that you barely had the opportunity to get that thing strapped before it was already back underway. I didn't have a chance to see the camera switch before the Primal Life GoPro was taking over for Team High Voltage.
I clipped it on, and he was on the gas, and he was out of there. So
Wow.
Hopefully it stays. So far, so good.
So far, we don't have to, or hopefully we don't have to wave the yellow flag from debris from a flying GoPro.
Definitely, because we don't want to lose it. Don't know if you commented or not. Over 1,000 laps completed now.
Did catch that.
Is Rachel
Race
Hart
into
into
turn number 5.
1,000 laps were completed.
Camera number 2 doing some great work. There she is. Minutes and 36
Rachel Hart
seconds
into
of
the carousel
to go.
She
She's
is
going to be
exact
making her way
anything.
down the
It was
finish
all-
line straight away. And camera number 7 is going to be piloted. Our
we were obviously
GoPro
concerned about the
Primal
timing
Life
system
GoPro
hitting that
is
mark.
going to be
and,
our high voltage
it's very
racing.
difficult to replicate that in a test environment. It's good to see that our partners at Fickable have done a great job getting the timing and scoring system running for us.
We are 12 minutes and 40 seconds away from the 2/3 mark. Another
Mile marker.
That's what I was looking for. Another mile marker for us here today, and we will be most definitely breaking 1,500 laps. I'm betting we're going to be pushing 1,600 laps by when this thing's
We
all said and
might
done.
be. Just the number of yellows has been so small that the lap counts just keep ticking up. And I was joking with somebody on the way down there that people are going to be settling into a pace, but then I'm looking up on the scoreboard and I'm going, these guys are still turning 26 flats, 25 eights, whatever. Nobody's letting up, but I can see some fatigue on the drivers' faces when they get out of the car. I'm sure it's not ultimately their fatigue, but I'm sure that they're
And that Primal Life GoPro giving us a great shot, but I'm going to send things down in the pits with DJ Diva Nicolina giving us a great interview with Jordan Johnson down there in the pits.
Derek, yes, I have got Jordan here with me, and right now you're currently fighting for what place?
We're fighting for the podium. We're sitting in 5th right now, but we're just a little bit off, just trying to push our way up to those final points-paying positions or prize-paying positions.
Well, you're looking a little frazzled, a little tired. I know that racing takes its toll on the body. I only did like the one time around, regular ride, and my body was killing me the next day. So tell me how you prepare to race, and what kind of pain are you going to be in tomorrow?
Well, certainly I'll be sore tomorrow. This is probably the longest race that you'll do in karting for probably the whole year. I don't think there's many races longer than this, but I race weekly, 2-3 times a week, and I'm going to the gym nearly daily. I know it doesn't show too much.
Oh, yeah, show us those muscles. Flex for me a little bit.
Not too much. It's all cardio. That's for certain, but cardio core. But it does take the toll on the body, especially the forearms. Here, the steering's a little bit heavy, so it really starts hurting you if you're doing kind of back-to-back stints, 2-3 stints in an hour or two. It really hurts after a little bit.
I saw you wearing that brace. If you can show everyone, tell everybody what that does.
So this is actually a rib protector. I picked this up because of gas karting, outdoor karting. You run a little bit higher cornering speeds and you have a little bit more G's that are forcing yourself into the seat. So you actually can bruise your body by turning too hard. So I actually have done that. I've bruised ribs just by leaning against some of the fittings that were on my seat. So this actually helps protect my ribs, helps keep things a little bit more comfortable, allows you to stay in the cart a little bit longer.
Well, thank you, Jordan. I wish you guys luck, fight to the top, and get a good massage.
I'll do my best. I'll schedule an appointment with the chiropractor.
Yes. Immediately.
Go Karts.
The power to weight ratio is definitely playing in the
That's
advantage
true.
of Jordan
That's true, too.
Johnson.
Yeah.
So he's got some skills, and he is putting it to great use today. Representative from Team Low Current, great interview there. As we see a great battle developing out there on the track between Team Low Current, Team High Voltage, and Team Talladega, all battling on track. Currently, it is Team High Voltage taking back over the number 1 position after, I believe, Team Supersonics has came in for another pit, quite potentially. That's about the only way I can see them giving up that race lead to the High Voltage crew. As there is the 3-way battle on screen right now being led by Team High Voltage, and we have Low Current coming in the pits right now, so Dylan Lease coming in the pits for a quick exchange. There on screen, we still have Team High Voltage, the overall race leader, leading Team Supersonics back in the number 2 spot. 1,028 laps have been completed here at K1 Speed Canton for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life. Your mouth is our mission. You smile, we smile. There is still that great battle on track between Team Misfit Motors, Team High Voltage, and Team Full Focus out there on track, all battling it out. There it is, High Voltage making the move on Misfit Motors, trying to reel in Full Focus, making their way over the finish line right now. Primal Life GoPro giving us a great shot of Team High Voltage making their way into turn number 4, out of turn number 4, into turn number 5. The Primal Life GoPro giving us a great shot of your current race leader, Team High Voltage. 1,030 laps completed, about 10-second gap over Team Supersonics in second. Team Supersonics is currently being piloted. Is that once again Rachel Hart back behind the wheel for Team Supersonic? No, that is Rachel Hart once again piloting Team Supersonic. So she had a quick trip out of the wheel, and she is back behind the wheel for Team Supersonic. So Team Supersonic with a pretty fresh kart, trying to do something with it after holding the race lead for quite some time here today. Loses that race lead due to the Lucky Dog lap back during the yellow flag, and that played the advantage of Team High Voltage, and it's pretty much been Supersonics playing catch up ever since. It is still a blanket battle over the number 3 spot, with Team Salem, the brown team, clicking off another one, this time by clicking off 1,024 laps completed, just ahead of Team Talladega with 1,023 and low current 1,022. You know what? Full Focus is not out of it. They are in it with 1,019 laps completed. They are only 5 laps off of the top 3, so Team Full Focus is really getting into it here late in the race.
Absolutely, yeah. We got Savannah back behind the wheel. This is the family team. Obviously some other drivers as well, but mainly the Weber family.
I almost counted them out, honestly.
Yeah, father, son, daughter, and grandpa as well, all involved in the race. And it's great to see them contributing as a family.
They are definitely communicating, and communicating as a family structure is paying off, as Savannah Weber out there on track for Team Full Focus has her head down, and she is holding off Team High Voltage down the start straightaway into turn number 1. The gap remains pretty much the same, 25.78 seconds for Team Full Focus on the previous lap, 25.5 for Team High Voltage. So they're running some heater laps out there for the orange hoods. But the green hood still maintains the advantage on track into the carousel turn just before the start straightaway once again. Lap times just under 30 seconds. They're getting about 2 laps a minute every time they make their way through. There we see that battle continuing. Team Full Focus still holding off High Voltage into and out of turn number 5. Gotta think Savannah Weber is feeling the pressure now, as High Voltage has really caught the rear bumper of that kart down the start straightaway and into turn number 1. Primal Life GoPro giving us a great shot.
Yeah, this is not only a great battle, but it's a good time to take another lap around the track for those of you who have joined us a little bit later. So we're going to hit turn 4 and turn 5 here in a couple seconds. But when we hit the start-finish line, just want to walk you through this very short track. It only takes, on average, about 25, 26 seconds to complete a lap. But here's our front straightaway. This is one of the 2 braking zones on the track. Quick brake, back on the gas through turn 1. This is a lift into 2. You don't want to touch the brake as you set up for 3. Now, as you carry your speed through 3, you want to keep it laid out through 4, because this is basically one of the second fastest straightaways on the track. You lift a little bit into 5, then quick left complex into the carousel, which takes you around to the front straightaway again. So one of the keys to driving these particular go-karts has been the lift. Some drivers think that they just need to hold the gas down the whole time, and some guys think that they need to brake every corner. It's really a mix of both. When you lift the gas, it settles the car just enough as 2 wide through 4. That's a tough spot to go too wide into. You lift the gas, it settles the car just enough to give you grip on the front tires and maintain momentum through the corner. You don't have to touch the brakes, except for about right here. Right as you cross that start-finish line, a little tap of the brake will just settle the car just enough so you can carry all your speed through 1 and get back on the gas. And the other comment I make when people go through the 2-3 complexes, you want to make sure that you go slower than you think you should, because that's going to set you up for success on the back straightaway.
Great shot there coming from the Primal Life GoPro. Primal Life, your mouth is our mission, making their way into turn number 1. Great shot there for our title sponsor for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. Back down on timing and scoring, we still have Team High Voltage holding on to the race lead over Team Supersonic in the number 2 spot. Team Salem still hangs on to the number 3 spot, but just ever so slightly over Talladega, back and forth with Low Current in the number 5 spot. And Team Full Focus, they are not out of it yet. They have got about 5 laps to make up to be in contention for a podium position, but they're not out of it in the number 6 spot. And Team Misfit Motors still back there in 7th. 4 hours, 1 minute, and 50 seconds remain on the clock. So we are nearing that 2/3 complete, or 2/3 the way done with the race mark.
And you never want to leave the teams who are laps down out of it, because you got so much time left. You got not only the lucky dog, but you've also got the possibility of other teams messing up pit stops. Now, pit stops have really cleaned up as we've gone through the event, but there's always that possibility that as fatigue sets in, you could have somebody miss a seatbelt, miss a helmet strap, sometimes miss their jumping into the car. You never know what can go wrong, and that could severely penalize any team who's leading up front.
I was really expecting there to be much more separation in laps and times between all of these teams, but things are a lot more stacked up than I was ever expecting them to be. But I'm going to kick things back down in the pits with the DJ Diva herself, DJ Nicolina, with a quick interview with a couple more of our competitors.
Thank you, Derek. Yes, we are here at K1 Speed, 12 Hours of Canton, and I've got parents here with me today that have kids that are racing right now on the tracks. What is the name of your daughter?
Savannah Weber.
And the name of your son?
I got Victor Weber and also Mason Tucker.
Oh, we got 3 children out here racing today. Okay, are they all on the same team?
Yep.
Okay, and now I understand that your daughter is one of the best and youngest racers right now on the track. Tell me about her.
Oh, she is so amazing right now. She has come a long way in the last year of racing. She's had a lot of good help with people. She's just so outgoing on the track, just really is.
And parents are really important to bringing especially young racers here to K1 Speed to practice, and I'm sure that's a lot of commitment with time and money. Tell us a little bit how that is being a mom, bringing your kids and spending all your days here at K1 Speed.
Trust me, it takes up a lot of family time, but in the end, what matters is excelling your kids' passion and making sure that they get to do what they want to do and what they're good at, and making sure that they all get a chance to really excel in that, and they love it. So as much time as they want to do it, as much money as they want to do it, we do it.
Hey, that's what we love to see. Great parents. Derek, I'm going to send things back to you.
Thanks, Nicolina, and I'm glad that the Weber parents there made the point that they are here to follow their kids' passions and doing whatever they want to do. And you know, hosting this facility, what can drivers do with the e-karting, atmosphere? What can they do with that in their career?
Well, a lot of young drivers will start in karting as they advance their career. They can move on to different Formula Series. They can go to sports cars and all kinds of different disciplines. So as we got a car stopped on track here, we're going to hit a yellow flag.
Team
Car
Supersonics.
15 there.
Team Supersonics Salerno, the number
Yeah,
15 kart.
His car's going to reboot, get back power, and he's going to have enough to get back into the pits. Which, just to jump stories here for a second. So if you're looking at this, well, he's going to continue.
I
So
think
he's
it's
got
fresh. He has a fresh cart, according to everything I see.
Yeah, race control is telling us that telemetry tells us that it's full, so we're seeing the same thing. So, well, as he continues, let's just say, I mean, if he had stopped on track, I guess one of the questions that comes up frequently is, okay, if the battery dies and they stop on track, how come they're able to continue? And the reason for that is that the battery does a temporary recovery, and then the car goes into a limp mode, as you've said, basically a slow mode. So it's just enough energy to complete about a lap. You might get 2 laps out of it, but at that point, the battery is exhausted, and you've run the battery to its limits, and you can't do it anymore. But it is just enough to get you into the pits, which is how we have the car set up to try to get them off track as quickly as possible.
And now with that mishap, Team Supersonic has suffered a huge loss to Team High Voltage. It is now nearly 3 laps the deficit of the Cyan team, who once had 3 laps to their advantage earlier in this race. It is still Team Salem in the number 4 position with 1,044 laps completed. They are about 11 laps off of your leader, with Talladega still running back there in the number 4 spot. We have a great running here today. Still clicking off great laps. Just about 4 hours left.
Yeah, you can see a lot of rubber buildup, marbles building up in turn 4 there. If you start to get offline there, even just a little bit, your car is going to become slicks on the right-hand side of the car.
We talked about it earlier about tire pressures. You start off the fronts at 22s and the backs at 24s?
Yeah, exactly. That's
Okay.
our cold temperatures. And obviously, you're constantly turning with these cars, so you get a lot of rubber roll-off. And there's not a lot of opportunity for the tire to just run a straightaway, basically. You're either right or left at all times, so every corner is going to have those marbles in them.
How long do a set of tires generally last on a machine like this?
Well, generally, we can get about 100 normal races out of them, which is a little bit longer than anticipated, but it does depend upon what kind of conditions we run them in. Obviously, today we'll probably be running through full sets of tires on all the cars.
Did you have a full set on all of these carts before the start of the event?
Yeah,
Pretty close?
most of them pretty close. Yeah, I haven't been down there to check on them to see where we are midway through the race, but it's definitely going to put their toll on them, and we tried to refresh as many of the cars as we could. Obviously, with this being an arrive and drive facility, we still operated Saturday and Sunday and Monday. People show up and they still drive, so we don't always have the opportunity to get every single tire changed before the event.
And if you are watching at home and you think that this looks like a lot of fun, make sure you make the trip to North Canton tomorrow. Doors open, 10 o'clock, K1 Speed Canton. You can drive yourself.
You'll be driving the exact same cars these guys are driving today, and you can drive them try to achieve or aim for the exact same lap times that these guys aim for.
25.23 is the fastest lap that I have heard of the race so far. Not quite the fastest lap of the facility, but the fastest lap of the event is what I've heard.
Yeah, if you do come to the facility and you drive, take a few races and just get used to the car. Don't get discouraged if it takes you a few times around the track before you get into the, let's just say the 28s, 29 seconds, or even 30 seconds for that matter. They are different cars to drive. There's a different feel to it. The brakes are different. The gas and the acceleration is different. The steering's obviously heavy. Just take some time, take some races, don't get discouraged. These guys that are racing today have driven hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of races in order to get to where they are, to the point where they can drive this circuit so consistently. And we really define a race, by the way, as a 12-lap race. That's normal operations. Whenever the leader finishes 12 laps, that's considered one race.
12 laps for the indoor circuit, 8 laps for the outdoors?
Yes, that's correct. We shorten it a little bit because of the track distance, absolutely.
Excellent. And I want to thank everybody once again for joining us for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, an endurance kart race brought to you by the folks at FLBR Racing, a Formula 4 race team based out of Cleveland, Ohio. And We are back here for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, and the green flag has flown after our mandated yellow flag that was just out there. Still have Team High Voltage running up front.
Yeah, we
1,084 laps completed.
had an issue with the cart in the pits, and because the cart was malfunctioned, it was deemed not a team error, and therefore it was a yellow flag to get that car back on the lead lap before the incident happened.
What team was that?
That was High Voltage.
Okay. So they are currently sitting in the number 2 position behind Team Supersonics now after that restart. So shuffling things up back towards the front of the leaderboard. And Corey Salerno out there for Team Supersonics with the number 15 kart. Let's get some information on that. He came to a stop earlier just before the restart, and he now reads at about 57% of capacity remaining. So 2.65 volts are left in his cells. So let's see if he is able to nurse that thing around the course for however long, or let's see how long we can make Salerno last that machine. Team High Voltage still sitting in the number 2 spot. The 32 kart is in that number 2 position. 90% left on that thing, but it is running a little bit warm, but that's not a red flag according to you, James.
No, it shouldn't be. So for the most part, the batteries are looking for about 75 degrees as the shutoff temperature. We had a team earlier that thought they had something at about a 60-degree shutoff temperature, but we've looked at it a little closer, and we do believe that it was a voltage drop. So oftentimes when we talk about voltage drop, we're talking about a single cell in the pack, and I think we're going to throw it to Nicolina for an interview. No, they're not ready, sorry. There's 2 battery packs, one on each side of the car, and combined in the car there are 15 cells. If you think of it as AA batteries in a device that you would use at home, it's like having one bad battery in the batch of the device, and if you have one bad battery, it lowers the overall voltage of the car, and that's when the car will shut off. So when we're talking about voltage here, we're talking about a single cell, because that's usually what's causing the shut off or the car to shut down.
All right, we're going to send things back down to Nicolina in the pits with another one of our racers racing with us today.
Thank you, Derek. Yes, I have Nate Groh with me. And tell everybody, who's your team here today at K1 Speed?
I'm with Team Low Current. We consist of 5 guys. We all used to race up at High Voltage together running league. So we decided to join and try and run this.
Well, tell me about strategy and kart selection and when to pit when you've got a 5-person team.
Well, strategy, pretty much, we're looking at the kart out on the track. If it has the pace, we try to push it a little bit longer. But also, you got to keep an eye on the temperature, the charge and everything. So, as soon as it starts dropping off, we have to look and see, what kart's up next. And, maybe it's a cold kart, and maybe it'll last a little bit longer. So, if it's a good kart, we try and get it. If not, sometimes it's the luck of the draw.
Yep, don't tell us all your secrets. Okay, Nate, a team of 5 guys. Is there ever any fighting or drama that you can tell us about? I'm sure things aren't always, hunky-dory.
Luckily we've been racing together for a long time. Our group has been together for about 5 years. So we're a pretty close-knit group. We try to leave all emotion out of it, especially on the track, If someone's not doing so hot on pace, if they have a junk cart, if they're in traffic, we make the calls and we're all okay with it. So.
Oh, okay. You've got to take the drama to Facebook or somewhere.
No, there's really no drama between us. We're all pretty good.
Team Low Current. How about that? They all get along. All right. And are you going to win here tonight?
I don't know. We're just hoping that we can inch it up closer to 3rd and keep doing what we're doing. Unfortunately, at the beginning of the race, we didn't have such good luck, and we're just doing what we can to get back up there.
Well, good luck. I'll be watching you out there, and Derek, I'm going to send things back to you.
Thanks, Nicolina, and great talk there with one of our great competitors for Team Low Current, Nate Groh. looking super fast today, not getting a...
I actually believe him too. I believe that team is pretty low key and not too much drama. So there are a lot of good racers for sure, and they get along really well. They have been racing for a long time. They kind of check their emotions at the door, I guess, as Jordan is a representative on track right now in red.
Yeah, they talked to Jordan just a little bit ago, and with his experience in racing karts, he's got quite a bit of knowledge behind the steering wheel, and they're all lending their knowledge in every one of their aspects of the sport, and it's putting forward a pretty good team for Team Low Current.
Yeah, we'll have to get Nick Lena to pull in a member of Team Salem to see if we can grab them for a few minutes, because they're the two-man team that are fighting it out, just alternating back and forth all day long here today. I'd love to talk to them about how they're doing.
Maybe a member of Team Excel as well. The Supersonics.
We got to get the Excel team over here and tell us about their spreadsheets, and maybe they can show us some secrets.
Yeah, some inside data. The Supersonics team, they are running with a more expired kart than the Team High Voltage. Only about 2.3 seconds separates Salerno from Alessandrini out there on the race course. And we've got sights on the Brown team right now. And that is going to be Wayne Nunamaker currently trying to chase down Team Full Focus. And Team Full Focus currently has Victor as the pilot. Victor being Victor Weber?
Yeah, Victor Weber, part of the Weber family, hanging in there in between the rival teams. And Victor's been a driver that's been driving here for a couple years as well. Another younger kid, I guess I can call him a kid, but also competes in leagues. And just another example of how all ages can compete in this sport. It's accessible to all age ranges as long as you're tall enough. And we'd love to see young competitors coming up through the ranks, whether they plan on going to competitive competitive racing or not. It's just good to see them in go-karts.
Yeah, Victor Weber, they're putting in a very good show against Wayne Nunamaker's got a multiple IMSA Michelin Challenge championships to their credit. The team Salem does, local team with the Nunamakers behind the wheel. And now we have another quick switch for Team Talladega coming onto the race course as Tristan Hartong. Yeah.
Good to see Tristan back on track. He's been out for several stints now. He's playing the seatbelt game right now, so he probably has the seatbelt buckled, but in order to save a little bit of time, he didn't tighten him down. That's okay per the regs. We'd like to see you tighten him down, but he's sliding out of pit lane as fast as he can.
There goes Victor into the pits for Team Full Focus. And now we have Team High Voltage making a pit. I was not expecting to see Team High Voltage come in before Team Supersonic. So this is going to play into Team Supersonic's favor as High Voltage has come into the pits. They are coming out of the pits, and now we've got Jacob Andrew, the man with two first names, taking over the hot seat for Team High Voltage. And they are currently still battling with the Supersonic. Salerno I didn't even catch that. The Supersonics have come in for
Armand back at the helm too. Yeah.
The ghost of Armand is now driving for Team Supersonics, entering turn number 1.
Now, as you watch him go across the front straightaway, what do you think he does with his helmet? Do you think that he naturally slumps, or do you think he did that for airflow?
He's probably just a natural lean over guy.
I think he does it for airflow, because we are talking about Team Excel, right? So, I mean, every little coefficient of drag is important.
You probably have a point
here. Here he goes across the front straightaway again. See how he ducks his head just a little bit, just to edge out those tenths of a second? That's the kind of thing that he would do as a kart driver.
Just to get the air up and over that canopy.
Now, some would say just because he's tall, but I say it's coefficient of drag.
Now, it says that he is from Le Mans, France.
I saw that on the bio, too, and I've known him for a while. I'm not sure about that. I don't know if he made that up as a joke or whether that was actually the case.
Well, I'm playing with him.
He doesn't act French, but,
I don't know. I don't know. We still have a great battle on the track, though, between Supersonics and High Voltage. Only about a tenth of a second is what timing and scoring shows is being the differential between first and second out there on the track. And Supersonics are being held up a little bit by Team Full Focus. And Team Full Focus has Zach Harmon behind the wheel, one of the younger members of
those bright yellow gloves.
And
they almost match his roll hoop.
You were saying the helmet is a thing that's throwing you off for Zach.
Yeah, it was because he's usually driving with a K1 helmet, and he apparently borrowed a helmet for this event from a friend, and just not used to seeing him as he comes into the pits and hits that timing line.
He is coming in the pits right now. I am curious to see who is taking the helm for Team Full Focus, but Armand is putting on a great
it's
show
actually
now.
A drive-through penalty for them.
Penalty, didn't catch that.
Yeah, I did not hear that from race control. So for those of you wondering, when the cars enter pit lane, there is a timing beacon back there, and it does two things. It triggers their lap to complete, and it also slows the car down automatically. So there's no human error involved, and there's no what's the word for it, like gray area for drivers who are trying to hit a certain speed. We electronically control them because they're electronic carts, and then when they exit the pits, there's another timing beacon that automatically accelerates them back up to regular speed.
And there we've got Armand making his way into the carousel. Team Supersonic still has the overall advantage over Team High Voltage. The orange team back in the number 2 spot. Team Sailing is what is still showing in the number 4 spot, trying to chase down Team Talladega. That is the battle on the track to watch. They are both on the same lap, fighting over the bottom step of the podium. Low Current, they are not out of it. They're about 3 laps off the pace of 3rd on the track, as Team Sailing is about 8 seconds off the pace of Team Talladega. So look for the blue hoods and the brown hoods to hook up out there on the track. And now we see a member of the red team, Team Low Current, front and center on the track. That is Jordan Johnson, spinning some great laps, making his way through turn 5.
And you mentioned the roll hoop cover, so this is a new thing to this event that we innovated to help identify the cars because the driver swaps are coming so fast. It's hard to keep track of different drivers and their teams. So especially for spotters and race control, and obviously for us in the booth, it's just easier for us to see, as you see Zach throw the roll hoop cover over top of his car to identify it as red team. And the teams are responsible for making sure those go on and off the car. One thing that's really important is when the car comes into the pits, they have to take that roll hoop cover off. If the driver exits the pit box or the pit lane without removing that roll hoop cover, they are penalized for with a drive-through penalty.
So what are a couple of things that constitute the drive-through penalty? Like you mentioned, the hoop, not removing that. Anything else?
Yeah, blowing the stop box. So we see a bright white line on the pit entry there. They can't go past that with their bumper. That'll trigger a drive-through penalty. And then a very safety thing, so if they don't have their seat buckled before they exit the pits, or if they don't have their chin strap on their helmet buckled, then obviously that's a safety issue as well, so those would be drive-through penalties. The drive-through is just a matter of, it provides us with the most consistent way to penalize the teams for infractions instead of using other methods because it is all electronically controlled.
Excellent, excellent. So currently, as things are currently running, Team Supersonic still has the edge over Team High Voltage back there in the number 2 spot, opening things up to about a 3-second edge over the High Voltage team after that exchange. And Armand running out there with the number 4 kart, looking at some telemetry for these machines. The number 4 kart, that still has a good bit of capacity left in it. The number 9 kart, that one is about equal with Armand's machine. So your 2 top runners are going to be making pits around the same time next time by. So we'll definitely be looking for that. As Team Talladega, the blue team, still hangs on to 3rd place overall over Team Sailing, the Nunamakers, in the number 4 spot overall on the track. There we see Armand making his way down the start straightaway, clicking off another one. Armand making his way into turn number 3, heading to turn number 4. But there we've got Team Misfit Motorsports.
We've got Sean back at the helm. He was kind of shortchanged on his last stint because of a car problem, so we'll try to see if he can extend his run this time. That was his first his first run in the car this 12 hours, and hopefully he can make a good go of it.
He's got the edge over the Team Low Current, running just behind them. I believe that's Zach Sudam chasing him down with Team Low Current. They're being followed up by Team Talladega.
And if you're having a hard time keeping track at home of Team Misfits, just know there's 10 drivers on that team. So
I'm having
that's
trouble
why.
keeping track of all of them. I'll be straight up with you. I'm having trouble keeping track of all 10 Band of Misfits.
Team Salem has been easy because there's 2 of them. It's one or the other, and then the other teams are between 4 and 5. The Team Misfits were basically a band of free agents that got together because they didn't have their own teams. So it was definitely a lot of work to get all those guys coordinated. Every team was required to come to K1 and do a practice session. It was an hour in length to practice the format, practice the safety car, all that stuff. On top of that, they organized sponsors as well to help pay for this event. That was just a spectacular feat from their standpoint, and they did it in such a short time frame. We announced this race about 6 weeks ago. They put the team together, they got the sponsorship together, they organized the people, they got here, they did their timing, and they did their qualifier, and I think they're just to be commended for their efforts.
Right on. And looks like we have got everything all ironed out down there in the pits. I'm going to send things down to Nicolina. She's got a couple of members from Team Full Focus. Yeah, what's going on down there in the pits?
Thanks, Derek. Yes, I do. Full Focus is in. To be.
Looks like we've got some technical difficulties. We'll get back down there with Savannah Weber and Mason Tucker in just a little bit. But still out there on the track, Supersonics.
Everything
Putting
looks
a lap between them and High Voltage now. About 3 seconds separates them as they make their way across the finish line this previous time by. Now we have a whole band of riders out there battling for track position as Armand for Team Supersonic has the edge over Team Talladega. Coming into the carousel, they are chasing down Misfits and Low Current across the finish line and into turn number 1. It currently is Misfits leading that pack, and Sean Lanky with Team Misfits leads the group into turn number 5. Zach Sudam still running in the number 2 spot in that group with Armand in third in that group, and they have opened it up a little bit over Tristan Hartong with Team Talladega falling off the pace a little bit in that group of riders. There is Team High Voltage making their way into eyesight, trying to close the gap on Team Talladega. I believe it is DJ Alessandrini, representative for Team High Voltage, trying to close in on Talladega. Keep that battle up towards the front. Actually, that's Jacob Andrew out there for Team High Voltage currently. There's the 3-way battle for track position as Armand trying to work his way by Team Low Current, being piloted by Zach Saddam. Zach Saddam being held up a little bit by Sean Linky from Team Misfit Motorsports. So all 3 riders making their way across the finish line. Armand trying to go outside, inside through turn number 1. Keeping things tidy up the insides, trying to set himself up on the inside through turn number 3. And single file through 4. And here's one of the passing opportunities outside to the inside. Armand trying to set up a pass on.
gives him a little tap on the left-hand side there, but no harm, no foul.
Tries to make the pass on Zach Saddam, but still unable to make the move. And Saddam still trying to make the move on Sean. So these 3 drivers put on a great show for us. That is currently 7th, 5th, and 1st as they currently run.
Armand trying to go on the inside of that corner again. He likes to take that inside corner because of the carousel. It sets him up a little bit different for front straightaway speed. And obviously he wants to get in the inside of Zach, but just not working for him just yet. He needs a few more laps to either wait for a mistake or get a better momentum going for him.
They don't call Armand the ghost for nothing. If anything, he will morph through the barriers if he has to work his way past these drivers, as he is doing nearly everything in his bag of tricks. And we're going to try things once again down there in the pits. What's going on, Nicolina, with the folks from the Full Focus team?
Thanks, Derek. Yes, I have Full Focus here, and we are in full force. And I need you to take a look at these beautiful faces because they are going to be even more famous than they are today. Let's meet them. What's your name?
Mason Tucker.
I understand that you are the youngest person competing today.
Yes, that is correct.
Tell everybody your name.
Mason.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Tell everybody your age.
11.
11. Okay, so you're kind of walking around with your head held high around here.
Yeah.
Are you getting dirty looks from any of the older racers?
Sometimes because I feel like they kind of get mad when a little kid passes them.
Yeah, and I would be out there cheering you on. Okay, let's meet your sister. What's your name?
I'm Savannah Weber.
And how old are you?
I'm 17.
And you are the youngest female here racing, right?
Yes, out of 4 other females.
Okay, I've heard a lot about you, Savannah. I've heard that you are demolishing the men's numbers here that are adults. How does that make you feel?
Oh, I feel like I could dominate the world, that they could just get out of my way.
I like that. And if you could tell them something, what would you say to them right now?
I tell them to do better.
Ooh, you heard it here first. Do better.
Well, thanks, guys. As we've said numerous times, it's great to see a team of the Webbers all competing together.
They're not out of it. I will say
Absolutely
they are
not.
not out of it with 1,114 laps completed. They are 4 laps off of 5th place, 6 laps off of 4th, and 7 laps off of 3rd. So they're not entirely out of it yet.
And we're pretty sure that Dad has only run 2 stints. He was going to let most of the driving be done by the family, and he was going to contribute a little bit, but pretty much almost let them run the show, which is impressive for the performance they've got.
Yeah, and currently we do have Team Full Focus on screen, and that is Zach Harmon representing Team Full Focus out there on the track currently. Clicking off some great laps, 25.8 the previous time through. Not quite the fastest driver on the circuit. That's going to be Team Supersonic. And there is a 4-driver battle. Team Misfit Motorsports, Team Low Current, Team Talladega, and Team High Voltage. You can throw a blanket over all of them as they're making their way in and out of turn number 4 with Team Misfit Motorsports leading the way. And that continues to be Sean Linky with Team Misfit Motorsports. There is Zach Sudan with Team Low Current chasing him down. The blue team, that's Team Talladega sitting in 3rd place in that group, and that will be Tristan Hartong, I believe, still hanging on in that group, but he loses a spot to the Team High Voltage driver of Jacob Andrew.
Yeah, we can see a little bit more action from the steering of Sean as he drives the car. And if you just compare that with Zach driving behind him, just as smooth as can be, just calm, waiting for the car to come into him, holding every corner as it needs to be. And then he waits for an opportunity like that and does the undercut. And there he goes.
And yes, Zach's
going into turn 4 is going to be a little tight. Can he take the outside? Is Sean going to give up the inside? Yes, he did.
Successful pass for Zach Sudam, the current track lap record holder for the indoor course here at K1 Speed Canton is the driver representing Team Low Current. I'll get it right at some point in time.
Yeah, it's the direct opposite of them. Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes that gets messy going into turn 4. It's not a great turning or passing area, but depending upon the setup.
Zach leaves the door open for Team High Voltage, and Jacob Andrew makes the move. Jacob Andrew with Team High Voltage trying to reel in Supersonic. I wonder if Low Current realizes that they're out of it and they're letting High Voltage go with about 3 hours and 15 minutes left of competition.
They might be. It was kind of a surprise move from Zach there, but it also was a clean pass. So
true, very true. And we still have...
He's not going to let him get away, but he's just going to remind him that he's there the whole time.
Still have one of the Misfit Motorsports drivers, Sean Linky, running just behind them coming into turn number 1. There they have great shot, turn number 1, turn number 2, and into turn 3 with Team Talladega, and that is Tristan Hartong with Team Talladega back in the number 4 spot in that battle. There they are coming into the carousel turn and heading down the finish line straight away. Jacob Andrews leads that group. Continues to be Armand.
Meanwhile, Supersonics just kind of cruising around, setting lap times.
25-5.
Settling into a pace.
25-5. Pretty much every time. Clean real estate ahead, clean real estate behind.
When he has a clean track, I have never seen him let up whatsoever. He knows one pace to go around this circuit, and that's about it right there.
It's fast.
Yep.
Smooth and fast. Fast is smooth, smooth is fast. Faster is slower, slower is fast. Right, up is down, down is up.
Yeah, everything's opposite in racing, right? No, it definitely is a concept that we teach our drivers who come here for instruction. It's also instruction that we give people when they're doing arrive and drives. It may feel cool to slide the back end of the car around and look like you're going really fast, but it's not. So the smoother you drive, the quicker you are.
They have tested it on Mythbusters that drifting around the turn is not faster than hitting the apex and, carrying momentum around it. So that's true.
I'm surprised they had to go to Mythbusters for that, but yeah.
I religiously watched that show when I was growing up, so you can't pull one past with those guys.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Still great racing out there on the track as things are getting a little bit ironed out as Team Low Current still holds off Team Misfit Motorsports. Sean Linke still putting the pressure on the low current driver of Zach Sudam. Sudam losing a little bit of grip to Jacob Andrew with Team High Voltage pulling a couple of kart lengths ahead of Team Low Current. That is not a battle for overall positions as Low Current is a couple of laps off of High Voltage. And it looks like Nicolina's got a couple of members of the band of Misfit Motorsports members down there in the pits. What's going on with the Misfit Motorsports boys?
Thank you, Derek. Yeah, I'm here with the Misfits, Andy and Cam. I gotta know, who came up with this name?
Who was it? Was it you or was it Sean? Or I think it was Sean that came up with the name.
Okay, are you some Misfits? Because you can't wear a shirt or be called Misfits and then be like church mice.
Definitely Misfits, for sure. I mean, we've known each other for like 2 weeks, and the group chat is pretty interesting.
2 weeks? Are you kidding me?
Everyone else's teams that all people that knew each other have been working together for months. Jason threw all of us 3 agents together and then made us captains, and we took the lead. And
we've literally known each other for 2 months, and 2 weeks, excuse me. And, we put it together. We went and found sponsors. We've worked really, really hard the last couple weeks to make this happen. So we got a good group of guys and girls who are, putting in a lot of effort today and have put in a lot of effort over the last couple weeks to make this happen.
Yeah.
Jeez, 2 weeks. Okay. Can I say something? I was here Monday to do a little bit of practice, and I have been calling you the skinny Jonah Hill. And I mean that with all the compliments of the world. Have you gotten that before?
I have not, but
really?
I'll take it.
Yeah, you should totally take it. He's cute, he's funny, and this is the svelte version. Svelter version. Okay, so what place are you guys in right now?
Last.
Oh, God, you guys.
We got a drive-through penalty for a helmet strap when our helmet was strapped at 10 minutes in after we gained 3 spots, and it's been like that kind of the rest of the day. So.
Okay, so we need a little bit of the luck of the Irish for you guys.
Can I say one thing? Yeah.
Yeah, you can say.
Everything's great. Really excited to get in my car, get back to Phoenix, get on track.
Oh, you're not even from Ohio.
No, we are. That was a Kyle Busch interview.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Yes, Misfits.
One of our.
Oh yeah, who's this? The Bummin Beaver Brewery.
Yes.
Is that really a place?
Yeah.
In Auburn Township.
Okay, can we all go there after this because the bar closes at 2 and we'll be out of here about 12:30ish?
We could probably make it.
Okay, we're coming to the Beaver Brewery. Derek, you better come with us.
Thank you.
Well, I do apologize. I gave up drinking whenever I got married, so I will have to give you a rain check on that one. And things are continuing to pan out there on the track with Team Supersonics holding off Team High Voltage first and second. About 10 seconds separates first and second now out there on the track. And gonna look at some of the kart telemetry.
These guys from Misfit Motorsports are going to be disappointed on Monday because they're going to have to go back to work. They've been working so hard on this team for the last couple of weeks. I guess I shouldn't say that if their employers are listening, right? But honestly, it's a lot of work to put a group of 10 people together. I had no appreciation for it until I sat down with them last night and had a discussion with them, and I realized just how much that it took to get all these drivers together. So we greatly appreciate them, because without these drivers, this event just doesn't happen. And also, we wanted to provide an opportunity for people to sign up without teams, because we knew people would maybe come from different places and whatnot.
Right.
And so Team Misfit Motorsports was the place where all those guys got plugged in, and the team leaders really organized everything for them.
I was waiting for it. I was watching it. The telemetry for Team Supersonics indicated that they were coming into a pit very, very soon, and I anticipated it and watched it happen as Marshall Miller making his way back out there on the race course.
Right side by side with Team Sheehan's as he exits the pits.
Excellent. Team Sailing with some warm tires, able to put and make the pass on Marshall Miller, but I don't know. Marshall's been one of the fast drivers today.
Exactly. Marshall's going to take a couple laps, put the heat in the tires. Once he does that, he'll be able to catch them again. But I think he may be a little aggressive on the exit to the pits there, but he didn't want to lose any distance while his tires warmed up on the exit.
And I'm checking the track layout out right now, and ahead of Team Sailing, there is a whole lot of nobodies. So once Marshall does catch and make the pass on Team Sailing, he has a lot of time to put in some great laps, great, clean, consistent, fast laps, as he has been doing all day. And we'll see if he is able to get the lap time down even more, as it is now 11 seconds between Supersonics and High Voltage, who has taken over the number 1 spot due to that exchange. And now with 3 hours and 8 minutes and 50 seconds remaining of competition, we are coming down to the end of this, as we are running about 25-minute kart exchanges. So that is about 6 or 7 more kart exchanges left to go. We're going to be trying to calculate that final exchange to run all the way to that 12-hour mark. We're getting into the calculation point of this event, as it's kind of been driving it up to this point.
I'm sure if we went down to Team Excel right now and we felt their laptops, they would be radiating heat from all the calculations they're doing.
They've been doing it since the start. You're right.
But this is where they get. So, Armand comes in right at the end of his battery life. That just shows you how strategic they're running that, and how much they're paying attention to the race strategy even this late in the game.
And now with Marshall out there, he's got some clear track. He's getting some heat in those tires, and you can see him really putting the pressure on now as Team Sailing. It is Will Nunamaker representing Team Sailing out there.
And Will's actually able to pull a gap from him. I'm really surprised. Good for him.
Team Sailing putting in some 25.7s. Supersonic as well, 25.7s. Team High Voltage, 25.6s. So some really fast laps going on for Team High Voltage, the Orange Hoods. There is a look at the pits here at K1 Speed for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life, offering you organic skincare, chemical-free mouth and hair care supplements, proudly made right here in the USA. Check them out at PrimalLifeOrganics.com. Your mouth is our mission. You smile, we smile with Primal Life. Back out there on the track, we do have Team High Voltage coming in for a pit, and that is going to be Jacob Andrew coming in for his pit, and Steve Madden getting all strapped up with the orange hood, and he is making his way back out there on the track. And with that exchange, that is going to put Team Supersonics back up on top of the leaderboard. And like I said, this is getting into the calculations part of the game. About 6-7 kart exchanges remain, maybe an 8th kart exchange if you are running this thing fresh right now. So
there's one of the laptops now watching the telemetry in real time. This was a system that was developed for us by Ability Business to give all the teams their information. I really don't think this race would be possible without that. If at the very least, it would just be a lot less interesting, because people would just be completely blind with their cars. The battery telemetry is everything in this race.
Every team would need to have a 14-year-old on staff if it was not for the telemetry for the sole purpose of pushing the carts back to the pits whenever they died out there on the track. Send the 14-year-old out there to send them back to the pits.
It'd be so frustrating too. And here's a team, Misfit Motorsports again with the whiteboard. So it's interesting that the teams are given the option how they want to communicate with their drivers. Some of them have chosen radio communications in the helmet and with Bluetooth devices. Some of them have chosen standard radios, and then other people are just going old-fashioned with the good old whiteboard.
Got to have communication with your drivers at all point in time.
I did forget one, though. So at one point, Nate stood up on the railing and he goes, "Box!" And that's another form of communication as well.
Got to be able to communicate with your drivers one way or the other. I will say that I do come, like I have mentioned multiple times, I do come from a motocross background, and you are not allowed to have driver-to-pit communication devices in motocross. So this is something that is new to me, being able to communicate directly with the drivers in real time out there on the track from the pits. In motocross, they deem anything that affixes to a rider's helmet an additional hazard. If it were to hit the ground, it could pull a rider's helmet in one direction or another.
Very true.
Potentially causing an additional injury, so they have banned any additional helmet fixtures, including GoPro cameras. Can't even have those on your helmets anymore.
I heard that the stickies on those can be very powerful sometimes.
Yeah. We won't make you take the stickies off the helmets because that'll potentially ruin the helmets, but don't put a sticky on your new helmet.
Yeah, for sure.
Because if you go to Loretta Lynn's, which is the aspiring amateur national championship for motocross, you can't have any of that kind of stuff on your machines.
Well, Derek, I guess that's why you just got to stick to four wheels. No?
You make a very convincing argument every time we get behind these microphones. I mean, I suffered the injury last year, and you make a very convincing argument.
I rode a motorcycle one time. It was it lasted about 18 minutes before I fell over.
You know, I rode a three-wheeler exactly one time, and I have the other broken collarbone.
Okay, three wheels, yeah. You might as well call it a death machine. That's fine.
My dad told me not to ride the three-wheeler, and I rode the three-wheeler, and I learned my mistake by breaking my collarbone.
Did you happen to see that Donut Media video where they just tested the three-wheeler to see how far they could get?
I watched every Donut Media video pretty religiously, just as much as I've watched every Driver 61 video religiously.
Oh, nice.
I've watched a lot of YouTube channels, a lot of racing YouTube channels. I'm very interested in tech. I am very interested in racing, so this fits my bill very, very suitably.
Yeah, awesome. We love it. Maybe we got a new fan. Of course, you were setting some pretty good times even when your first lap time out, or your first time out here.
I was keeping those guys within my eyesight. I couldn't reel them in, though. Team Supersonic still holds on to the overall race lead, completing 1,170 laps with 3 hours and 3 minutes of competition remaining, and there is the battle on track between Team High Voltage and Team Low Current, making their way down the finish line straight away. 3-driver battle: Team Misfit Motorsports, Team Full Focus, and Team Talladega going in and out of turn number 2 into turn number 3, with Misfit Motorsports leading Full Focus and Talladega into turn 4.
Yeah, I hear some chatter on race control about the pushing somebody into the wall. We'll see if any corrective action comes of that.
Like we have mentioned earlier in the broadcast, every driver is allotted 2 penalty points, and the team itself is allotted 2 penalty points before somebody will be disqualified or taken off of the racetrack. And I do not believe we have assessed any penalties up to this point.
No, we're very thankful for that, because that means we're having good racing.
It was great racing, exactly.
We're going to throw a graphic up on the screen, I believe, to show the viewers what the battery telemetry looks like and all the data that they've got.
Walk us through this, James.
Yeah, it's a little overwhelming at first, but the teams, like we talked about, are always looking for 2 different metrics. They're looking for the overall pack voltage, and they're looking at the cell voltages, and as well as the temperature. We've given them that first one, that SOC, that state of charge, but we've told them that that's not the ultimate fuel meter, because you can't always run a battery to 0. It's the voltage in the pack, and it's also the heat that's going to most likely cause the battery to fail. So on this screen is every single cell in the battery, what the difference between the highest and the lowest cell is, as well as how much current they're drawing out of the battery. And this is over a 5-minute time frame, and it refreshes every 5 seconds on their screen. So there's a little beacon that's been designed on the back of the car to feed this to a data center, and we're just collecting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of data points throughout the entire race to aggregate all this data together. So if you're a nerd like me and you like techie stuff, this is my kind of thing. I'm not smart enough to know how to program it, but I certainly enjoy analyzing it and taking a look at it.
I find that that analytical data very fascinating myself, as I have a tab of that on my laptop that I am following along with and analyzing some of these karts on the fly, just as the teams are, to try to give you viewers at home an idea of what's going on and what these teams are dealing with, as we currently see Team High Voltage leading Team Low Current out there on the race course, and Team Team High Voltage, we've seen them pit around the same time as Team Supersonics. Those are the top two teams on the track right now. Supersonics with 1176 and High Voltage as well with 1176 laps completed. It is Supersonics with the advantage on the course currently, and it's going to come down to kart duration, how long these karts can last. And like you were just saying, James, these teams are monitoring this stuff at all times in the pits, and Supersonics, the Excel team, they're really on the stuff.
They're crunching the numbers for sure. And not only the drivers, but also our K1 Speed crew here, which is doing just a phenomenal job at monitoring this as well. So their responsibility is when the car comes in, they've got to cool it just as important as the teams do, heating it up on the track. Because you got to remember that putting energy into a battery also creates heat. So the whole cycle here of getting cars in and out of track is just a constant battle of nothing but heat on top of heat on top of heat, and our teams are doing a great job of managing that for us.
So comparing kart number 8 with kart number 21 right now, 77% is left in the overall state of charge for kart number 8. That is Team High Voltage. So they have a little bit of edge as of the overall state of charge compared to Team Supersonics. But looking at the temperatures of the cells, they are relatively about the same. They're a little bit below 50 degrees C, and like you were saying, 75 degrees Celsius is the cutoff temperature for these cells before they go into kind of a power mode.
Yep, that's a protection mode that the battery management system has pre-programmed in it. We've found some variances in the cells, but we've given the team 75 degrees as their target temperature, because in most cases the BMS is going to shut itself off to protect itself at that temperature. And again, that goes not just for on-track, but off-track as well.
I am paying very close attention to kart number 8 and kart number 21, as kart number 21, being driven by Team Supersonic, is being drained just ever so slightly faster than Team High Voltage's kart, is what it seems, just from me analyzing the data very quickly up here in the box.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to see trends like that because you can see how much they're extracting the energy out of there. And honestly, it can be kart dependent as a reason of why it does that, but it most often is caused by the way the driver runs the throttle.
Very, 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 very true. Like you say, if you drive them hard into the turns, you're driving them hard.
When you stay on the throttle through the corners, even that little bit of wheel spin is not only using more energy than what it should take to go around the track, but it's also never allowing the battery to relax. And so lifting off the throttle is a very important discipline in getting around this track because it gives batteries time to breathe, for lack of a better term.
It's not a very technical term, but those tires chirping through the turns are not allowing them to maintain constant traction with the surface of the racetrack, and that is like making the motors oscillate in an unorthodox fashion, and that's making the batteries also then work harder.
Absolutely.
So it all comes full circle in trying to maintain as much energy as possible. And I'm going to send things back down to the pits with a member of Team Talladega, Nicolina. What's going on down there in the pits?
Hey, thank you. Yes, I am here with Team Talladega, and was that name inspired by Talladega Nights?
Absolutely. I want to go fast.
Tell everybody your name.
I'm Corey Ricker.
And how long have you been racing?
Just this past year when K1 Speed Canton opened, so I pretty fresh and new to it, but it's a blast and keeps me coming back. So.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, so what has been your biggest challenge here today at 12 Hours of Canton?
Yeah, so normally we're here for 12 to 14 laps and it's a blast. Now today is 12 hours. It's the physically demanding on the track and it's mentally demanding off the track, keeping track of the batteries and making sure teammates are good to go.
So what has been let's go with your rose and your thorn today. What's been the rose?
Just being out on track. It's always a blast being here. You know, K1 Speed is a lot of fun, so.
Yes, it is. And tell everybody what your thorn would be.
Just getting past every once in a while. It's hard, but you might get a little bit of a slower cart, but you got to manage it and keep on pushing, so.
Okay, that's a good attitude. Thank you so much. And Derek, I want to know what your rose and thorn is.
Well, I will say I have always got the itch to race. I always want to race, but then I always want to keep you guys entertained. So I guess that answers your question in both aspects. I really want to go fast, but then I really want to keep you guys entertained. I got the itch to do both things. It's a catch-22 being up here in the box. So we're gonna take a quick break. I want to thank you guys for all joining us for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life and FLBR Racing, a Formula 4 race team from Cleveland, Ohio, helping us out for this awesome event.
That never happens when I steam.
I'm sure it doesn't. But that explains why you're dressed like a train conductor.
Nice bodysuit. When do we start jazzercising?
For the times when taste beats style. Make it worth it.
And we are back here at K1 Speed Canton for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life and FLBR Racing. And we still have some great battles going on out there on the track with the Cyan team. Team Supersonics holding on to the overall race lead over Team High Voltage, still back there in the number 2 spot. Still a tight battle up front. Less than a lap separates first from second on the track, as 15.866 seconds separates first from second as of the previous time across the stripe. Team Salem, the two-man team, still sitting in the number 3 spot overall with 1,208 laps completed. They are about 13 laps off of the pace of the overall race leader, with Team Talladega still sitting in the number 4 spot, and Team Low Current still in sight of that number 3 spot. They are sitting in 5th with 1,206 laps completed. They are 3 laps off the podium currently. Full Focus, the Green Masks, in the number 6 spot, and Team Misfit Motorsports still back there in the number 7 spot. They are 32 laps off the lead at this point in time. They're having fun.
Yeah, and just under 3 hours to go. It is a long and grueling task that these drivers are enduring. And anybody who is driven these karts knows how much of a task it is to drive these karts over and over again.
And you were saying that the Nunamakers are already signed up for the endurance race on Sunday. They are going to be feeling it, as they are multiple-time defending IMSA Michelin Challenge class champions. The Nunamakers are Team Salem, coming right here from North Canton, Ohio. They are putting in a great show. Only 2 men are representing Team Salem, and Wayne Nunamaker currently out there on the track in the number 3 spot. 26.3 second lap times for the Nunamakers for Team Salem. They're staying consistent and monitoring those carts, telemetry, and yellow flag flying in turn number 5. I am not really sure if this is due to debris on track or what is going on. I have not seen a slow machine, but the yellow flag was flying in turn number 5. Yellow flags and yellow lights are everywhere on track, so I have not seen a slow kart anywhere. Armand out there for Team Supersonic, still clicking off another one, holding on to the number 1 spot. Armand with kart number 10. Doing a little bit of looking at the telemetry. Kart number 10, 72% remaining. Kart number 35 for Team High Voltage. That one has 79% remaining. So this is a definite battle between karts all the way down to the wire. A pit stop is going to separate the win. And I was down there talking to a couple of members of Team Supersonic, and they're doing some calculations. How many kart exchanges are remaining? They have an idea of how many are remaining, but they are also sticking with another strategy. They got another thing in their mind.
And we're running a yellow flag now just because the main scoreboard was not responding to timing. We just want to make sure that nobody's passing while this is all happening.
Okay.
So. And we're now back to green, so we're good.
Awesome. We still had good timing and scoring up here in the box, but the main screen down there in the arena was a little bit out of sync.
Yeah, thankfully the server that controls that timing was still calculating all the scores, but it's the main board that just wasn't viewing it. So
there we have 4 drivers all battling over position right now. We have Team Talladega holding on to the advantage right now, and that is going to be Patrick Dittmar piloting Team Talladega and the advantage.
High Voltage is going to go down the inside of that corner.
Yeah,
not enough room for 3 wide there.
Aggressive move on Team Full Focus, but Team Full Focus coming right back at him.
But yeah, he can't afford to lose any time to Supersonic. He's got to stay right on their tail.
But Team Low Current taking the mishap from Team Full Focus, and Team Full Focus coming a little bit out of focus there. Getting a little bit blurry and losing a position, and Team Salem closing in. 5 drivers all battling over position coming into turn number 3. Great battles continuing out there on the track as Team High Voltage trying to work their way through this battle. And we've got Armand, the Ghost, for Team Supersonic with the Cyan Hood working his way at the end of this field of drivers closing the gap. So if he can reel in this gap, or excuse me, this group of drivers, he might be able to work a couple of passes and maybe work his way by Team High Voltage again.
And here's the challenge at this late stage in the race is the marbles are all over the track as we see him hit the barrier sliding through turn 4. We just saw through our Primal Life GoPro cam that the marbles have really built up. That's the excess rubber rolling off the tires.
There they are.
Yeah, there's a defined line there where the racing is, and outside of that, you hit that and you lose grip on your tires, and it's going to take you a good lap to get that burned off your tires.
Pretty much instant traction reduction.
Absolutely. And what's worse is it usually happens on half of your car. So the left-hand side, for instance, will have grip and the right-hand side won't. So it makes it really hard to turn in on your next corner.
Now we have Team High Voltage DJ Alessandrini clearing some of the competition there, bringing Team Talladega with him in the number 2 spot in that group of drivers, and Team Low Current being driven by...
Oh, as he pushes him sideways.
That's Zach.
He's had enough of that, waiting around.
Whoa, really aggressive kart driving for some of the drivers in that battle, getting shoved in the walls.
But he's going to stay in it through 5. He's not going to give up any room.
It's actually Nate Groh for Team Low Current.
Yeah, pushing
the
issue through turn 5. Now we got the group going to probably space out again here.
Armand working his way by Team Talladega. Team Supersonic making the move there.
Yeah, Supersonic caught in some traffic. Again, Armand is not usually a person to sit back and just run pace in this kind of traffic. He's going to try to push the issue.
And Team Salem leaving the door open for Armand to potentially stick the front tires in.
Yeah, but a quick close right there.
Yeah.
That kink right there going in the front straightaway is a great spot to just narrow in on your opponent and squeeze them as they enter the front straightaway.
The number 12 kart driven by Team Salem, 40% capacity, remaining 2.7 volts approximately in that guilty cell number 8. So we potentially may be seeing a pit soon for Team Salem.
Yeah, as they watch from inside the paddock lounge there where all the teams have their gear and their computers set up, monitoring telemetry really closely and also strategizing their teams. Also listening to us on the live stream.
You are correct.
Oh, Armand trying to go on the inside of that turn again. That's usually his go-to spot right there. Looks like he's going to get the wave around.
A lot
Team
of the
Salem.
drivers in the pits were talking about the karts being hot, all of the karts being hot, even with all of the cooling precautions in place. We are still, having the drivers talking about the temperatures of these karts, the batteries maintaining temperatures and not quite lasting as long as they did initially in the early portions of the event.
Yeah, there's nothing that tests parts and cars more than the crucible of motorsport. I mean, it is the ultimate test, and that's what we're doing today. We are pushing the limits of what these cars were designed for and what they are capable for. We're really happy to see they've been holding up as well as they do.
Is this type of event making you cringe at all, personally? I'm excited to see this type of event here.
Oh, absolutely excited, ecstatic to see the teams here. Sometimes when the cars hit the barriers, it does make you cringe, and it makes you wonder your life decisions sometimes. But
it's like you said,
overall,
this is a arrive and drive facility, so
exactly.
Everything is
nothing that these guys do compares to what the general public tends to do on an arrive and drive day.
These are a little bit more respectful drivers. They drive them a little bit more professionally than Joe off the street.
You may hear some banging around on the sides there as they brush through a apex or they brush the wall on the side, but that's nothing compared to some of the things that happen here. The good news is, this Protex barrier system, it's very safe, it's spring-loaded, it absorbs energy. It sounds really bad, but in the end, it really protects the drivers from incidents, and that's what we're most happy about.
Excellent. And Armand working his way by quite a few drivers in that group. And there we have a great look at Chris Locke and the injury that took him out of our sport, my sport, the sport.
The sport, yeah. And that nicely painted helmet that he is very proud of, as he should be.
Yeah, Chris Locke is set to go back on the track for Team Misfit. Yeah, he's in the band of Misfits, I believe.
Absolutely, yep.
Yep, there he is.
One of the sponsors for their team and his company who designs custom guitars.
Very, very cool story there, transitioning one helmet and set of boots for a different helmet. Chris Locke did, and having a lot of fun doing it. Having a family and doing something a little bit safer than racing on two wheels. I tip my hat to that. And he is set to turn some hot laps for Team Misfit Motorsports. And we see him down there with his hood in hand, ready to go on track. As currently out there on the track, I believe that's Cam Vanderhorst running up towards the front of that pack. He holds off Team High Voltage as Jacob Andrew is still the driver out there. No, check that. That is DJ Alessandrini for Team High Voltage trying to make the move on Vanderhorst. Team Misfit Motorsports. According to timing and scoring, Supersonics still has the overall advantage with about 19 seconds over Team High Voltage. 19 seconds separates first from second out there on the track. So if Armand can catch up any more, it'll be about 2 laps between first and second. Third, fourth, and fifth are all separated by about 3 laps. So third place is still entirely up for grabs, but Team Salem has about a lap advantage over Team Talladega. And Team Low Current is 2 laps off of that mark back there in the number 5 spot. Team Full Focus still running in the number 6 spot with Misfit Motorsports in 7th.
And I don't know if we've brought this up. One of the members of Misfit Motorsports, Tristan, coming all the way from Anchorage, Alaska. Our furthest away driver coming to Canton, Ohio just for this event. We're really happy to have him here.
I have not mentioned that. I did know about that Tristan Wilholt is from Anchorage, Alaska.
We asked him if the amount of snow we got last week was satisfactory, and he didn't even think that it counted. So
what snow?
Yeah, we got a trace last week.
That was rain to a person from Alaska.
Our race director said something about it being snowmobile weather, and he looked at us like, you ain't seen snowmobile weather.
Looks like a Typical Saturday night stroll for an Alaska folk.
That's the kind of talent we're happy to attract here at this kind of event, and that's why we want to continue to develop through as the years progress.
So we have drivers coming from not only right here in Canton, Ohio, but from Michigan, Anchorage, Alaska, Pennsylvania, and Armand. Yes, he is officially from France. I did get word that he emigrated here when he was in his teens.
Yeah, I had not known that, so apologies to him for making comment earlier about him not actually being from there. I thought it was a joke, but not so. As we look at that turn 3, look at all the tire rubber that's been laid down there. And a lot of those solid lines are cars that have gone through there sideways, probably due to traffic. Anytime you see a long, sustained tire mark, that means that they were drifting around.
Drifting is not the fast line, as we have talked about multiple times. Whenever you hear the tires chirping, that is not the fast line, and those lines were not there at the beginning of the day.
Absolutely not. No, we sweep that track every day, and all the marble buildup is exclusive to this event.
Eric Grislock is now entering the racetrack, the white hooded driver for Team Misfit Motorsports. He hasn't been the most aggressive driver through the day, but he has stayed pretty consistent through the day. And now we have our green team coming into the pits. That is Team Full Focus, and Savannah Weber coming in for a pit. And we have, I believe, Zach Harmon making his way out there on the track. Yeah, Zach Harmon getting ready to head out there on the track for Team Full Focus. He's adjusting the harnesses, and he is going to be making his way out there on the track at this time, entering just ahead of Team Talladega. Oh, aggressive entrance ahead of Team Talladega, entering turn number 2 now.
Sliding sideways with cold tires, a classic sign of having the rears not heated up yet. As he goes through 4 as well, that's just ice on cold tires.
He is holding up Team Talladega at this point in time. Team Talladega once again being driven by Patrick Dittmar, the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania native, making his way into turn number 1, trying to make the pass on Team Full Focus just for another click in track position.
If you're watching from home and you're looking at the stop box when the cars come into the pits, you may be curious about the white line versus the red line. So we're going to have somebody pit right here. And as we cut to this shot, I'll have you just pay attention real quick. The white line front and back is the important line for the front and back of the car. The reds are just differentiators. They are not required to stop inside the red line. We do anticipate that if they have a car pitting with them, that they will act gentlemanly or ladylike and park side by side.
Yep.
Yeah. But otherwise, they are free to park any orientation as long as they're in between that line. And again, the idea is just to get that car stopped before it enters the pits to try to keep safety up in the forefront of everybody's mind.
Have to do something to make it even for all of the teams to have an even switch in the pits, an even driver exchange, an even way of applying the hoods to the karts, an even way of switching the seat belts. We had to figure out something that was even for all of the teams, and this was what we determined, is having a course marshal sitting there at the stop boxes at the entrance of pit road, making sure that all of the drivers are obeying the rules there. Great shot at our stop box.
Our leprechaun.
Leprechaun. Yeah. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you guys here on March 17th.
Actually, Kyle Weber's dad is volunteering, as well as my dad is volunteering, as well as Rachel's dad. So we have the team of dads monitoring the stop box today.
Excellent.
Appreciate them being there and waiting patiently for cars to come into pits. It's not always the most fun job, but we appreciate it.
Great shot at Nonamaker making his way into the carousel. Finally got some heat in those tires after that exchange just a couple of moments ago. That is Team Salin, one of the Nonamakers out there for that team. That is going to be Will back on track. The brothers started racing big wheels against each other way back in the day, bringing things onto full-size cars and then back down to something with small wheels again. So they've gone full circle, and staying competitive is what it's all about.
Yeah, and their sponsor, not only sponsoring their team for this event, but also bringing sponsorship to their normal race team. And I think we're going to get a chance to talk to Wayne here in a minute. But they're obviously appreciative of their sponsorship to allow them to race on a regular basis. They're used to this endurance stuff.
Multiple-time IMSA Michelin Challenge class champions, and we're going to send it down to Nicolina to talk to Wayne Nonamaker with Team Salem.
Thank you. I have been waiting to talk to you since I got here tonight because this is a very unique situation with Team Salins. I've got Wayne with me, and you just are fresh off the track, and you said, I got to sit down. And I said, yeah, you do.
It's a different workout than racing cars, so don't have a whole lot of karting experience, but my brother and I are out here doing it, having fun. What an awesome thing that this K1 facility is right here in Canton, Ohio. Such an awesome thing, and what a great inaugural event. But my arms feel it. One time I did 7 hours at the Daytona 24 hours straight. I'm not quite to that much pain yet, but I'm getting there. So I still have 3 hours left to go. I'm not sure if I'll get there or not, but this is tough.
Gosh. So at 8 o'clock, we had completed 1,000 laps. So at that time, I was calculating for you both. That was 500 each. So we're probably at, 600-ish or more at this point that you've accomplished?
That sounds right. It's a blur to me, so I'll take your word for whatever you know out there. But no, my arms feel like it's at least 600 right now, but it's fun. There's some really fast guys out there. There's amazing talents out there, and it's really fun to go out there and just good racing.
Yeah.
So.
And there's a lot of young talent out here as well. The youngest racer is 11 years old here today. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. And he's doing an awesome job out there, so it's just really cool.
Okay, now if this kind of opportunity presents itself again, which I hope it does here at K1, would you do another two-person team for 12 hours?
Right now, I'm saying yes, but we still have, 2.5 hours to go, so I'm not sure I'll be there at the end, but probably. Hopefully this is the first of many 12 hours here, because it's a great event. I could see it growing year after year and just being a really fun thing here in town.
Well, you definitely deserve a St. Patty's Day beer after this, Wayne, so good luck. I'm going to let you go rest up. Thank you. Derek, back to you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicolina. And yeah, they have been putting in a great show since first thing this morning. Wayne Nonamaker there. I seen Will first thing this morning setting up shop in the pits, getting things all ironed out for Team Salem to look professional, and they are definitely looking the part here today and sitting in the number 3 spot overall very comfortably. So has about 13 seconds edge over Team Talladega back in 4th.
That was the interview I've been waiting for all day. I wanted to see how he was doing. And, I guess it was a good balance where he looks exhausted, but he's still motivated. That's amazing. So, they were definitely the first ones here, a little after 8 o'clock this morning, setting up their team gear. And they'll probably be here long past midnight tonight.
And there is the battle on the track for the overall race lead right now. Team Supersonic, Team High Voltage battling it out, being bottlenecked up behind Patrick Dittmar from Team Talladega into turn number 4. The first and second place drivers on track are getting a little bit aggressive against Team Talladega, trying to make the move. And there's Team High Voltage going up the inside and going entrance.
Last minute pit.
Quick pit.
He's not going to be involved in that traffic right there. He's just going to get out of it. Whether that was team strategy for battery or not, he's going to stay out of that battle and see how fast they can get the next driver in.
It was a planned stop, as we just seen Jacob Andrew apply the orange sock onto the kart down there in the pits. Two karters pitting simultaneously.
That's a good term, karters.
Down there in the pits, so great exchange down there, and it is Jacob Andrew getting away cleanly, and he gets a very clean pit stop, very quick clean pit stop, getting a couple of kart lengths ahead of Team Supersonic. So that was a super successful pit stop for
now
Team
he's going to have a little bit cleaner track in front of him than what Supersonic's going to have as he's going to battle lap traffic here.
Yeah, Marshall is caught up behind Team Talladega once again, so that was a planned pit stop from Team High Voltage, and honestly, it was at a crucial time as it allowed them to enter the pits.
Wow, what a pass in turn 4. He had just enough room to get his rear bumper past him as he apex through turn 4. That is a hard maneuver to pull off and time just right.
So I do know that Team Supersonics is currently running up front. They have about a 20-second advantage over Team High Voltage, but we just seen Team High Voltage come in the pits. They have a brand new kart, or fresh kart, comparatively to Team Supersonics. 21 seconds is the gap between first and second. Marshall can see the orange driver ahead of him at some portions of this race course. So Marshall, he has a spot on the track where he can set a marker.
I think that's the only thing he sees on the track right now is that orange hood. I think he probably could care less about the cars in front of him in the track. He's just focused on that car and that car alone.
I believe team captain for Team Supersonic, Rachel Hart, back there in the pits, crunching numbers and telling these drivers what is going on. I was seeing her down there with a piece of paper that was basically on fire. It had so much ink on it. She has been writing down lap times.
I hope it's not on fire.
She's been writing down how long these drivers are on the track, how many laps they're doing in each individual stint. She is keeping track of everything, is Rachel Hart, and she is doing a great job leading Team Supersonic out there currently with 1,273 laps completed with 2 hours and 17 minutes remaining on the clock here for the 12 Hours of Canton. Thank you to everyone for joining us watching at home. It's been quite the event as we are almost 10 hours of racing into it, into the final stretch now.
So the math is kind of working out like this. We've got 7 teams, and we have 35 cars. So that basically gives us 5 rotations of cars for teams on offer, which means 1 is on track and 4 sets of cars are in the pits. And while they're in the pits, they are usually 2 of those 4 cycles. They're in charge, and if they need by the time they get to the 3rd and 4th period of time, hopefully they're cooling, and then by the time they become available on offer again, hopefully they're in good shape to be ready for the teams, as we see the cars up there, up the upper right-hand corner of your screen.
And we were talking about it. We hope to give these karts 2 hours of breathing time between the time they come off of the track and the time they get back out there onto the track, to give the batteries an opportunity to cool and stretch back out, to give them a chance to give the full capacity a chance to use everything in the tank, essentially.
Right, and heat is the number 1 enemy of this race, and the cars are handling it very well. We want to thank our vendor, Kart One, for helping us out in this event. They are the distributor for the OTL kart that we drive here, and they helped us out significantly with the batteries for this event.
The Super Leggero.
Absolutely. It's the newest model of OTL on offer. It's got a little bit different frame and different features to it. Primarily the steering wheel and the front headlight are some of the distinctive measures of them, but as you run across the country, you'll start to see this car more and more.
Could you adapt an expired e-karting frame into a homemade application to have some fun on?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you could. Yeah, it would probably be a lot of fun. In fact, the motors on these things are extremely powerful. The motors are actually used for industrial applications like tow motors and...
Oh, wow.
As we run across lap traffic here in turn 1 with Marshall.
Direct drive?
They are, yeah. Well, they run 48 volts, and they have just amazing precision control to them. The motor is actually sensing the rotation of the car hundreds of times per second, and it controls the voltage according to all those inputs and all that data that it's gathering. So the track operator can hit a button, and within a second, the entire motor will just come to a complete stop. It'll actually lock up the rear wheels. It's that precision controlled.
Wow. Absolutely precision driving coming from Marshall Miller as he slices his way up the inside of Team Low Currents' Dylan Lease, making the move, and now coming, hey, Mom.
Yeah, that's Team Misfits for you, for sure. Right.
Absolutely. They will see you guys at that bar after the race, I'm sure.
It's great to see the teams out in the paddock lounge. can't tell you how thrilled I am to see everyone taking the event so seriously, having a great time, being super competitive with it. It is just a wonderful event.
Family atmosphere. I did see a lot of girlfriends, boyfriends, husband, wives, brothers, sisters, moms, dads in the pits, all supporting each other. A lot of smiles going around here on St. Patrick's Day, having a lot of fun at K1 Speed Canton for the inaugural running of the 12 hours. And things are pretty well about the same up front, with Supersonics still holding on to the advantage over High Voltage in second, Sail in third, Talladega fourth, Low Current fifth, Full Focus in the number 6 spot with Misfit Motors in seventh.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a shot here of the Midnight Snacks that just rolled out. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Yes, K1 Speed actually makes pizzas in-house. And we want to also thank Old Carolina Barbecue for supplying lunch to the teams. Old Carolina Barbecue, a local company here. To us, I know they've had locations all across the United States, but we're very thankful for feeding the teams today.
Feed the team, just like football back in the day.
Because, I mean, these guys don't work up an appetite at all, do they?
No, not at all. We didn't talk about these guys being out there, guys and gals being out there for prolonged periods of time, burning off calories with arm pump. It's just driving a car, right?
I think our next measure of telemetry needs to be heart monitors. We need to find out what these guys are doing.
There we go. All drivers must be equipped with a smartwatch at all point in time.
Yeah. The only thing that's different between this and like an Indy car, as far as physicality of it, is obviously the weight of the car, but also the temperature. So they're a little bit better climate control here. But, the physicality of driving the car over a long period of time, that's the same regardless of what kind of car you're driving.
Now the beauty of K1 here, or a beauty of a facility such as K1 Speed here in Canton, is you can drive these karts in any weather condition.
Absolutely. We're open 363 days a year.
Let me guess, Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Thanksgiving, correct, and Easter is our second one.
Oh, really?
We were actually open on Christmas Day, yeah. In fact,
Merry Christmas.
The team here had a great idea for Thanksgiving, and we're probably going to make this an inaugural event as well, or not inaugural, but an annual event where we had Midnight Madness at the end of Thanksgiving at midnight. So instead of going shopping, you come racing.
Sign me up for that. I will be here either behind the wheel or up in the box talking about that, because I would rather race than spend money. I'm spending money regardless, but I'd rather be racing.
This is a lot more entertaining, too. There's Jason, our race director, who's the organizer for this event. He has put in so much time organizing and getting this event together. It's good to see he actually gets to take a break from the track once in a while and talk to the people who are part of this event.
I have tried to not be a thorn in the side of the promoters. I just come here to do what you guys wanted me to do, and that's talk for you guys, and I'm hoping to do a great job for you.
Oh, not a thorn at all. We certainly appreciate it. Doing a fantastic job.
As long as you guys are satisfied, I am happy to be here, and the action continues out there on the track. And Team Supersonic still putting in some great laps. And Marshall is driving the wheels off of that kart, and he is still putting in some heater laps, 25.45 last time by. He is catching the orange hooded team High Voltage. So Marshall's closing in. Now, I don't know if he's going to be able to make a pass at any point in time in the near future, but he's about 3 seconds off the rear fender of the orange High Voltage team right now. Here we see Team Sailing in and out of turn number 5. He's being followed up by Team Supersonics driver Marshall Miller with a very cool looking painted helmet coming across the timing and scoring beacon, the finish line, and entering turn number 1.
Now, Marshall is one of the drivers who has completed the 50 race challenge here at K1 Speed, and we define a race with by 12 laps, and it takes around 10 minutes, but he did 50 races in one day. And so there's a trophy out front that has his name on it, as well as some of the other competitors, as the non-makers wave him by the inside to let him by as lap traffic.
Yep. Very nice driving from Nunamaker, realizing that the faster driver was behind and does not want to hold up the faster driver, doesn't want to hold up the battles behind them on the track, allowing him to keep pace and hopefully keep the action continuing up towards the front, as now we see Marshall Miller with some free real estate ahead of him. He's going to try to reel in Team High Voltage. Team High Voltage in and out of turn number 2, now into turn number 3, going into turn 4, opening up the gap over Team Supersonics. And looks like we got some more members of Team Talladega. Nicolina down there with another member of Team Talladega. What's going on down in the pits?
Yes, I have another wonderful female racer, Katie with Team Talladega. Welcome. How do you feel after almost 12 hours of Canton?
We're getting there. It's a little sore, but it's definitely worth it. We're putting up a hell of a fight right now.
And I understand that you are racing with your dad. Is he on the same team, right?
Yes.
So but you're kind of a newbie. You're kind of fresh to this sport.
Yes, we just started racing when they built this K1 in January. So we're doing really well against everybody that's been racing for 15 years.
Okay, now tell me, how does it feel being a female amongst a mostly male sport?
It's actually really good because when I was racing earlier in my tutu, everybody was like, watch this girl in the tutu, and I'm putting up good times passing all these boys. So it's great being an underdog in this kind of sport.
I love it, and I hope that everyone watching, females that are watching, are encouraged to join the sport as well, because we can do anything boys can do, and sometimes better, Derek.
Absolutely.
They are proving that today. The ladies are most definitely proving that they are equally as competitive as the guys, as we have some super fast ladies here today. Not only Katie Wise with Team Talladega, but we've got Rachel Hart with Team Supersonic. We've got Rachel Reininger with Team Misfit Motorsports. We've got Savannah Weber with Team Full Focus. So yeah, we've got plenty of ladies racing with us today.
And Katie's one of those fighting racers. She'll
scrappy going into turns.
Yeah, she absolutely will. In fact, our race director Jason obviously frequently races with her during our endurance series. Jason not racing today, but they usually end up in the field about the same place because they're about the same pace, and it's just a grudge match between the two of them. It's always fun to watch.
Very, very cool. There we just seen the overall race leader, Team Supersonic, still holding on to the race lead. That is still Marshall Miller clicking off laps. He still has some clear real estate ahead of him, trying to reel in Team High Voltage. Now 24 seconds separates first from second out there on the track.
And we're almost to the 2-hour warning.
Looking at some of the telemetry for some of the drivers out there on the track, Marshall's kart showing about 51% left with the state of charge. Cell number 8, it's that dirty cell number 8 dropping to 2.6 volts. So that is something that they are paying attention to back in the pits, as that could be a red flag in the near future. Team High Voltage out there with kart number 23. Running a pretty hot battery nearing 50 degrees C, so that one might be something that they're paying attention to as well. So these drivers all contending with all sorts of different variables in this kind of event.
I'd like to see the Supersonic spreadsheet that was on fire here recently, because I'm sure they have the number of times each driver's been out, and I've lost count.
I have as well. I'm usually pretty good about that, but
there's been a lot of driver swaps on this race.
There are a whole bunch of things to keep track of, and it continues to be the Supersonics trying to catch High Voltage, at least on the track. It's High Voltage trying to catch Supersonics on the leaderboard, as less than a lap separates those two drivers. Looking through the rest of the leaderboard, the battle is still on for the podium, as Team Salem, the Brown team, still hanging on to third with about 20 seconds over Team Talladega. So not quite a lap is the gap between the blue and the brown team. We'll look to see if there is a blue hood anywhere near the Nunnemaker's, and there he is just ahead. So if Nunnemaker can close in on Team Talladega, that'll be close enough for a battle to shape up.
And now we're going to get to talk to the race director himself.
Yeah, sending things back down to you, Nicolina, in the pits.
one of the men behind this entire event here today at K1 Speed. It is Jason. Please tell everybody, how did you come up with this? Because this is the first ever here at K1 Speed.
Yep, and the first in the world that we know of that someone's done indoor electric endurance racing for 12 hours like this. So, random brainchild of me and James, late night conversation. We've always joked around about it, but then Ability Business, a really good friend of ours across the street, came up with the BMS system, and I think it was the next day when we said, let's do a 12 hours race, and let's do it March 17th because it's 6 weeks away, and why not? That sounds like a great idea. So it's all come together beyond my expectations, and both of us are perfectionists at heart, so it's going really well, and I hope it continues, but I really hope it turns into a continuing tradition of, we have an outdoor track we could use. We have, other stuff we want to perfect with this event. So I only see it getting bigger, honestly, and I am very, very excited about it. And I thank everyone, every single person that helped us get here.
Yeah, and I also got to say, let's circle back to 6 weeks planning this event. I mean, you have put together people that are in every part of this entire event. I mean, it's not just the guy that's the mechanic in the back that I met earlier. I mean, there's a lot of integral people here. We've got the cameraman, we got the guys at the top, we've got everything going on here. 6 weeks. I mean, how did you do this? Countless hours here at K1 Speed?
Yes, absolutely. It's been tremendously late nights and everything, especially with normal work that I have in that. But I've told James this 100 times at this point. We could not have done this without James. Also, just how he runs this facility, the community that we've created here, the kind of embodiment of what he wanted this facility to be. We have a tremendous amount of support through every person that comes here. A lot of the behind-the-scenes people are guys that we met racing here, girls that we met racing here. So it's just a testament to what we've done with this place and the community we've built with it. So other than that, I mean, it's, me and James, late nights, early mornings, all this stuff, but everyone else kicking in as much as they can, even the guy behind the camera. I mean, it's one of those things where I thank everybody so much for everything they've done to help us grow this.
Absolutely, and I want to thank you for making me a part of this because I'm having a great time and just getting to meet all the racers. And the last time I was here, I told you, was about a year ago for my birthday. We ended my big birthday bash here with my girlfriends, and you guys had just opened here at K1 Speed, and we're like, we gotta go try this out. Party bus dropped us off, and let me tell you, my girls had a blast, and my body hurt the next day. So I don't know how you guys do it, but I love it, and I'm so glad that I'm here today. And the future of 12 Hours of Canton is in your hands. No pressure.
Right. No, thank you so much again for you, and thank you for everyone for coming and supporting us.
Of course. All right. You get back to work.
Thank you.
And I'll get back to you guys soon. Thanks, Derek.
Thanks, Nicolina, and thank you, Jason, and you, James, for allowing this type of event to come to this awesome facility here at K1 Speed in Canton.
We're just ecstatic to have it. I'm glad it's running so well, and if you just want an example of how hard Jason works at an event like this, just look at the fact he's still wearing 2 radios. So
trackside radio and race radio.
Yeah, and he's still in communications with the team. So that's just the overall spirit that he's got towards doing things and doing things well, and it's been a good partnership. So we got a message from Race Control that Green left a sock on a car. That has not happened for quite a while here. Usually they forget them at the beginning of the race, but those are drive-through penalties.
So that will be assessed by Mitch Shannon, the current pilot of Team Full Focus. So he will be getting the notification of that drive-through penalty very soon. Right there, he's getting that notification of the drive-through penalty, and the next time by, he will have to enter the pits for that drive-through penalty. He put his hands in the air. He's not really sure.
So bobbing his head up and down like, why me? Well, unfortunately, motorsports is a team sport, and the roll hoop cover is obviously it's important to identify the car for us, but it was just another thing to throw at the teams to make sure that they were I don't know, give them additional challenge because they didn't have enough challenge as it was.
Right.
But the rule is that if the roll hoop cover is on the car after the driver leaves the car and exits the pit lane, that is a penalty.
Ooh, there was some aggressive driving from Marshall Miller and Matt Skeens from Team Supersonic and Team Misfit Motorsports. Matt Skeens getting the blunt end of that bargain as he hits the wall a little bit.
You can see Matt's arms clenched as he's driving that car around. I can't help but think that that's just overwhelming strain right now. You usually want to be a little bit more relaxed and less tense, but it's difficult in this stage of the race.
So let's work our way through the standings. Team Supersonic has opened up about 2 laps now over Team High Voltage. So they have worked their way with a couple of laps advantage early. They lost that advantage. They were a couple of laps behind. They tied things back up, and Team Supersonic has pulled a couple of laps back ahead. So they have lost and gained the most laps against the competition, I would say. And Team High Voltage still sitting in the number 2 spot. Team Salem, Team Talladega, and Team Low Current, that is still totally up for grabs for the bottom step of the podium. Team Full Focus getting ready to break that 1,300 lap mark in just a few circuits, and Team Misfit Motorsports still rounding out the top 7 on the track.
And great gentlemanly driver there with the non-makers letting Mitch go by, even though you have to serve that drive-through penalty. And now we have Marshall coming in for his pit stop, hitting the lines. The track marshal indicating that it is okay for the next driver to jump into their car, and we've got Rachel who's going to be the replacement in car 18.
Yep, Rachel making her way out there on the track for Team Supersonic.
And there, you always see the outlap. The first 2 turns, the car just completely goes sideways on you with those cold tires. It's a challenge to keep it underneath you. It's also kind of fun.
Chris Nanahoff from Team Supersonic. I totally forgot that Rachel scribbled his name off of my sheet early this morning. He is feeling ill. That is why he had to unfortunately miss this event. So Team Supersonic is doing this with a driver down. They had it scheduled with 5 drivers.
Well, that's going to ruin the spreadsheet, isn't it?
It's gonna throw a monkey in the spreadsheet. I will say that for certain.
Well, that makes sense now, Chris. We know you're watching, so we're thinking about you. Hope you get well soon, and I'm sure the team misses you as well.
So we do have Team Salem coming into the pits for another exchange. That is Wayne Nunemaker Will Nunemaker making his way in the pits, and Wayne getting strapped up now as he is making his way back out there for another stint behind the wheel for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by FLBR Racing and Primal Life. Your mouth is our mission. All right, so we have just came back from caution, and we just got word from trackside that one of the karts was not scoring when it was coming across the finish line. So we have just assessed that whole situation during the yellow flag just a few moments ago, and we have picked things right back up with the wave of the green flag, and Team Supersonic continues to hold on to the number 1 position with a 2-lap edge over Team High Voltage, sitting just behind them as they cross the finish line. So things are pretty tight up there towards the front of the pack, with Team Talladega taking over the number 3 spot from Team Salem. Team Salem had to come in for a pit earlier for a previous couple of laps just before the yellow flag, and that allowed Team Talladega to take over the number 3 spot. And now Team Low Current still about 3 laps off of the podium. So it is still up for grabs, but with an hour and 43 minutes left of competition remaining, 1,343 laps have been completed by the leading team. So we are still clicking laps off, making things happen for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life and FLBR Racing. So we got that whole situation figured out then, James.
Is that a question or the statement? I'm not sure. I'm trying to follow the storyline here from race control as we get the cars back in order.
I'll allow you to do that. Allow you to follow along with what's going on there. So there's a great battle between the green team and the white team. Team Full Focus and Team Misfit Motors. Team Full Focus giving Team Misfit Motors a wave. Did not mean to drive you that hard, says Team Full Focus. Mitch Shannon currently behind the wheel for Team Full Focus, and he has the inside line through turn number 3 and into turn number 4. The green kart has the edge on Team Misfit Motorsports, and Misfit Motorsports, I believe, currently being driven by Matt Skeens. Trying to put the pressure on. They have a couple of kart length lead over Team Low Voltage. The Red Hoods sitting just behind them. Team Low Current, your fastest qualifiers coming into this event, did not have the opening few hours that they were hoping for, going from first all the way back to about 4th and 5th in the first couple of hours, and they've stayed there for pretty much the duration of the event. Currently, we have Rachel Hart out there behind the wheel for Team
Supersonic.
There we go.
It's all right. I knew it would come to you.
I'll forget something.
And Team Talladega right in front with lap traffic.
So we got the two blue teams making their way across the finish line, but a special request from one of the representatives from Team Misfit Motorsports, sending things back down to you, Nicolina, in the pits.
The Misfits are misfitting, and I've been waiting for this moment of a little bit of drama, shall we say? Cam, I feel like you're feeling a certain type of way.
It's not so much drama. I just want to kind of bring everybody up to speed. You know, there was a situation where Team High Voltage lost a ton of laps due to a mechanical issue. And it's a real shame because it couldn't have happened to a nicer team. They've been racing everybody really clean all day, been making really nice, clean passes, been super respectful out on track with all of us. So just feel terrible that happened to them. But I do...
So no hard feelings, No, none
at all. Now that they're in second, yeah. It's... But I would like to thank my sponsors, Funny Stop Comedy Club, Gross Designs, Alaska Raceway Park. One of our drivers is from Alaska, flew all the way in.
That is insane. How did you talk him into that?
He's friends with Will, apparently. So they, not in real life, but on the internet.
Oh, yeah. Fake life,
yeah.
Okay. They were Facebook friends and were like, hey, want to race? You just have to take a flight of, I don't know. How many hours is that?
I can't count that high. I'm a race car driver.
Okay, I like it. Oh boy. Okay, so you're currently sitting at 7th place.
That's correct.
I said earlier...
We're trying to keep a healthy lead on 8th.
Yes, I think your odds are good. But, I mean, if you can't be first...
Then I just hope everybody has a really good time. And I'm just so proud of all of us, you know. I mean, honestly, in all seriousness, not that I haven't been serious this whole time, but with everything that we've dealt with today and over the last 2 weeks and everything we put together, I mean, just showing up was a victory for us, but we're going to be there at the end. Folks are going to remember that we're there. And
the Misfits. Okay, so I did this earlier. Rose and Thorn, quickly.
Rose and Thorn?
Yeah, the good and the bad, the high, the low.
How long do we got?
30 seconds.
All right, so for the good, we all got along together pretty good. I think our hats are pretty cool. Our T-shirts are pretty cool. Yes. We've got some seriously fast drivers. Even our slower drivers are pretty quick. And the bad, if you've been watching the stream, especially like the first 2-3 hours of the stream, you've seen it. So it's kind of frustrating to put everything together as best you can, and then that's racing, right? Like anything bad can happen. So we've done our best to overcome it and not let it get to us. We were upset 6 hours ago. Now we're just having a good time.
Well, things happen. That's the nature of the sport. And I said it earlier to you. I said if you're not first, you're last.
It's us.
Thank you, Derek.
Let's allow him to stick to his day job, standing on that side of the microphone, telling great jokes.
I guess that's why on his driver profile it says he's a stand-up comedian and a sit-down race car driver.
Yes. Telling the truthful comments as to what he feels his competition is out there on the track, especially one particular bright color.
Yeah, and I get that. There's nothing more frustrating than having troubles early on in the race, especially when it's that long, and especially ones that are not under your control. That's always disappointing for sure.
They're still out here having a great time, though, and I hope to see the band of Misfits band together once again, maybe a little bit more organized next time, maybe divvying things down into a smaller roster a little bit.
Well, I mean, they kind of took the curveball as we threw it at them, so it was either divvy them up into an 8th team or throw them all together.
Now, as kind of a
chips landed,
kind of a co-promoter of this type of event, how many teams would you like to see on the track at one given time? 7's what we've got today.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was the final number that we closed off registrations at, because we came to this realization that the number of cars that were available, given the time frames of cooling and battery cycles, was going to divvy out the best. So originally the event was going to be scheduled for 8 drivers, and as the registration process drew on, we realized that's probably not in the best interest of making us run for 12 hours. So it happened to work out on both sides, not only from our side, but also from the team standpoint to end up at 7.
7 seems to be quite the magical number for all of the chaos that is going on out there on the racetrack. It gives us an opportunity up here in the box to see what races are developing out there on the track at any given time. Sometimes things will accordion back in, and then they'll stretch back out, giving us an opportunity to talk about individual little battles that are developing out there on the track. Just like we've got one right now, as Mason Tucker has taken the helm for Team Full Focus, the youngest member of Team Full Focus and the youngest member racing here today at 11 years of age, holding off one of the oldest drivers racing with us here today, Wayne Nunemaker out there for Team Salem, putting the pressure on the youngster, making their way into and out of turn number 1. 4 drivers all battling over position right now, with Team Misfit Motorsports 3rd place in that battle, and Team Low Current 4th place in that battle, making their way into turn 5.
And I'm watching the line that he races, and it seems normal except for a couple swerves here and there. And I don't know if he's trying to get heat into the tires, or maybe that's just an unintentional swerve side to side, but otherwise trying to keep a clean racing line through 1, 2, and 3.
And that's Rachel Reininger in Team Misfit Motorsports kart, sitting in 3rd place on that battle that we see just on the screen. She's getting some pressure from Team Low Current, and Team Low Current making the move, and that is Zach Sudam making the pass on Rachel to move up into 3rd place in that little battle that we have on screen. And on screen, that is Team Salem, Team Full Focus, Team Low Current, and Team Misfit Motorsports. And in that order, Team Salem sits in 4th place. Team Full Focus, the Green Hoods, they are in 6th position. The Red Hoods, Team Low Current, they are in 5th position as they currently run with their lap totals. And Team Misfit Motorsports is in the number 7 position. So all sorts of different positions for that group of drivers battling out there on the track.
Yeah, kind of both. Yeah, and Zach's going to be real patient behind Mason, I believe, to, wait for the opportunity to open a window just like that. As soon as he gets him on one corner, it opens up the window on the next corner. And he's not typically a driver to over-push the issue. He's just going to wait for the opportunity to arise and try to do an over-under at some point.
I did see a little battle developing out there on the track between the blue teams, Team Cyan and Team
into turn
Dark
4.
Blue.
They're going to go double wide. Came out clean, though. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, you're great. Mason's doing a great job defending Team Low Current's aggressive driving from Zach. Zach, the lap record holder for the adults on the indoor kart. And isn't Mason one of the lap holders as well? He is for the junior kart indoors.
He's not a record holder, but he's definitely competitive in the series as Zach takes looks on the inside in turn 5. And then Rachel's going to try to capitalize on opportunity as well, going back through 6 and through the carousel. Not forgetting Rachel in the mix there. That whenever you have a group of 3 cars, you just wait for the 2 to mix it up so the third one can just slot right in there.
So coming into this event, now I got this squared away. Mason, his best time coming into this race on a full-size kart is 25.688. And I am willing to bet that he has bested that time with this event. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen Mason Tucker dipping down into the 25.5s at some point in time.
Yeah, probably.
He put some heaters in earlier.
Not only track experience, but also heat in the track and overall conditions for the track.
There we see Rachel Hart with Team Supersonic holding off the blue team battling on track. That is your overall race leader, Team Supersonic, with 1,369 laps completed. Team Talladega, the blue team, with 1,353 laps completed. So 16 laps is the separation there between those two teams battling on track.
1,370 laps now completed by the leader.
Yeah, just 1,300 laps.
Yeah, just 1,300. No big deal. We measured the track one time and figured out that a standard 12-lap race is about 2 miles. So 1,370, I shouldn't do math on the air.
1,300 miles, so 1,200 miles?
It would be divided by 2. Oh, no, it would be divided by 12.
It's too much math. Too quick a time.
I'll get back to you on that.
A 12-lap race being 2 miles, so 1,200 laps would be 10 times that, so it would be 20 miles, 100 times that, 200 miles.
Yeah, we're almost 230 miles completed.
This is the K1 Speed 250 for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton.
We're going to rename it from the hours to laps. Or mileage. Well, that's what the 50 Race Challenge is all about. It's all about driving 100 miles in a go-kart in one day.
Wow, 100 miles in a go-kart. Now we are pushing 250 miles, give or take, for these competitors for the first ever running of the 12 Hours of Canton indoors. Wow, that's a lot of miles times 7. I'm just doing math left and right now. This is lack of sleep.
I think we should probably stop that right there with the numbers, yeah. We'll just keep watching the scoreboard and doing our job of talking.
1 hour and 30 minutes left in racing to go, and Rachel Hart for Team Supersonics is just doing what she is doing best, and that is putting in some clean laps with the number 18 kart. She has been out there for a little while. The number 18 kart has 37% remaining in its overall state of charge. It's gone up and down quite a bit in its cell minimum voltage, but currently reading at 2.7 volts. It is well within tolerance, as you have been saying. Yep. So nothing is a big red flag there for Team Supersonic, holding on to a very sizable advantage over Team High Voltage.
Yeah, and one thing that's going to help the teams with this particular stent is going to be that yellow flag condition. So you can see in the battery monitor exactly where they stopped because all the cells relaxed and the voltages came back up. That's a very good thing for the batteries. They love to do that because being under stress under track conditions, as Rachel comes into the pits, being under stressful conditions under track is very hard on them, so they definitely like those yellows.
And we just seen Team High Voltage make the move on Team Supersonic there, so they're going to make one of the laps back. And Team Supersonic has Corey Salerno getting behind the wheel once again. So it's been pretty much Rachel Hart and Corey Salerno in the latter stages of the event, with Armand and Marshall kicking things off earlier in the event. We've tossed in Armand and Marshall intermittently between Rachel and Corey here late in the race, but it's pretty much been those two drivers splitting things, pretty evenly throughout the entire duration.
And as we watch Rachel on track here, it's also worth noting that not only was Misfit Motorsports put together quickly, but Rachel and AJ were both late drivers to the team. I think they joined in, I want to say earlier this week. Maybe around Monday or Tuesday. It was definitely something that wasn't on their radar a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that's a pretty late addition. Yay. What are you doing? What are you doing on St. Patrick's Day?
Oh, nothing. I'm driving 12 hours.
Sounds like a plan. I'll see you.
At least you are now. So
sign me up. and still putting in some great laps out there. There is one of the battles that we see on the track. Rachel Reininger trying to keep pace with Team Talladega. Team Talladega currently being driven by David Pons. I believe.
David Pons, the locomotive engineer at Trade, and he drives go-karts on the side, and it helps us out a lot here at K1 Speed too.
So he is very good at turning a big wrench. So
yeah. Diesel electric, that's his field of expertise for sure.
You can definitely tell that stamina is coming into play, not only for the drivers, but us up here in the box as well. As I will admit that it's been a long day for me.
Yeah, you've had to carry most of the load up here. I just throw in my 2 cents, so you got
great.
a lot more.
The whole crew here at K1 Speed, not only the track staff, but the camera crew, the promoters of this great event, and even the racers have brought a new light to this style of racing for me, and I am glad to be a part of it moving forward.
Well, you'll see some of that fatigue just in the way they handled the steering wheel. The exception is going to be Zach, who's on track right now, who's going to be always smooth. But if they start, as they muscle the car around, it's usually a sign of fatigue and having to work the car extra hard. They do not have power steering, ladies and gentlemen. They are working
hard
with a steering shaft and 2 bolts that go out to the wheels, and that's about it.
Wayne Nunemaker, he has definitely going to be feeling the burn. We talked to him, or Nicolino talked to him earlier in the broadcast. Driver for Team Salem. He was still feeling okay then, but give him a couple of hours and he might regret his decision to race this kind of event in the future. But I hope to see him back out here, maybe with some more representatives for Team Salem.
Yeah, we've already mentioned before that his brother Will is actually signed up for the endurance race on Sunday. Now that's going to be cakewalk compared to this thing, but
yeah. One trip out there for about 30 minutes, that's nothing.
Yeah, that's
nothing.
Nothing on this.
Team Salem, they are well within grasp of that podium. They have 1,367 laps completed versus 1,368 for Team Talladega, and about 18 seconds separates them. So only about a pit stop is what separates third from fourth out there on the track. Only about an hour and 25 left remaining in this race, and Team Low Current, they are 3 laps out of it. It's going to be a lot for them to make up with only that amount of time left in the race.
This high voltage gets around Misfit Motors, pulling a gap fairly easily.
That's just a pass for track position. They're not battling for overall position, as Misfit Motorsports is unfortunately at the tail end of the field. And we still have Team High Voltage very competitive in that number 2 position. Again, it's pretty much just a pit stop is what separates first from second and separates third from fourth. So the podium is totally up for grabs, and the race win, I want to say, is totally up for grabs, as pit strategy with only an hour and 24 minutes remaining is going to be a factor. We just seen Corey Salerno take the helm for Team Supersonic, so he has a pretty fresh kart comparatively to Team High Voltage. And Team High Voltage, the number 34 kart out there on the track currently. I'm looking at its telemetry right now, 40% remaining in its overall state of charge, 2.7 volts cell voltage minimum. So it's pretty good right now. Once again, that is kart number 34. And looking at its temperatures, it's pretty good. Everybody's maintaining temperatures pretty well late here in the race. We talked to some of the drivers during commercial break, and they were concerned about temperatures of the karts getting pretty hot. But now I'm looking at the temperatures, and the overall cell temps are starting to go back down here late in the day. So there was a spike there around the 9-10 hour mark where the temperatures really did get warm.
Yeah, I think they're interpreting that data, which is just part of the normal cycle of heat soak. You get to the point where you just can't cool any further with ambient temperature without it sitting for a long time. And those batteries will rest for probably a good 8 hours tonight before they go back down to room temperature. They've just got that much density to them, and it takes that long to get air or just convection to occur and cool those battery cells off.
And if you want to drive these karts, come back here to K1 Speed tomorrow in Canton.
Yeah, we know they're in good running order, so
they run. No doubt that they will make a 12-lap race. There's no doubt about that.
Yep, and the batteries will last as well.
We did just see Jordan Johnson, the Pure Sims esports driver and Driver 61 coach, getting suited up back in the paddock, and he's going to make his way into the pits in just a few moments. He's going to take the helm for another stint for Team Low Current. So we will see him working his way into the pits.
As you see Rachel giving a little hand squeeze out of the front straightaway, just 2 seconds of relief on the steering wheel.
Just like
try to get yourself a break.
Racing motocross, jumping the jumps may seem like the terrifying thing to do, but that is actually a motocross racer's time to relax.
Wow, how long does that last? Half a second?
About a half a second at max, yeah. You get a chance just to let off the handlebars a little bit, relax your hands, and then get a grip once again before you hit the ground running.
Be prepared for impact then.
Yep, brace for impact. So I totally feel it. Rachel Reininger working her way down the starter straightaway. She's going to release and grip once again as she enters turn number 1. Driver for Misfit Motorsports. Kart number 13 out there on the track. Still driving that kart pretty well. Not really worrying too much about the telemetry of that kart, as we have Nunamaker Wayne coming in the pits, exchanging, and Will is mounting the brown hood on that kart, and he is going to be getting back underway. The Nunamakers for Team Salem in contention for the number 3 position, but now Team Talladega really pulling some laps on Team Salem. Now it's showing 4 lap separation between 3rd and 4th. That was very quick lap turnarounds for Team Talladega and Team Salem, losing quite a few laps in a hurry. So
Team Talladega using the old-fashioned signals to the radio or to the pits, maybe not radio. I saw a point to the spotters. We'll see what that means here in a second and see if he turns into the pits or not.
The Team Talladega driver sticking it out there on the track, course, David Pons.
That could have just been pointing to him saying, "Shut up, let me go." I don't know. Who knows?
All right, they were giving it some hand signals. We are not able to figure out the hand signals from up here in the box.
Well, they're probably encoded.
Yep.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Just like Formula One. Oh wait, they're not allowed to do that anymore, are they? They can't encrypt their radio transmissions anymore.
There is so much going on with Formula One right now. I have been following some of the rule changes over the past couple of years, and some of the teams trying to they're playing the rule book. Like that is what they're doing, is they're playing the rule book.
It's always about stretching those boundaries, absolutely.
And we have just seen the Nunamakers for Team Salem coming in for that exchange. Once again, they have lost quite a few laps to Team Talladega, who now has a couple of lap advantage over Team Salem. Looks like there may have been a little bit of adjustment to timing and scoring, as it shows Team Low Current as being pretty much right on top of Team Salem. Team Talladega still sitting in the number 3 spot. Got a different kind of interview coming at you. Nicolina down in the pits with the official mechanic here at K1 Speed Canton, telling us a little bit about the inside information on these karts.
Yes, I have Ryan with me, who is the master mechanic. He has been here for almost 12 hours. Ryan, how many cars have you already worked on?
So, for the race, luckily the karts have been amazing and they haven't had too many problems. But leading up to this, the past 2 days we did all the front tires, some of the rear tires, and then just every little nitpicky thing, everything that needs to get done to have them run good for the race. That's what we've been working on.
When I was here, when we were just kind of having a practice on Monday, you were already back there. You had a big cart all kind of hanging from the ceiling. I was like, oh my God, show the cameras your fingers. This is probably actually a good day.
Yeah.
How do you get that off?
We got special soap in the back. I just kind of scrub my hands off, so it's not too bad.
And actually, Ryan, you're part of the K1 Speed family. You work here all the time, not just here tonight. How long have you been here?
So I started early February. I took over for the previous mechanic. and I go to school over at Stark State, and I come over here after school and do what needs to be done, and just keep everything running smooth as best as I can.
And James is not only one of the masterminds behind this event here today, but also your boss.
Yeah.
He seems like a really great guy.
Great. He is great. And these carts, when I first started, were a learning curve, just all the electronics, everything, running stuff through the computers, just resetting batteries, new batteries. I had to learn everything on the fly, and he's a great help. He knows everything there is to know about all this stuff, so he's been great to help me.
I only hear good things about James, and I feel the same way, and I've known him for a couple days now while I've been here as well. So thank you, Ryan. I can't believe they let you out of that dungeon back there. Hopefully we don't have too many more incidences where you have to work, get your hands even more dirty, but thank you for chatting with us.
Of course, thank you.
All right, thanks, Ryan.
Well, I don't know if Ryan realizes it, but once this race ends, his day is just getting started because he's got to get these things all prepped up for another day tomorrow as business opens first thing in the morning. And we are back out there on track, and it looks like Corey Salerno for Team Supersonic has the advantage on this little battle that we've got on screen. The blue cart running just behind them is Team Talladega.
It's another super secret signal to the pits. I don't know. It looked like a salute this time.
And I did catch during that interview, one of the drivers for Team Full Focus, Mason Tucker, ran that cart too long, too hard, and just after the entrance to pit road, the green cart ended up slowing down into power mode number 2 and had to limp that thing all the way around the circuit, losing quite a few seconds to the rest of the competition, entering the pits, and then had to make a quick exchange. And Mitch Shannon is now the pilot for Team Full Focus, and they're still sitting in the number 6 position. It's pretty much slipped through their fingers at this point.
And it's a most frustrating thing when you have to drive all the way around the circuit under speed 2, as we call it, which is almost this pit lane speed limit. Just unfortunate spot to lose the power.
Absolutely, and the battle continues for the number 3 spot between Team Talladega. They have just came in for another driver and kart exchange, as we now see Tristan Hartog taking the helm once again for Team Talladega. He is going to enter the track just ahead of Corey Salerno. Salerno with some warm tires. He is going to try and make the move, and does real quick on Team Talladega, and he's going to try to put some time between those two drivers. Looking back at timing and scoring.
Ooh, hard hit to the barrier there on the exit. Just lost the steering on it.
That's what cold tires will do to you. Coming off of pit lane on your opening lap or opening couple of laps and trying to push that thing to its full potential with cold tires. It's like driving with skis on ice. You're going to go right to the walls, right to the guardrails. Tell that to my first car. I have been there, seen the guardrail, and it continues to be Team Talladega trying to work some heat back in those tires, and Tristan Hartog is doing so. And there we see him on screen. Team Talladega still sitting comfortably in the number 3 position with about a 2-lap gap over Team Salem. Team Salem with that very slow pit exchange a couple of pits ago that allowed Team Talladega to pull a little bit ahead, and then another slow exchange allowed Team Talladega to pull a little bit further ahead, allowing Salem to fall off the pace a little bit. So it's one lap that separates 3rd from 4th and 4th from 5th, as it is still a great battle for the number 3 spot. It's not over, but it's getting down there as Team Supersonic, about 2 laps now, looking for Corey Salerno. You can see Team High Voltage right there. We see Team High Voltage making their way across the finish line into turn number 2, out of turn 2, into turn 3, trying to run consistent laps and keep Mitch Shannon, Team Full Focus, within striking distance. So yeah, things are interesting here late in the day.
And we have seen all these drivers on track now, and they've all had multiple stints. I wonder what would happen if we blindfolded them all.
Go fast, turn left, go fast, turn left.
Yeah.
Wait, that's the wrong sport.
Well,
Maybe
Yes.
a couple of right turns in there. So they've pretty much got this track down pat at this point in time.
They'll be driving this track in their sleep tonight. We actually tried that one time after the 50 race challenge. Those competitors stuck around for a few minutes, and we put a black visor on their helmet and tried to see if they could drive around the track. And there was a few run-ins with the wall, which they say that.
Just reminds me of, I don't know if you've seen the movie Cool Runnings from back in the day, the Jamaican bobsled team. They're practicing their turns in the bathtub in preparation for the Olympics. Turn 8 straight, turn right, turn. They're just practicing all the turns blindfolded pretty much. So, yeah.
Maybe they'll be doing that in preparation for next year's 12-hour.
Throw a track change in, and maybe they won't.
Yeah, that's very possible. Yeah,
They'll hit the wall.
So one of the things that's planned for this particular venue is an indoor joker lane. So I'll tell you real quick, we have the outdoor section, and when we go to turn 5 here, I'll point it out to you. But the joker lane is frequently used in the Boost League on Monday nights, where we open the track so that at some point during the race, you can shortcut the track, and you have to do it a certain number of times throughout the race. So as these guys go through turn 5 right here, that is the joker lane that allows you to basically shortcut the outdoor track. So we're working on a second indoor joker lane, which will go across the back of the track, and we'll hope to have that revealed sometime in the next year or so.
There you can definitely see Team High Voltage being hung up by Team Full Focus. Team Full Focus being piloted by Mitch Shannon. He is just bottlenecking up Team High Voltage, running all of the premier lines around the racetrack, and Team High Voltage being piloted by Jacob Andrew, getting kind of disgruntled at this point in time as he's trying to find the line past Team Full Focus, but just cannot make a clean pass. That's what can be frustrating whenever you're battling somebody nearly the same speed as you. Just can't find the line to make the pass, and that's what racing is all about. You got to push them until they make a mistake, and right there, making a little bit of a mistake.
Mitch is protecting that line on the inside. Doesn't work out for him in that.
No, sir, you ain't making a pass. Not this time.
I think the team was communicating with him from the pits. He was saying, no, I don't want to pit yet. I want to battle this out.
That's your opinion.
Oh, that's true. That is totally my opinion.
I want to say that he's talking to him out there on the track, and they're having fighting words out there as Jacob Andrews still trying to make the pass on Mitch Shannon. Again, this is just a battle between these two drivers for track position. Team Full Focus in 6th, Team High Voltage in 2nd overall in the standings. You can see Corey Salerno, Team Supersonic, back there in the distance, gaining on these two drivers.
Yeah, that's Jacob's number one concern right now, is trying to make sure he doesn't keep losing ground, and that's what's frustrating him now back behind Mitch.
And unfortunately, that is what is happening for Jacob Andrew. He is losing ground and losing a lot of ground, because I personally had a little bit of an eyesight separating Team Cyan from Team Orange a few laps ago, and that gap is coming down to nothing. Salerno was entering the carousel a couple of laps ago, and Team High Voltage was into turn number 1, and as you can see now, Team High Voltage into turn number 1, and Salerno crossing the finish line, so that gap is pretty much expired down to nothing. So Supersonic's trying to put another lap between them and Team High Voltage. In the event of a yellow flag, the lucky dog penalty is assessed to all teams a lap down. So if they are even 1 lap down, that'll put them on the lead lap. If they're 2 laps down, that puts them above. If they're 2 laps ahead,
they're telling them to keep going, keep going. Well, we've seen some teams motion people by for lap traffic. In this case, the blue flag is not required. You do not have to move over. So you can continue to battle for that position, even though you're lap traffic.
You can visibly see that Jacob Andrew from Team High Voltage is getting disgruntled as he cannot make the pass on Mitch Shannon. And it looks like Mitch Shannon is just toying with the Team High Voltage driver, as Salerno with Team Supersonic closing the gap fast into turn number 3, into turn number 4. Great battle continuing as Mitch Shannon, being the bad guy, you want to say he could be kind of a bad guy to Team High Voltage, but he could be kind of the nice guy. to Team Supersonics. I don't know.
Just in the belt straps there.
Down in the pits, you can see a representative of Team.
Jacob took him on the inside of that corner. Will be enough room. He's going to squeeze him into 4. That's always a bad spot to try to pass.
And right there is Salerno with Team Supersonics reeling in Team High Voltage. And Team High Voltage may be losing another lap to the overall race leaders. That would put them 2 laps down. And in the event of a lucky dog penalty, that would still put them 1 lap behind. So this is an ever important pass for Salerno. He wants to make this move on Team High Voltage to put that buffer between them.
The race control is actually going to issue a point to the driver of the green, Mitch. That'd be the first point issued to him. That'll be his warning.
Okay.
It just came over the radio.
Defensive driving, overly defensive driving, holding up the competition.
Yeah, they get 2 points, and that'll be the first point.
So you have to believe that now the green team, Mitch Shannon, he's got to be pulling over at some point in time as that penalty is going to be assessed.
It was probably for the incident turn 4.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the word from race control is the cutback on turn 4. So
it's not for holding him up in defensive driving. It's for another infraction.
Right.
Okay. So they have 1 more penalty potentially to give up before they are disqualified from the event.
Yeah, the driver himself,
Okay.
gets disqualified, not the whole team.
Okay.
So he can continue to hold this line.
If a team loses 2 drivers, though, that's losing 2 points, and that would put the team out of contention potentially?
I mean, you could still lose 2 drivers as long as you got 2 drivers to lose and keep on racing.
So it's not like a team foul.
Correct.
All right, so Salerno is still putting the pressure on Team High Voltage now. I'm going to look a little bit at some of the information on these karts.
I'd be interested to see where Kart 8 is in their pit stop strategy here. You see something from let him pass, Mitch, is the word from Zach, his teammate. That'll be the board shown him as he comes across the turn 1.
So just briefly looking at this Team Supersonic Salerno, he has about 37% left in his state of charge versus Team High Voltage's 61%. So Salerno really, really wants to make this pass because he will have to come in for a pit before Team High Voltage will. And in the event of a yellow flag, you do not want to let that Team High Voltage team with that lucky dog penalty get that lap back. So Salerno is going to be fighting here at the tail end of the battery capacity for that machine. This 5-driver battle on the track.
Now Mitch is going to have an opportunity to possibly give him that spot. We'll see if he opens up the line at all.
Salerno
is pushing the issue with High Voltage.
But here comes Team Low Current getting aggressive.
That's a classic example of the third guy taking advantage of 1 and 2 getting into it.
Exactly,
leaving the door open. A little bit of disbelief from the track side here as the sign probably still reads, let him pass, if it's what it said last time.
There we see Rachel Hart getting staged up down in the pits as she is getting ready for her exchange, as she is in the red pit box, ready for that kart exchange for Team Supersonic. Team Supersonic getting the word from the rest of their crew.
We see a lot more pit boards out there. I'm wondering if battery communications have let go, because I don't remember seeing them showing pit boards before.
No, they were all about communicating via headsets and, playing the mathematical game. And there we see Team Supersonic entering the pits, and they're going to be coming into the pit box in just a couple of moments.
Supersonic into the pit box, and right on the marks, ready to dispatch their next driver.
And Rachel Hart getting into the driver's seat for Team Supersonic. And we are nearing the 1 hour left of racing in the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. We're going to go into...
let's take a look at the battery metrics on 8 real quick before we head out. We want to see where Team Focus is. Full focus.
Team full focus.
They're actually doing pretty good on the batteries, so... Oh, but he just let him by, so...
All right, so that has opened the door up, and Team Full Focus gets a bump from Team Low Current there into the carousel. So Team Full Focus, they're still sitting pretty comfortable out there on the track. They're going to probably have a couple, one or two more exchanges at least, probably two more exchanges coming for the green team.
Yeah, Jordan taking the inside line on turn one, another clean pass, so that'll let the lap traffic, the unlapped traffic through, and then
there comes green team into the pits. Team Full Focus coming into the pits. So they're going to be making another exchange, and we are taking our final commercial break for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. Thank you, huge thank you to FLBR Racing and Primal Life. Your mouth is our mission.
That never happens when I steam.
I'm sure it doesn't. But that explains why you're dressed like a train conductor.
Nice bodysuit. When do we start jazzercising?
For the times when taste beats style. Make it worth it.
Then we're going to come back and go.
And we are back here at K1 Speed Canton for the first ever running of the 12 Hours of Canton, the endurance kart race brought to you by the folks at FLBR Racing and Primal Life. Your mouth is our mission. We are still under a full course caution out there on the track currently, and I do believe all of the penalties and the lucky dog assessments have been taken care of, and the pace cart is out there for, I believe, one final lap before they will pull off, and we will be down to a full sprint. And during the drivers' meeting earlier in the day, they were talking that the clock will run non-stop for the first 11 hours of the race. Now, in this final hour of competition, I believe for any additional stops, the clock will stop, I believe, for any red flags. So that will freeze the clock and we will resume racing then. But I do not believe that we will stop the clock for any of these yellow flag situations that we are currently in. That is why the clock is still counting here for the 12 hours. And as the standings currently run, we have Team Supersonics still holding things off with 1,473 laps. 1,474 laps. They clicked off another one as they just crossed the finish line. Team High Voltage 1 lap off the mark with 1,373. Team Talladega, they are 15 laps off of the mark. So they are 15 laps down, sitting in third place, but they are not out of it, though, as Team Salem in fourth place with 1,458 laps, and Team Low Current rounding out our top five, and the pace cart making their way off the track, and the green flag is flying out there for the restart of the 12 Hours of Canton. And Team Supersonics going to try to hold off Team High Voltage for the remainder of this race. They have about a lap advantage, and got Nicolina and James down there in the pits. But great battles continuing out there on the track. But I'm going to send things down to you, Nicolina, catching up with James as he's been crazy busy all day.
Yes, he has been. I've got James, the owner of K1 Speed Canton, here with me. Also one of the masterminds behind 12 Hours of Canton. I talked to Jason earlier, and he said this event all just came to you guys after a late night conversation.
Well, it certainly stemmed after a lot of late night conversations, but I think originally the Boost League was sitting on these couches about 10 o'clock at night after we were done racing, and we said, we could do this for 12 hours. And we're like, yeah, let's do that. And I said, no, please don't, but nobody would listen to me.
I see. Okay, and as you're saying 12 hours, would you guys ever do it for like, heaven forbid I say this in front of...
Don't say 24. Don't say 24.
I was going to say 24.
Oh. I'll leave it up to the crew out there. That crew out there.
24.
Yeah.
I don't know. The racers might not want that either.
Honestly, I woke up this morning saying, why is it not the 6 hours of Canton, or why is it not the 2 hours of Canton? But we're glad it's 12 hours. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank everybody on that crew out there.
Yeah.
You guys are awesome, and you made this whole event work, so thank you.
Thank you. That was so nice of you, James. And I need to let you know, everyone that I've interviewed has said such great things about you, so you need to be aware of that. Yeah. So you are loved.
Yeah, but thank you to the crew. I mean, we really have the best of the best out there. Our pit guys have been making this event work behind the scenes, and a lot of times the behind the scenes guys are not the guys who get thanked, so I just want to make sure they're recognized as the hard workers today.
That's right.
And
it's always the behind the scenes people that make all of us look so great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you do.
Camera six.
Back to the booth.
James doing all the jobs here today, leading the crew here at K1 Speed Canton, and I want to give a huge shout out to you, James. Thank you for help putting on this great event that we've got here. The inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. This is going to be something that we're going to do many times throughout the calendar year, so make sure you guys check out future social media posts on the 12 Hours of Canton social media page for maybe future races. You never know. And there you see some of our track staff just getting a little bit of a breather as we have 37 minutes left on the clock. Looking at the timing and scoring, things are super tight up front. Team Supersonic, the Cyan team, only has about 4 seconds over Team High Voltage, the orange team. There you got High Voltage front and center on screen with DJ Alessandrini on screen trying to reel in the Cyan team. Team Supersonic, the overall race leaders out there on the track. There you've got Corey Salerno driving the Team Supersonic kart. He has one of the Nanamakers splitting them for Team Salem. That is going to be Wayne Nunamaker splitting the front two drivers and the front two teams out there on the race course. And you see Team Supersonic on the number 10 kart. And looking at some telemetry for the number 10 kart, it has 97% left in its overall state of charge, so it's pretty fresh. Team High Voltage on the number 35 kart. It is also fairly fresh. It's got about 80% left in its state of charge. It's not quite as fresh as Salerno's is for Team Supersonics, but it might be good enough for one more exchange. And I did get official word that at the 10-minute remaining mark, 10 minutes of competition left in scheduled racing, the pit lanes will close. Pits will officially close. The cones, I believe, will close up, and things are going to start speeding up a little bit for that final 10 minutes of competition. Speeding up, maybe slowing down a little bit if drivers are not able to manage their pit stops accordingly. If you are stuck with a nearly out of state of charge kart with 10 minutes remaining and you do not schedule that pit stop, you may go into Power 2 mode, the limp mode for these karts, and lose a bunch of time to your competition out there on the field, and that might be your night. So the top two teams, Team Supersonic compiling of 4 drivers, and Team High Voltage compiling of 3 drivers, leading the field with Team Talladega in third still over Team Salem back and forth. Team Salem only 2 drivers on that team. Team Talladega, they are consisting of 6 total drivers. So they've got quite the cycle to cycle in and out for the blue team to keep them fresh in the final stint here. But Team Low Current, they are not out of it as well. They have just clicked off their 1,471st lap, putting them on the same pace as Team Salem in the number 4 position. There we see Team Salem making their way into screen, trying to keep pace with Team Supersonic. There we see Supersonic on screen trying to pull away from Team High Voltage, but Team High Voltage making their way past Team Salem, and that's going to allow clear real estate for the orange team. Team High Voltage now clear track to the rear bumper of Team Supersonic. The battle is on for the number 1 spot. The more tired kart is in the number 2 position, so that might indicate an additional pit stop before the final checkered flag will fly. Once again, pits are closing at the 10-minute mark, and with 34 minutes and 5 seconds of competition remaining, that only gives 25 more minutes of open free pit stops for these drivers to exchange karts and exchange drivers. And we have seen these karts travel anywhere about 20 minutes is what a cold kart, 25 minutes, maybe even 35 minutes if you can push a cold kart that long. But these karts are not cold like they were first thing this morning. They are warm. They're not hot. They're not at full temperature, but they're pretty warm in respect to when they were cold first thing this morning. So they're not going to last nearly as long. So you have to be thinking that drivers and teams are going to be thinking about making one last pit stop at maybe that 12, maybe that 13-minute mark to run that kart hard through that final session out there on the track. And who do you put in the kart for that final stint behind the wheel? Do you put the driver that you had running the first stint? Do you put your freshest driver behind the wheel? Who do you put behind the wheel for that final leg? And with only 33 minutes of driving left to go, it's going to come down to strategy, especially for these top 2 teams. Less than 2 seconds separate Team Supersonic from Team High Voltage. You could not ask for a better story for the first ever running of the 12 Hours of Canton. And finally, I see down there in the pits, Nicolina has caught up with a member of Team Excel's spreadsheet, punching numbers, crunching, doing everything they can do to try to get that team up front. What is going on with the Ghost down there in the pits?
Yes, I have Armand from Supersonic here with me, and we've got a clear view of what's happening here. And High Voltage is hot on your, I'll say, booty.
Yes, they are. With 30 minutes to go, they're right there, only a 3-second lead, so it's going to come down the wire.
How are you feeling? What's the strategy?
Let's try to go fast here. Hopefully we get a good couple karts in the last couple stints and try to bring it home.
All right, good luck to Supersonic. You've held that number 1 spot for quite some time. It'd be a shame to let it slip away. So we've got about 30 more minutes left in K1 Speed, 12 Hours of Canton. Who's going to win? It's going to be between Supersonic and High Voltage. Back to you, Derek.
We have pretty much got it ironed down to those couple of teams for the top spot on the podium. The rest of the field is still up for grabs. That bottom step of the podium is still, totally up for grabs between Team Talladega, Team Salem, and Team Low Current. You can throw, it's one lap splitting those teams. It's great.
Yeah, they're really at 1480, and 1469, I believe, for 4th, 5, and 6. So, yeah, what a battle for 4th and 5th at this point.
And actually, Team Salem and Team Low Current have hooked up out there on the track. Low Current on the rear bumper of Team Salem. This is the battle for 4th. Low Current has the opportunity to make the move on Team Salem to put them in the number 4 spot. I'm not sure how far back it pays here to finish, but, the higher you finish, the better.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3 for this event. Maybe that'll change as the sport grows, that's for sure. But
so it's bragging rights at this point in time to finish in the number 4 spot, saying you're the first person that didn't.
Yeah. And did you get to see those trophies out front?
I did.
Yeah.
Those are very impressive.
Beautiful, yeah. Our sponsor, Trophy Deals, help us out. Not only designed them, but they custom made them for us. So they'll be taking home something very unique today.
I don't know if I would honestly take that trophy home. I think I would leave that on display here at K1 Speed Canton for everyone to see and admire. What's that trophy about? Well, that's for the 12 Hours of Canton. What's 12 Hours of Canton? Well, it's an endurance race. You bring you and your team of best drivers here to compete for 12 continuous hours of competition. Maybe you can earn a trophy similar to that.
You should see people come up to the counter. Well, let's just put it this way. If they come up to the counter before they race, they see the 50 race trophy and they're, oh, no big deal. After they race and they understand what a race is and they understand the dynamics of it, they look at the 50 race trophy a whole lot differently. And that's going to be the case with the 12-hour event as well.
I heard some of these drivers protesting that they have the time on track today that they would automatically be inducted into that 50 race.
I heard that request. Yeah.
I veto their request. I have no authority, but I veto their request.
We did put a few rules on it, and this does not qualify.
This is one race, in my opinion.
49 to go.
Exactly. You're not going to get it all done in one day. I will say that for certain.
Yeah. The interesting thing about that challenge is anybody can sign up for it. Maybe not everybody can do it, but they can sign up for it, try to complete that. And if they do complete the 50 race challenge, they get to race our GP series on Sunday nights for free for a year. So we basically give them a swap. But you complete this race, and we'll give you a bunch of racing after that because you're going to be good after you do that. We want you here competing.
And what does the GP race series consist of and comprise of? Like, what all goes into that?
Good question. Yeah, the GP series is actually a nationwide event through all the K1 Speed events. It is basically now the qualifying system for the national championships. As you place in a GP on a Sunday night, you accumulate points. The points then transfer to a state championship, and the state championship transfers to nationals. So it's a drive and drive thing. That's the coolest thing about this sport is you can show up on a Sunday night, you can compete with some of the area's best go-kart drivers, and you have a chance to qualify for a national championship.
So you may have just seen me smile ear to ear. That 50 race challenge is your ticket essentially to going to nationals in a way.
It's definitely a step in that direction.
It's a step in that direction. If you are able to attend enough races on Saturdays for the GP series and earn enough points, you are well on your way. Since you have already invested all of those funds.
Absolutely.
You're well on your way to going to nationals, baby.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone wants that.
And not only have some people done the 50 race challenge, but they've also gone on to, I think, 64.
That's a different trophy, right?
Yeah, it is. We give you a tire trophy for that one. But no, the 64 is the current record for the number of races in one day. And when you figure that an average race takes about 10 minutes, that's here we go doing math on the air again. So you got six races an hour for 10 hours. That'd be 60 races, which means you got to really cram in races in order to get 64 in a course of a day.
And who is the person that holds that record?
That would be Jason.
And he is behind the green flag right now.
He is, yeah. And that's why he's not afraid of any kind of endurance racing, that's for sure.
So if you are trying to put together an endurance race that is not hosted by the 12 Hours of Canton, Jason Lucky would probably be a pretty lucky driver to have on your team.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, he would love to see the 12 Hours move and be flexible through other events in different venues as well.
We see some hand gestures coming from a representative of Team High Voltage going towards Team Misfit Motorsports. I am not sure if that is because of some driving from a representative of Team Misfit Motorsports, but High Voltage trying to close in on Supersonics. Supersonics trying to make the move on Talladega to try to get clear track ahead of them. So this is getting crazy. Excuse me. Supersonics trying to make the move on Salem to get clear real estate ahead of them. And High Voltage trying to close the gap as that is less than a second that separates first and second on the track with 1,510 laps, nearly 1,510 laps, 09 completed.
Yeah, so we completed that 1,500 laps where we thought we were going to end up for the day, and we still got 25 minutes to go.
About 2 laps a minute, so we got about 50 more laps that we could probably shoehorn into this one, so 1,550 is a very good possibility for the overall lap count for our top competitors here today. And Team High Voltage is on the rear bumper of Team Supersonic coming into turn number 2 and into turn number 3 now. The battle is on. Salerno with Team Supersonic does have that fresher kart. Kart number 10, once again, is a little bit fresher than the kart driven by Team High Voltage, and kart number 10 has about 63% left remaining in its overall state of charge. Everything's looking good across the board for Team Supersonic. Kart number 35, on the other hand, it was not looking so good in comparison to Team Supersonics. It only has 48% state of charge left remaining with 25 minutes left of competition. So there's going to be one more pit stop.
Yeah, and the teams need to remember, too, that the pits are going to close at the end of the race with 10 minutes to go. So they will not be able to pit with 10 minutes remaining.
Yes, 14 more minutes before pits will close. And there is most definitely going to be one more exchange for these top two teams. So you could pretty much throw the telemetry out the window at this point in time for Team Supersonic and Team High Voltage. They have one more exchange, and they're going to run it to the checkers. Yeah. It is going to be a battle on the track, and it is going to be a battle in the pits. Who can do the cleanest, fastest pit stop, and who can do all of that faster than the other team. And right now, the advantage does go to Team Supersonic, and they have less than a half a second separating them from Team High Voltage, and they have clear real estate ahead and behind them, clearing the Team Sailing back there in the number 4 spot, slipping up a little bit since they were running inside the top 3 for so long early today. The battle continues up front for Team Supersonic and Team High Voltage into the carousel and out of the carousel. You have to wonder, when are they going to pull the trigger on the pit stop? One more pit stop is a guaranteed for these two teams, but when are they going to do it? Are they going to do it together to try to leave the pressure on the exchange in the pits? Are they going to do it separate to put the pressure on each other? And they're going
to push the issue right in the carousel.
Wow, that was really aggressive driving coming from Team High Voltage, getting into the rear end of Team Supersonic and pushing Salerno into the barriers. Salerno going to try to do his namesake and do some Salernoing out there.
Yeah.
Pay the price.
He's now the hunter.
Pay it back on Team High Voltage. As there is, again, one more exchange guaranteed for these two teams that we are watching on screen for first and second overall. 1,517 laps completed as of now. Into turn number 3, Team High Voltage with the advantage over Team Supersonic. Into turn number 4, not lifting. Into turn 5, passing opportunity on the track. That is where Team High Voltage made the move a couple of laps ago. And they're both clipping the barriers on the inside, entering the carousel. And down the start straightaway they go once again. And there we see Rachel Hart. She is taking the final leg for Team Supersonic. So she is going to bring it home.
It's going to be a super important pit stop here. If there's ever a time where you have to get everything right and not make any mistakes, this is the pit stop.
And who is Team High Voltage bringing out of the pits and putting into the hot seat for the final stretch? Is it going to be Steve Madden? Is it going to be Jacob Andrew, the man with 2 first names, trying to bring it home for the Orange Crew? I do not know, but Rachel is definitely going to be ready. She's going to be jumping. She's stretched out and ready for this pit stop, as it is going to be coming up at any point in time. I'm curious to know if they're going to do it together and put the pressure on. There goes Team High Voltage.
Oh, they're going to pit at the same time.
They are putting the pressure
exact same time. This is going to be interesting. Got to make sure the stop boxes are both clean in this situation. One box and the other. Leave room for the other guy. And it's a drive-through penalty.
Over the line for Team High Voltage.
Yeah.
Drive-through penalty. That is going to give blue team the exchange. Rachel Hart gets out there on the track with clear real estate. Oh no, absolute chaos as Team High Voltage has to assess a drive-through penalty. That is going to put them, I'm not going to say out of contention, but that's going to put them with a lot of time that they have to overcome. Wow.
We're looking at the line right now, making a final decision whether that has to be served.
I have never had my heart race so much in my entire life for a kart race, as that pit stop right there, both teams pitting simultaneously, leaving it down to who can exchange drivers the fastest, and is it going to come down to a fault? Salerno doing everything he could do, and he did it right. He is excited as for what he did out there on the track. Didn't do anything wrong. I have not seen any drivers entering the pits to take any penalties as of right now. And as they currently drive on the track, it is High Voltage with the advantage over Supersonics here late in the race. And there they are, Team High Voltage. Have not got the word if they are assessing a penalty, and there they are. They are entering the pits, so Team High Voltage has to assess that drive-through penalty for stopping over the stop box. Having ants in their pants here late in the race, not getting stopped in time, and that is going to put Team High Voltage out of contention. You could see
I'm very surprised that they decided to pit at the exact same time. That wasn't on High Voltage's call, but that was on Supersonic's call. But I think the decision to move that car over to the right to make room for the adjoining pit was a deciding factor in that.
Rachel Hart just has to drive a clean, consistent few laps. 18 minutes and 45 seconds remain here for the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life and FLBR Racing. And you could not ask for a better finish for an event as something like this, a super critical exchange, and coming down to that, that's like a missed field goal attempt with a tied score at the end of the game. That is what it all comes down to, and that is incredible.
It makes me wonder on the team side whether they saw something with the car that made them want to pit at the same time, or whether that was just a last-second decision to pit at the same time. But it is what it is. That's the way it played out.
I'm almost speechless, as that is something that is storybook right there. Both teams deciding to pit simultaneously. I am not sure if that was something that Team Supersonic was relaying back to Salerno in his ear, if their communication devices are still working, as we've seen a lot of trackside hand waving and banner writing here late in the day.
Yeah, we've gone very analog at the late stages.
Going Stone Age here late in the day, get the old tablet and rocks out, and we'll get it figured out. And Rachel Hart, do not know if she got word that if Orange team comes in, then we come in. We don't know, but that is just how it happened to work out. And now 10 seconds separate Supersonic from High Voltage. Rachel Hart can pretty much drive this one in easy, as long as she doesn't do anything too awful silly. We did just see Mason Tucker hopping in the hot seat for Team Full Focus here late in the day for the final exchange, putting the young driver in the seat here late in the day.
We do see a cone that's laid over inside the pit lane right here. Sometime we'll get a shot of it, or maybe the track workers already corrected it. Not sure if that's going to be... Oh, somebody just knocked all the cones over.
Oh. I guess pits are closing a little bit early here today.
Was that Mason?
He was the driver that was coming through there about in that time, so Mason may have been the guilty party to take out the cones. We'll try to get one of our track staff down there to put them cones back into...
Savannah Mouse, what is he doing?
What is going on out there? What did Mason do?
All right, I believe race control is probably going to call yellow on this one, because the pace car is going to come out. This because it's not a clearly defined pit lane at this point.
So did I catch this correctly in the drivers' meeting earlier in the day? Whenever the 11 hours is officially completed, the timing and scoring stops only for red flag situations.
That's correct.
For yellow flag, we're still going to run the time.
That's correct. Yep,
okay,
absolutely.
But for that first 12 hours of competition, if the red flag, for the first 11 hours of competition, if we did have to throw the red flag for any reason, the clock would theoretically continue.
That's correct. Yep.
All right.
Try to keep the event moving on. So, yeah, correct.
Got it. All right, so just getting a couple of little bugs worked out, some things getting figured out, and now we have the official pace kart back on track. And if you want to throw another wrench in the mix, this brings Team High Voltage right back in the mix, as it pretty much takes that drive-through penalty out of contention. And now camera 6, you can see camera 6 has been doing all of the awesome work here today, showing Armand frustrated. He is looking worried to say the least here late in the day. They thought they had it all wrapped up, and now with a full course caution, the pace kart out there is bringing all of the karts together. Are we going to rack these drivers up in their race order?
As far as letting people unlap,
Team Full Focus should get the lucky dog penalty. They should get a lap back, theoretically then. So that would put Team Supersonic and Team High Voltage bumper to bumper once again on the track for the final 10 minutes. So that's...
Yeah, the question is now, will they unlap the green team? They're waiting for green to pull out past the pace car. Yeah, not.
We have some chaos going on here late in the day as we are assessing a lucky dog penalty for any teams that are one lap down. And since Team High Voltage was not one lap down, they should not get that lucky dog.
Yeah, correct. So they're going to bring the pace car around here to correct that miscommunication.
I was speculating it should be pace kart followed by Team Supersonic, then Team High Voltage.
Yes.
So that drive-through penalty that was assessed by Team High Voltage from going over the pit box is pretty much down to nothing now. So Team High Voltage going to settle in right behind Team Supersonic. I'm not sure exactly what's going on out there. With 13 minutes left to go, it's getting crazy. Pit lane will officially be closing in just over 2 minutes.
A lot of tension on the fence line from all the teams.
Tension on the fence line. Tension up here in the box as well with the Primal Life GoPro giving us a great shot. Primal Life, your mouth is our mission. You smile, we smile with Primal Life. So now we've got things ironed out. Rachel Hart leading the way with Team Supersonics. Team High Voltage in the number 2 spot with...
They're going to accelerate the field again, and then the pace car is going to come in after this lap.
So Jacob Andrew with Team High Voltage behind Rachel Hart, the race leader, with 12 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. 1,535 laps completed for Teams Supersonic and High Voltage. Wow, this is absolutely intense, nail-biting action all the way down to the wire.
Pace car lights should go off here, and then he should peel off as he accelerates the field. And then we'll let him go back racing.
And we are back racing. Team Supersonic gets a great jump with the green flag. Going to be flying. And we are back racing for the final stretch of the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton.
A little bit of traffic back there in 2 and 3, 2 wide. Get it all sorted out in 3.
Rachel Hart is definitely going to be feeling the pressure from Jacob Andrew with Team High Voltage. Rachel Hart is going to be trying to run the inside line and try not to get bumped from behind, because if she gets bumped, that may allow her to run wide and allow Team High Voltage to then make the move up the inside. So Rachel Hart going to try to play defense through the rest of this race. Pit lane will officially be closing in 1 minute. So if teams have not pitted, they need to do so now, or your cart may die before the end.
53 seconds before the pit lane closes.
So the pressure is on back up front as Rachel Hart continues to lead.
Jacob seems pretty cool and collective back there. He's easy on the steering. Looks like he's got a good cart handling underneath him.
They have pulled away a little bit from the third place on the track. That is Mason Tucker on track. He sits in third, but he holds up Team Low Current, which is battling with Team Salem. Still, they're within a lap of each other for the overall number 4 spot on the track. So that's still a great battle.
Both of these drivers very experienced in driving under pressure like this, but I can only imagine, I don't want to be sitting in one of those seats right now.
I am kind of glad I am up here in the box watching, as I don't want the pressure to be on me. I had the pressure on me at one point in time, and I cracked. I cracked under the pressure. I can't handle it. I cannot handle it. I can talk about pressure all day, but I cannot handle it, as Rachel Hart feels the pressure right now, and she's getting pressure from from Jacob Andrew, the orange team, back there in second, making their way into the carousel.
And the official word from Race Control is that pits are closed now, so this will take us to the end of race.
9.5 minutes of competition remain here at K1 Speed Canton for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by FLBR Racing and Primal Life. And we have pretty much first and second figured out. Third place, it's pretty much figured out. The question is now, who is going to bring home the number one trophy? Is it going to be Supersonic?
First and second are definitely going to hold it out to the end, but we have to remember that 9 minutes to go, anything can happen. So
you are absolutely correct. We could have another caution. We could have another spin out. Could have any kind of thing happen here late in the race, as Talladega has a 2-lap edge over Team Salem, the brown team. The two-man team back in fourth, and Team Low Current still rounding out the top 5, Full Focus in sixth, and Misfit Motorsports in the number 7 spot. Pressure is on back up towards the front of the pack as Jacob Andrew puts the pressure on Rachel Hart into turn number 3. They are keeping that right foot planted through turn number 4 into turn number 5. Opening it up a little bit for Rachel Hart.
Just looks spot on with the racing line. These guys are both running clean lines, trying to be patient, wait till their opportunities. Rachel trying to stay in the lead. Obviously, Jacob just looking for an opportunity if it becomes available.
If there is any sport that, men and women have an equal chance at being the number one, it is motorsports.
Absolutely.
Motorsports is an even playing field, as it's all about skill and who can navigate their machine with the most precision around a race course. And there we see Rachel Hart getting some bumps from behind from Jacob Andrew, your second place driver, feeling pretty aggressive here late in the day with only 7.5 minutes remaining. Time will expire, and then we will have, I believe, 1 lap left to go.
That's right. White flag will fly at the expiration of the time, which will allow the teams 1 more lap after white flag.
So things are winding down for these top 2 teams. You can pretty much throw that telemetry book out the window. It's just a race on the track right now between these 2 karts. They will run it till the wheels fall off, and you can feel the pressure for Rachel Hart up front, as she has the advantage over Jacob Andrew with Team High Voltage, the orange team, back in second. There you see in the distance Team Low Current in third on the track.
He's going to take on the inside of 2. He got her.
Wow.
He got her. Rachel was a little on the outside of middle line on turn 1, and that just opened the door through turn 2, and he got her.
Rachel trying to put the pressure.
And she's going to take him back.
She gets really aggressive there into turn number 5, putting the pressure back on Jacob Andrew with Team High Voltage.
I think that was very fair of her to either let that position go or to let him resume the lead there.
So they will keep the pressure on each other, making their way into turn number 3. And coming into turn number 4, this is another passing opportunity on the track. Into 5, Jacob Andrew runs it wide, but maintains a lot of momentum and keeps great pace through those turns. And if Rachel tries to get aggressive, sticking her wheels up the inside, that may allow Jacob Andrew to run the nice smooth line and put a couple of kart lengths between him and Rachel Hart. But Hart keeping pressure on from back in second. We have Jordan Johnson, I believe, driving for Team Low Current back there.
Yeah, Low Current.
Check that. That's Zach Sudan.
Low Current
lap record holder.
Adding extra pressure to the situation by just staying right on Rachel's tail there.
So
not on the same lap.
Will Team Low Current have anything to say with this 2-driver battle up at the front? He's just trying to get another lap back to be more in the contention, as Rachel Hart trying to put the pressure on Jacob Andrew with 5 minutes of racing left to go. The battle is on still for the number one
slippery
spot.
going through one, but he caught it going into two, so wasn't too much of an opportunity to capitalize on that one, but it was a little bit of track gain for Rachel.
Hart not letting Andrew slip away, keeping the pressure on that kart into the carousel, the final turn before the starter straightaway. And there you see Rachel Hart with a great drive down the finish line straightaway. She's going to try to stick it in on turn number 1, and she gets right back up on Jacob Andrew into turn number 2 and into turn number 3. Rachel Hart is really fast down that finish line straightaway and through that S turn 2 and 3. She gains a lot of time back. She loses a little bit of time through turn 5 and through the carousel, but she gains it right back down the starter straightaway and through turns 2 and 3.
Jacob playing it nice and defensive into turn 5. Sometimes the drivers will swing wide out to driver's left on that one. He stayed a little bit inside. No blocking, but just defending that line for sure.
Got an extra member up here in the box with us. Got Dummy back here behind us, keeping us company in the announcer's box.
Surprise.
Yeah, I know, he's surprised. He just snuck up on me out of nowhere.
Got a serious race going on. We got somebody creeping over
Team
us.
Supersonic still holding on to second place, trying to put the pressure back on Team High Voltage. And Rachel Hart doing everything in her bag of tricks to bump Jacob Andrew into making a mistake. And Andrew's just not making the mistakes as Rachel Hart sticks the front of her cart up the inside of Jacob Andrew, but Andrew shuts the door and does not allow Rachel to make the pass. 3.5 minutes left. Winding down, it's about 7 laps to go. 7, 8 laps left to go in this. Rachel Hart's got the line up the inside into turn number 5, making the move back into the race lead. Rachel Hart sticks it in there, and she makes the pass into the number 1 spot here late in the race. So, that's good. It's good. It's all good for the number 1 and 2 drivers out there on the track. And with that pass, that's going to allow Rachel Hart to have about a 1 kart length advantage going through turn 4 and into turn number 5. So Rachel Hart now with just under 3 minutes of competition left on the clock. She's going to make her way down the finish line straightaway with about 2.5 minutes remaining. That is going to be about 6 laps left to go, 6 or 7 laps left to go here in racing. And there we see Team Misfit Motorsports pulling off the side, letting the fast drivers by. And Team
not so much though for High Voltage. He pulls right in front of them.
Pulls right in front of Team High Voltage. So Team Misfit Motorsports, they were talking about Team High Voltage in one of their interviews. A little tongue-in-cheek comments during the interview, and coming full circle for the High Voltage team as they lose a little bit more to the Supersonics as Rachel Hart puts
That's going to give Supersonic a significant lead, several car lengths now.
Yes, Rachel Hart now has 3-4 kart lengths over Team High Voltage back in the number 2 spot, making her way down the starter straightaway as Team High Voltage still sitting in the number 2 spot on the track. Team Low Current still sitting in 3rd on the track in that group of riders. Low Current is the number 5 team on track. Team Talladega, the blue team, they pretty much got it figured out, and they pretty much got the 3rd place position locked down at this point in time. Great ride for Team Talladega. Great drive all day long for that team. Also got to give a huge shout out for Team Salem, the Nana makers coming right here from North Canton, Ohio.
No kidding.
Putting the pressure on.
Holding 4th place strong.
Yeah.
And I think the comment he made today was they weren't anticipating winning anything, but man, for a team of 2, that's a win in my book.
That is most definitely a top 5 that's a win for Team Salem. 1 minute left to go before we are going to wave that white flag, and it's going to be either 3 or 4 laps left to go, as it was right there across timing and scoring when Rachel Hart came across the finish line with about a minute left to go. Running about 2 laps a minute. Here she is making her way through the carousel and down the finish line straight away. 32 seconds remaining, so she has 3 laps left to go. That's going to be 3 laps.
Yeah, and mad props to Team Talladega, too, for really hanging it out there, looking strong for 3rd position right now. They have fought all day and be commended for that position they're in. Not over yet, but it's looking good with just 15 seconds left to go before we get white flag.
Well, if Rachel lifts a little bit, she might get the white flag.
I don't think she's going to lift in this situation.
No, she's not lifting. She's holding on. Yeah. 7 seconds remain as she makes her way across the finish line, so it's 2 laps to go.
Yep, 2 laps to go. White flag will be next time by, as time has just expired on the inaugural 12 Hours of Canton.
Thank you to Jason. Thank you, James, for hosting this awesome event brought to you by Primal Life and FLBR Racing. And here comes Rachel Hart down the finish line straight away. White flag flies. Awesome here at K1 Speed Canton.
Probably one of the most nerve-wracking laps she's ever driven at this track.
She has about
holding on to first position for the inaugural event. Can she make it to the end?
Coming in
last
turn
time,
number 5, no mistakes. Into the carousel.
Right on the line, just a little chatter, hitting that carousel right on the mark, and here she comes.
25.5 last time by. She was the fastest driver on track, and she bested again with another 25.5. So Rachel Hart doesn't lift on the final lap as the checkered flag flies. Team Supersonic gets 1,565 laps completed in 12 hours of competition, and so does Team High Voltage, also completing 1,565 laps in 12 hours of competition. Huge shout out to Team Talladega with 1,552 laps completed. They were 13 laps off of your leaders. Finishing in the number 4 spot overall with unofficial results, Team Salem finishing in the number 4 spot with 1,550 laps. They were 15 laps down. Team Low Current in the number 4 finishing position with 1,548 laps completed. They were 17 laps down.
The fewest number of laps completed was 1,525.
That is correct by Team Misfit Motors. They were 40 laps down at the end of it, but that is nothing to be disappointed as they put the time and effort in here today at K1 Speed Canton. There you see
What a race. What a race.
Round of applause from all of the racers, competitors, team members,
you know,
family members.
Have to imagine a little bit of disappointment for Team High Voltage, but what a race they did. What a drive to survive, even down to the very last laps.
Hats off to the top 3 teams unofficially. Team Talladega finishing in the number 3 position. Team High Voltage finishing in second unofficially with Steve Madden, DJ Alessandrini, and Jacob Andrew finishing in that number 2 spot. And taking the number 1 spot unofficial results, Team Supersonic, consisting of team leader Rachel Hart, the Ghost Armand Deligny, Corey Salerno, Marshall Miller are the 4 drivers in Team Supersonic today. Congratulations, taking that number 1 trophy home.
Absolutely, yeah. We joked about being Team Excel all day, but they definitely executed very well today. Definitely proud of that first place finish, as well as all these other teams.
So thank you to all of our viewers at home that stuck with us through all of our technical difficulties. I know we had a lot of bugs that we worked through and trying to get this thing figured out, and we have a great program to build on for many great events in the future. Not only, indoor races, but maybe throwing the outdoor circuit in as well.
Yeah, definitely.
8 to 8 on Sunday. We
definitely has
8
potential.
To 8 on Sunday.
Yeah,
that's my vote.
Yeah, imagine the added complexity of the outdoor track with a couple more turns. And the nice thing about the outdoor track is that it's a high-speed section. So when you exit those garage doors, you get full capacity, full speed out of these cars, which is what they're meant to do, stretch their legs.
Getting a little bit of a photo opportunity for the drivers down there on the track.
Yeah, different temperature changes outdoors as well as sun temperatures. The track is definitely different as you go in and out of the circuit.
So there we see the seat belts getting unbuckled for the final time, and the work is only beginning for the rest of the crew here at K1 Speed Canton as doors are set to open up in about 9 hours.
Yeah, about 9 hours. We'll open it up, and
Godspeed, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the crew that is going to make that happen. We'll be happy to welcome Arrive and Drive customers tomorrow. They can drive these exact same karts that all these champions just drove today.
All right, Fast Derek here at the podium for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life and FLBR Racing. And it was a fight all the way down to the wire. And Team Talladega, you pretty much had yourselves ironed out. Team Talladega compiled of David Pons, Patrick Dittmar, PJ Mannypenny, Katie Wise, Corey Ricker, and Tristan Hartong. Come on up here, take your award, rounding out the number 3 position for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. How many can it hold?
I think I'll stay here.
Great drive all day long for the folks coming out for Team Talladega. Most of it, most of you guys drove all right, and you guys drove well enough to put yourselves in the top 3, but finishing in the number 2 spot, putting up a fight all day long, all the way down to the wire. It came down to a drive-through penalty, then a yellow flag that brought it down to nothing. Then the race was back on all the way down to the checkered flag, but Team High Voltage just couldn't bring it home today, and Steve Madden, DJ Allison Drenny, and Jacob Andrew, second place. Still a great drive for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. Come on up here, claim your award. Great drive. I'm glad you guys came out here. All right. And like I said, it was great driving all the way down to the wire, but Team Supersonic was able to open up about a 3 or 4 lap lead early. They let it slip through their fingers. They fell a couple of laps back. They were able to get it back, tie things up, get a couple of laps ahead, then lost it there at the end. But Team Supersonic, compiled of Rachel Hart, Armand Deligny, Corey Salerno, and Marshall Miller, were able to bring it home for the first ever 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life and FLBR Racing. Come on up here. Team Supersonic bringing home the number 1 plate for the 12 Hours of Canton here today.
James and I kind of had this wild, crazy late night talk and wound up like, why not? So here we are. But yeah, we definitely got to get the crew up here. But drivers, I wish I was there. I had started the 50 race thing just because I like endurance running, and I'm glad that you guys enjoyed this. I mean, not without its hiccups. Like we originally said in our first post, it is racing. It's the first time it's been done, so there's definitely things to improve. But I mean, how many of you guys would run this again?
Definitely.
Okay, that's a tired response, but I got a lot of hands in the air.
Dangerous question with a live audience.
It's true. It's true.
That's a very
I know. I love it.
I guess the real question is, would you do it again?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Another 12, yeah.
Based on your stat.
Right. Yeah. So if I could get K1 guys, Adam, call everyone up here. Call everyone up to staff.
They're still working. They're still setting up for tomorrow morning. That's how hard they work.
Yeah. We have to run tomorrow morning, and huge thanks to James for letting us use the facility and also just the help involved in it. But yeah, this wouldn't run without the guys behind the scenes helping us out and everything like that. So they're going to run up here because they're probably tired too.
All right, with that, we're going to wrap it up, right?
Awesome. Awesome.
Derek, last thoughts?
Bam, right in the kneecap.
Any last thoughts, Derek?
Take us home. Take us out.
Putting me on the spot for the final words. I am glad to be here for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. Thank you to the entire crew. I'd like to get all of the competitors up here for a quick photo opportunity, giving you guys in social media an idea of what all brought these people together for some great racing action for the inaugural 12 Hours of Canton. Thank you all for joining us online, and I will see you guys when the next green flag flies.